The Great War. A complete history of World War I, 1914 to 1918. London, August 4th, 1914. 11 p.m. The gas lamps of Whitehall burned low against a summer fog that drifted off the Thames, carrying the smell of river mud and wet coal. Outside Buckingham Palace, a crowd had gathered, not to protest, not to cheer, but simply to stand. They had been there for hours, silent, watching the windows as if the king himself might appear and tell them what came next. At 11 p.m., the deadline expired. Germany had not answered. The British ultimatum, withdraw from neutral Belgium or face war, had been delivered at 2 p.m. that afternoon. For 9 hours, the Foreign Office waited. Telegrams clattered across Europe. Ambassadors shuffled through carpeted corridors. In Berlin, the Kaiser paced. In Paris, soldiers already boarded trains. In Vienna, an old emperor signed mobilization orders with a trembling hand. At 11 p.m., Big Ben struck the hour. The crowd heard it. Some removed their hats. A woman began to cry, quietly, and no one comforted her because no one knew what to say. A newsboy ran past, waving an early edition. The headline was a single word in 80-point type: War. In that moment, no one in that crowd, not the oldest veteran of the Crimea, not the most pessimistic journalist, not the most paranoid general, imagined what the next 4 years would bring. They thought of Napoleon, perhaps, of Waterloo, of a short, sharp struggle that would be over by Christmas. They were wrong. By the time the guns fell silent on November 11th, 1918, 4 empires would cease to exist. 10 million soldiers would be dead, 20 million more would be wounded, many of them crippled for life. 7 million civilians would perish from famine, disease, and massacre. The map of Europe would be redrawn so completely that a traveler from 1913 would not recognize it. The seeds of a second, even more terrible war would be planted in the ruins of the first. This book is the story of those 4 years. It is not a story of generals and kings alone, though they will appear on every page. It is the story of a French farmer conscripted in 1915, given a rifle that had been used by 3 dead men before him, and ordered to walk toward a German machine gun. It is the story of a German mother in Berlin, 1917, standing in line for 12 hours to buy a single potato for her starving children. It is the story of a Russian soldier who deserted, walked home 800 miles, and found his village burned and his wife gone. It is the story of how Europe committed suicide, and it is a warning. We begin not in 1914, but in 1815, because you cannot understand why the guns of August fired unless you first understand the peace that came before. Part 1. The Road to Ruin. Chapter 1. The Concert of Europe, 1815 to 1890, in which the victors of Napoleon create a fragile peace. The balance of power becomes a loaded pistol, and every major European state prepares for a war that none of them truly wants, but all of them expect. 1. The Congress of Vienna, a peace that almost worked. The Duke of Wellington, the Iron Duke himself, the man who had broken Napoleon at Waterloo, was not a man given to poetry. He preferred facts, maps, and the precise mathematics of artillery trajectories. But on the evening of June 18th, 1815, standing on the battlefield among 20,000 corpses, he said something that his aides would remember for the rest of their lives. He said, "I hope to God I have fought my last battle." He had not, of course, but the sentiment was genuine. Europe had been at war with only brief interruptions since 1792. 23 years, 2 generations had known nothing but conscription, occupation, blockade, and the rumble of artillery. The French Revolution had shattered the old order, and Napoleon had rebuilt it in his own image, a military empire that stretched from the Atlantic to the gates of Moscow. Now Napoleon was gone, exiled to a rock in the South Atlantic, and the great powers of Europe gathered in Vienna to build something that had never existed before, a lasting peace. The Congress of Vienna, November 1814 to June 1815, was not a single meeting but a carnival of diplomacy. The Austrian capital swelled with kings, princes, ambassadors, spies, courtesans, and hangers-on. They danced at balls, schemed in salons, and conducted the real business of Europe in small, smoke-filled rooms. The guiding spirit was an Austrian nobleman named Clemens von Metternich, a man of such cynical brilliance that he once defined diplomacy as the art of saying nothing with great elegance. Metternich understood that the old way of doing business, conquest, annexation, revenge, had led only to catastrophe. He proposed something radical, a balance of power. No single state would be allowed to dominate Europe. France would be contained but not destroyed. A ring of medium-sized states, a strengthened Netherlands, a unified German confederation, a restored Kingdom of Sardinia, would act as buffer zones, and the great powers, Austria, Britain, Prussia, and Russia, would meet regularly to resolve disputes before they turned into wars. This system, known as the Concert of Europe, was the most ambitious peacekeeping mechanism ever attempted. And for a remarkable period, nearly 40 years, it worked. There were wars, of course. There are always wars. But they were limited, regional, and brief. The great powers did not fight each other. They quarreled, they threatened, they rattled sabers, but they did not mobilize their millions. Compared to the carnage of the Napoleonic era or the horrors to come, the period from 1815 to 1853 was a golden age of stability. The problem, and it was a fatal problem, was that the concert preserved a Europe that was already dying. 2. The sleeping giant, the old empires. To understand why World War I happened, you must first understand what it destroyed. The Europe of 1815 to 1914 was ruled by three ancient empires, each of which seemed permanent, each of which would be gone by 1918. The Austrian Empire, after 1867, the Austro-Hungarian Empire was the strangest of the three. Ruled by the Habsburg dynasty, which had dominated Central Europe since the 13th century, Austria was not a nation-state in the modern sense. It was a dynastic collection of 11 major ethnic groups: Germans, Hungarians, Czechs, Slovaks, Poles, Ukrainians, Romanians, Serbs, Croats, Slovenes, and Italians. No single group held a majority. The official language was German, but only a quarter of the population spoke it. The empire was held together by three things: loyalty to the aging emperor Franz Joseph, who would rule from 1848 to 1916, a professional army that swore allegiance not to any nation, but to the Habsburg flag, and a powerful bureaucracy that kept the trains running on time. The empire's motto, coined by a despairing official, was Bella gerant ali, tu felix Austria nube. Let others wage war, you, happy Austria, marry. And indeed, the Habsburgs had long preferred dynastic marriages to battlefield victories, but by the late 19th century. 6. The mood of Europe summer, 1914. The last summer of peace was deceptively beautiful. June was warm and dry across most of Europe. The harvest promised to be good. In the cafes of Paris, waiters served absinthe to artists and intellectuals who argued about cubism and socialism. In the beer gardens of Munich, families sat under chestnut trees and listened to oompa bands. In the parks of London, nannies pushed prams while their charges flew kites. In Vienna, the young Adolf Hitler, a failed art student, painted watercolors of Baroque churches and sold them to tourists. No one expected a general war. The socialist parties of Europe, which commanded millions of votes and hundreds of parliamentary seats, had pledged to oppose any war by going on strike, or, in the rhetoric of the French socialist leader Jean Jaurès, by any means necessary. The financial markets showed no sign of panic. In Berlin, a British journalist asked the German Foreign Secretary if war was imminent. "No, no," the Foreign Secretary replied. "The sky is clear." But the sky was not clear. The naval race had poisoned Anglo-German relations. The two Moroccan crises had brought Europe to the brink. The Bosnian crisis had left Serbia seething with resentment. The Balkan Wars had shown how quickly local conflicts could spiral, and the armies of Europe, more than 4 million men under arms, were poised to mobilize. Not because their generals wanted war, but because their generals had prepared for war so meticulously that they could no longer imagine any other outcome. The German historian Fritz Fischer, writing 50 years after the war, argued that Germany bore primary responsibility for the catastrophe, that Wilhelm II and his generals deliberately provoked a war in 1914, because they believed that Germany's position in Europe was declining and that a preventive war was necessary to preserve German power. This is the Fischer thesis, and it remains controversial. But even Fischer's critics concede that Germany's behavior in the July crisis of 1914, the crisis that followed the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, was reckless, provocative, and ultimately catastrophic. How that crisis unfolded, how a single bullet fired by a 19-year-old Bosnian Serb brought down 4 empires and killed 20 million people, is the story of Chapter 3. Chapter 3. The July Crisis, the Dominoes Fall. In which an archduke is murdered, diplomats sleepwalk into disaster, and the armies of Europe begin to move. On. The Assassination, Sarajevo, June the 28th, 1914. The morning of June 28, 1914, was bright and hot in Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia. The city was a mix of Ottoman-era mosques, Austro-Hungarian built government buildings, and narrow cobbled streets that wound up into the surrounding hills. On that morning, the streets were lined with flags, the black and yellow banners of the Habsburg monarchy, and filled with spectators who had come to watch a royal procession. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the heir to the throne of Austria-Hungary, had come to Sarajevo to inspect the annual military maneuvers. He was not a popular man. He was cold, arrogant, and short-tempered. He had married beneath his station. Countess Sophie Chotek was a mere aristocrat, not of royal blood, and his uncle, the Emperor Franz Joseph, had forced him to swear that none of his children would ever inherit the throne. The Archduke was bitter, and it showed, but on this morning he seemed almost cheerful. He had brought his wife with him, a rare treat, as Sophie was usually excluded from official events because of her low rank. He wanted to show her the city. At 10 a.m., the Archduke and Sophie climbed into the third car of a 6-car motorcade. The car was a double phaeton Graf and Stift, a luxury touring car with the top down so the crowds could see them. The Archduke wore the sky-blue uniform of a cavalry general, complete with a helmet decorated with green ostrich feathers. Sophie wore a white dress and a large hat. They sat in the back seat, facing forward, with the roof folded down behind them. Along the route, 7 young Bosnian Serb assassins had positioned themselves, each armed with a pistol, a bomb, and a cyanide capsule. They belonged to the Black Hand, the Serbian secret society that wanted to unite all Serbs, including those in Bosnia, into a single nation. Their leader, a 19-year-old student named Gavrilo Princip, had been training for this moment for months. The first assassin, Mehmed Basic, lost his nerve. The second, Kubrilovic, also failed to act. The third, Kabrinovich, threw his bomb at the Archduke's car, but the driver accelerated and the bomb bounced off the folded-down roof and exploded under the following car, wounding several officers and bystanders. Kabrinovich swallowed his cyanide capsule and jumped into the shallow Miljacka River. The cyanide was old or weak. It only made him vomit. The river was only 4 inches deep. He was dragged out by the crowd and beaten before the police rescued him. The motorcade sped to the town hall, where the Archduke, visibly shaken, gave a furious speech. "Mr. Mayor," he shouted, "I came here for a friendly visit, and someone throws a bomb at me. It is outrageous." Sophie calmed him down. After the reception, the Archduke changed his plans. He wanted to visit the wounded officers in the hospital, but no one told the drivers. The motorcade became confused. At 10:45 a.m., the Archduke's car took a wrong turn onto Franz Joseph Street. The driver realized his mistake and stopped, directly in front of a delicatessen called Schiller's, on the corner of Franz Joseph Street and the Quay. Standing outside that delicatessen, by purest coincidence, was Gavrilo Princip. He had believed the assassination attempt had failed. He had been wandering the streets, demoralized, considering suicide. And then, improbably, the Archduke's car stopped directly in front of him. Princip stepped forward, drew his pistol, a FN model, 1910 semi-automatic, caliber .380 ACP, and fired twice from a distance of 5 feet. The first bullet struck the Archduke in the neck, severing his jugular vein. The second bullet struck Sophie in the abdomen. The Archduke turned to his wife and pleaded, "Soferl, Soferl, don't die, stay alive for the children." But she was already unconscious. Both were dead within minutes. Princip tried to shoot himself but was tackled by the crowd. He was 27 days shy of his 20th birthday, too young to receive the death penalty under Austrian law. He received 20 years in prison, where he died of tuberculosis in 1918, his bones rotted by the same disease that had killed his father. The shots fired outside Schiller's delicatessen echoed across Europe, and in the chancelleries of Vienna, Berlin, St. Petersburg, Paris, and London, the machinery of mobilization began to turn. The July crisis, the dominoes fall. 2. The Austrian ultimatum, a document designed to be rejected. In Vienna, the news of the assassination was received with something less than unalloyed grief. The Archduke Franz Ferdinand had been widely disliked. His uncle, the Emperor Franz Joseph, who had worn black every day since his wife Elizabeth was assassinated in 1898, reportedly said, "A higher power has restored the old order, which I, unfortunately, was unable to maintain." It was a callous remark, but the 83-year-old emperor had outlived his brother, his son, and now his nephew. He had learned to bury his feelings, but if the emperor was indifferent, his generals were not. The assassination was the excuse they had been waiting for. The Austrian Chief of Staff, General Franz Conrad von Hötzendorf, known to his enemies as Conrad the Hot, had been demanding a preventive war against Serbia for years, no fewer than 25 times between 1906 and 1914. Each time the emperor or the foreign minister had refused. This time Conrad believed they would not. The problem was Russia. Serbia was Russia's client state, the only significant Russian ally in the Balkans. Any Austrian attack on Serbia would trigger Russian mobilization, and Russian mobilization would trigger German mobilization, and German mobilization would trigger French mobilization. The alliance system, which had been designed to preserve peace, now functioned as a machine for turning a local war into a continental one. The Austrians had a plan to solve this problem, move so fast that the war would be over before Russia could intervene. If Austria invaded Serbia within days of the assassination, presented the world with a fait accompli, and then offered a peace conference. Perhaps the Russians would accept the new reality, but this required speed, and speed was something the Austro-Hungarian Empire, with its creaking bureaucracy, its 11 official languages, its 3 separate railway systems, one for Austria, one for Hungary, one for Bosnia, could not produce. Instead of acting quickly, the Austrians dawdled. They waited 2 weeks until July 23rd to deliver their ultimatum to Serbia. And that ultimatum was not designed to be accepted. It contained 10 demands, the most extreme of which required Serbia to allow Austrian officials to participate in the investigation of the assassination on Serbian soil, a violation of Serbian sovereignty so blatant that it amounted to a demand for surrender. The Serbian government was given 48 hours to reply. Serbia's response, delivered at 5:45 p.m. on July 25th, was a masterpiece of diplomacy. It accepted 9 of the 10 demands in full. On the 10th, the demand for Austrian officials to operate inside Serbia, the Serbs offered to refer the matter to the International Court of Justice at The Hague. They also quietly began mobilizing their army. The Austrian ambassador in Belgrade, Baron von Giesel, had been instructed to break off relations if the Serbian reply was not unconditional acceptance. He did not even read the reply to the end. He boarded a train and left Serbia that evening. At his departure, he told a Serbian official, "This is not your last train." The Austrians declared war on Serbia on July the 28th, exactly 1 month after the assassination. 3. The German blank check. How Berlin enabled disaster. The most consequential meeting of the July crisis took place not in Vienna, but in Berlin on July 5th to 6th at a luncheon at the Potsdam Palace. Kaiser Wilhelm II had returned from a yachting trip in the North Sea. He had been on his boat when the news of the assassination reached him. He cancelled the rest of his cruise, telling his aides, "The Serbs must be dealt with." He was in a warlike mood. The Austrian ambassador, Count Ladislaus de Sogeny Marek, delivered a message from Emperor Franz Joseph. Austria intended to attack Serbia, but before doing so, Austria wanted to know if Germany would support her, even if Russia intervened. Wilhelm did not hesitate. "Germany will stand by Austria-Hungary with all her might," he promised. He then went to lunch, returning to his yacht for the rest of the afternoon. His chancellor, Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg, later told a colleague, "The Kaiser is at heart a man of peace, but he has moments of great excitement." The phrase blank check has been used ever since. Germany gave Austria a promise of unconditional support without knowing the terms of the Austrian ultimatum, without consulting the German military, and without making any effort to restrain Austrian aggression. It was reckless, it was arrogant, and it was irreversible. Why did Germany do it? The reasons are still debated. The German military believed that war with Russia was inevitable, that Russian industrial growth and railway construction would soon make the Russian army unbeatable. By 1917, the German generals calculated Russia would have completed a strategic railway network that would allow it to mobilize against Germany in half the time. If Germany was going to fight Russia, better to fight now, while the odds were still favorable. There was also a psychological factor. The German generals were afraid of being seen as weak. The Schlieffen Plan, the blueprint for a two-front war, demanded speed, decisiveness, and ruthlessness. Any hesitation, any attempt at compromise, would be interpreted as cowardice. The German military had spent 20 years preparing for a war it thought was inevitable. Now that the war had arrived, they were almost relieved. 4. The Russian mobilization, the point of no return. On July 25th, the same day Serbia replied to the Austrian ultimatum, Tsar Nicholas II ordered the period preparatory to war, a partial mobilization of the Russian army. The Russian General Staff explained that a partial mobilization was logistically impossible. The Russian mobilization plan had only two settings, off and on. If the Tsar wanted to mobilize against Austria only, the army could not do it. The plan required mobilization against both Austria and Germany simultaneously. This was a lie, but a useful one. The Russian General Staff wanted a general mobilization. They believed that partial mobilization would leave Russia vulnerable to a German attack. On July 29th, they persuaded the Tsar to sign the order for general mobilization. Then Nicholas changed his mind. He received a telegram from his cousin, Kaiser Wilhelm II. The two monarchs addressed each other as Willie and Nicky in their correspondence. The Kaiser pleaded for restraint. Nicholas countermanded the mobilization order and substituted a partial mobilization against Austria only. The Russian generals were furious. The chief of the General Staff, General Nikolai Yanushkevich, begged the Tsar to reconsider. "Think of the millions of lives that may be lost," Nicholas replied. Yanushkevich said, "Your Majesty, the military machine cannot be stopped without destroying the country." On July 30th, after a day of agonized indecision, Nicholas gave in. He signed the order for general mobilization. He did so, he later wrote in his diary, with a heavy heart. Then he went to bed. When the German ambassador, Count Friedrich von Porteles, learned that Russia had mobilized, he wept. He knew what came next. 5. The German Declarations of War. August 1st to 4th. The German Schlieffen Plan was a railway schedule disguised as a military strategy. It specified exactly which trains would carry which soldiers to which destinations on which days. The first trains were scheduled to roll on the 11th day after mobilization. If Germany mobilized, the trains would roll. If the trains rolled, the invasion of Belgium would begin. If Belgium was invaded, Britain would enter the war. The plan had no off-ramps. On July 31st, Germany issued an ultimatum to Russia: demobilize within 12 hours or face war. Russia did not reply. At 5 p.m. on August 1st, the German ambassador in St. Petersburg delivered a declaration of war. Then he collapsed into a chair and wept. On August 2nd, Germany invaded Luxembourg, which offered no resistance, and sent an ultimatum to Belgium: allow German troops to pass through Belgian territory or be treated as an enemy. King Albert of Belgium refused. "Belgium is a nation, not a road," he said. The German Chancellor, Bethmann Hollweg, dismissed the Belgian treaty as a scrap of paper. On August 3rd, Germany declared war on France. The pretext was that French aircraft had allegedly bombed German territory. They had not. The real reason was the Schlieffen Plan. Germany had to defeat France before Russia could mobilize. On August 4th, German troops crossed the Belgian border. They encountered their first resistance at the fortified city of Liège, where Belgian machine gunners held them up for 2 days. That same day, Great Britain declared war on Germany. The British Foreign Secretary, Sir Edward Grey, stood at a window of the Foreign Office as the gas lamps were lit along Whitehall. He said to a friend, "The lamps are going out all over Europe. We shall not see them lit again in our lifetime." 6. Conclusion. The Sleepwalkers. The historian Christopher Clark, in his magisterial study of the July crisis, called the leaders of 1914 sleepwalkers, men who stumbled into a catastrophe they neither wanted nor understood. It is a generous verdict, perhaps too generous. The Austrian generals wanted war with Serbia. The German generals wanted a preventive war against Russia. The Russian generals wanted to preserve their prestige in the Balkans. The French president, Raymond Poincaré, wanted to recover Alsace-Lorraine. The British, alone among the great power, had no territorial ambitions and no desire for war. But they had a treaty obligation to Belgium and a strategic interest in preventing German domination of the continent. None of these men wanted a world war, but each of them, by his actions in July 1914, made that war more likely. And none of them, when the crucial decisions had to be made, had the courage to step back from the abyss. The armies of Europe, more than 4 million men, began to move. The trains ran on time, and the first shots of the greatest war in human history were fired not in anger but in obedience to a timetable. Chapter 4. The Schlieffen Plan versus Plan 17, in which the German army attempts to end the war in 6 weeks. The French army attempts to recover its lost provinces, and both plans fail catastrophically. On. The two plans, a study in contrasts. Every major European power entered the war with a detailed plan for victory. Each plan was the product of years of staff work, thousands of war games, and the accumulated wisdom and prejudice of an entire generation of officers. Each plan was confident, precise, and completely wrong. The German plan was the Schlieffen Plan. Its goal was to defeat France in 6 weeks by a massive wheeling movement through Belgium and the Netherlands, enveloping Paris from the west and destroying the French army in a gigantic Kesselschlacht, a cauldron battle of encirclement and annihilation. The plan assumed that Russia would be slow to mobilize, that Belgium would not resist seriously, that Britain would not intervene in time, and that the German army could march 50 miles a week for 6 weeks without exhausting itself or outrunning its supply lines. The French plan was Plan 17. Its goal was to recapture Alsace and Lorraine, the two provinces lost to Germany in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 1871. The plan called for a massive offensive into the lost provinces, spearheaded by the elite colonial troops of the French army. The plan assumed that the German army would concentrate its forces in the east against Russia, leaving only weak forces in the west, that the German fortifications in Alsace-Lorraine could be breached by determined infantry assaults, and that the French soldier, filled with élan vital, vital spirit, was morally superior to any enemy. Both plans were wrong. The Schlieffen Plan underestimated Belgian resistance, the speed of Russian mobilization, and the ability of the French army to recover from defeat. Plan 17 underestimated the strength of German fortifications, the effectiveness of German machine guns and artillery, and the willingness of the German army to violate Belgian neutrality. The result was a month of slaughter that destroyed the professional core of both armies and set the stage for 4 years of trench warfare. 2. The German right wing through Belgium. On August 4, 1914, the German 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Armies, nearly 700,000 men, crossed the Belgian border. Their objective was the French frontier, 120 miles to the southwest. Their route took them through the Meuse River Valley, past the fortified cities of Liège, Namur, and Charleroi. The Belgian army, numbering just 117,000 men, was supposed to be a speed bump. It turned out to be a roadblock. The city of Liège was the key. 12 massive forts built in the 1880s and 1890s ringed the city. Each fort was a concrete and steel structure, bristling with artillery, surrounded by a dry moat and a belt of barbed wire. The German army had brought its heaviest artillery, including their legendary Big Bertha 420mm howitzers, which could fire a 2,200-pound shell a distance of 9 miles. But the howitzers were not yet in position. On August 5th, the Germans attempted a coup de main, a surprise night assault by infantry. It failed. The Belgian machine gunners fighting from the forts cut down the German infantry in waves. The Germans responded with terror. On August 6th, they burned the village of Visay and executed 86 civilians. On August 7th, they bombarded the town of Herstal. On August 8th, the first Big Bertha arrived. Its shells, each weighing more than a ton, cracked the concrete of Fort Pontice on the first hit. By August 16th, all 12 forts had surrendered. The siege of Liège cost the Germans 5,000 casualties and cost the Belgians 3,000. More importantly, it cost the Germans 5 days. The Schlieffen Plan had allowed exactly 2 days for the capture of Liège. The German timetable was already broken. The German advance continued, but slowly. The Belgian army, though battered, remained in the field, falling back toward the fortress of Antwerp. The French Fifth Army, under General Charles Lanrezac, began moving north to meet the German advance. The British Expeditionary Force, BEF, a small but highly professional army of 70,000 men, landed at Le Havre and began marching toward the Belgian town of Mons. The Germans did not know any of this. Their cavalry patrols had been driven back by Belgian resistance. Their intelligence was poor. They believed that the French army was still massing in Alsace-Lorraine, preparing for Plan 17. They did not realize that the French were shifting troops to their left flank, the very flank the Schlieffen Plan was designed to turn. 3. The French offensive into the meat grinder. While the German right wing was fighting through Belgium, the French First and Second Armies launched Plan 17. On August 14th, they attacked into Alsace-Lorraine. The terrain was against them. The German defensive positions occupied the high ground, the Vosges Mountains, the heights of the Moselle River. The French attacked uphill, across open fields, toward German machine guns and quick-firing artillery that had been sighted in and zeroed for months. The French infantry wore uniforms that would have been recognizable to Napoleon's soldiers: bright red trousers, blue coats, and kepis, peaked caps. The French General Staff had considered adopting a more practical field gray uniform, but the Minister of War had vetoed the change, saying, "Suppress the red trousers? Never. The red trousers are France." The German infantry, in contrast, wore field gray, a color that blended with the mud and smoke of the battlefield. The results were predictable. At the Battle of Mulhouse, August 7th to 10th, the French captured the city, lost it, recaptured it, and lost it again. At the Battle of Sarrebourg, August 17th to 20th, the French Second Army was driven back with 10,000 casualties. At the Battle of Morhange, August 20th, the French First Army advanced into a German trap and was cut to pieces by enfilading machine gun fire from the heights. The French commander, General Auguste Dubail, reported that his divisions had been literally annihilated. The French army's doctrine of élan vital, the belief that offensive spirit could overcome any obstacle, had been tested against German machine guns. It had failed. The French generals, stunned by their losses, began to realize that Plan 17 was a disaster. The offensive into Alsace-Lorraine was halted on August 23rd. The French army had suffered 140,000 casualties in 9 days, and the German right wing was still coming. 4. The British at Mons, a heroic stand. On August 22nd, the British Expeditionary Force reached the Belgian mining town of Mons on the banks of the Condé Canal. The BEF was a tiny army by continental standards, just 4 infantry divisions and 1 cavalry division, 70,000 men in total. But it was the most professional army in Europe. The British soldier, the Tommy, had been trained to fire 15 aimed rounds per minute from his Lee Enfield rifle. The Germans, who had been trained to fire only 8 rounds per minute, would learn to fear that rate of fire. The British commander, Field Marshal Sir John French, believed he was facing a single German corps, about 30,000 men. He was wrong. The German First Army under General Alexander von Kluck was advancing with 4 corps, 160,000 men. The British were outnumbered more than 2 to 1. The Battle of Mons began on the morning of August 23rd. The German infantry advanced in dense formations, shoulder to shoulder, as they had been trained to do. The British riflemen waited until the Germans were within 300 yards, then opened fire. The Germans fell in rows. One German regiment lost 700 men in 5 minutes. The survivors reported that they had been attacked by machine guns, when in fact they had been hit by aimed rifle fire. But the Germans had numbers. They outflanked the British position on the west. By evening, the British were retreating. The retreat from Mons would last 2 weeks and cover 200 miles. The British soldiers marched for 36 hours at a stretch, slept in ditches, and fought rearguard actions against a German army that seemed to be everywhere at once. By the time they reached the Marne River, the BEF had been reduced to 50,000 effectives. The Battle of Mons cost the Germans 5,000 casualties. It cost the British 1,600. But the strategic result was clear. The German right wing had not been stopped. The Schlieffen Plan was still in motion. Paris, 150 miles to the southwest, was the prize, and the German army was advancing at a rate of 20 miles per day. 5. The retreat. Joffre takes command. The French commander-in-chief, General Joseph Joffre, was a man who inspired confidence by the sheer bulk of his presence. He weighed 230 pounds, ate 4 meals a day, and slept for 8 hours every night, even during the crisis. His calm was legendary. When a staff officer burst into his headquarters with news of a French defeat, Joffre would listen, nod, and say, "And then?" When the officer had no further news, Joffre would say, "Very well, we will continue." Joffre needed that calm. The first month of the war had been a catastrophe. The French army had lost 300,000 men, killed, wounded, or captured. The German army was advancing through Belgium and northern France. The British army was retreating. The Belgian army had been driven back to Antwerp. The French government had fled Paris for Bordeaux. The newspapers were calling for Joffre's head. Joffre did not panic. Instead, he did something that the Germans had not anticipated. He stopped attacking. He ordered his armies to fall back, to shorten their lines, to conserve their strength. He pulled troops from the failed offensive in Alsace-Lorraine and transferred them to his left flank, the flank facing the German right wing. He created a new army, the Sixth Army under General Michael Joseph Mallory, and placed it in front of Paris. And he waited. The German commander, General Helmut von Moltke, was not calm. Moltke was a UU man, prone to depression and self-doubt. He had inherited the Schlieffen Plan from his predecessor and had modified it in ways that weakened the right wing. Now, as the German armies advanced, Moltke began to worry. The Russian army was mobilizing faster than expected. 2 German corps had been pulled from the right wing and sent to the Eastern Front. The German First Army, von Kluck, was advancing too far to the east, exposing its flank to Paris. The German Second Army, von Bülow, was lagging behind, creating a gap between the 2 armies. On September 3rd, Moltke ordered von Kluck to change direction. Instead of swinging west of Paris, as the Schlieffen Plan required, von Kluck was to swing east of Paris, to link up with von Bülow and destroy the French Fifth Army. It was a fatal mistake. By turning east, von Kluck exposed his right flank to the French Sixth Army, the army that Joffre had placed in front of Paris. The trap was set. The German army was marching into a pocket, and on September 5th, Joffre sprang the trap. The Schlieffen Plan versus Plan 17. 6. The First Battle of the Marne. The miracle on September 3, 1914, the German First Army under General Alexander von Kluck was 30 miles from Paris. His cavalry patrols could see the Eiffel Tower on the northern horizon. The French government had fled to Bordeaux the previous day, leaving behind a skeleton administration and a city filled with rumors. The Parisian military governor, General Joseph Gallieni, had ordered the Eiffel Tower's radio transmitter destroyed to prevent it from falling into German hands. But von Kluck did not advance on Paris. He turned east instead, following the line of the Marne River, seeking to envelop the French Fifth Army. The Schlieffen Plan had called for the German right wing to pass west of Paris, encircling the city from the rear. Von Kluck's turn east was a violation of the plan, and it was fatal. General Joffre, the French commander-in-chief, had been waiting for precisely this mistake. He had spent the previous 2 weeks pulling troops out of the failed offensive in Alsace-Lorraine and transferring them to his left flank. The new French Sixth Army under General Maunery was assembling northeast of Paris, directly in the path of von Kluck's exposed right flank. On September 4th, Joffre issued his orders. The French Sixth Army would attack von Kluck's flank on September 6th. The French Fifth Army and the British Expeditionary Force would attack von Kluck's front. The German First Army would be caught between two fires. But Joffre's orders were not enough. The French army was exhausted. It had retreated 200 miles in 2 weeks, fighting rearguard actions every step of the way. The British army was exhausted and demoralized. The British commander, Sir John French, was preparing to retreat to the coast to evacuate his army back to England. He had to be persuaded, bullied, really, into joining the counterattack. On September 5th, Joffre visited the British headquarters. He found Sir John French in a state of despair. "I cannot continue this war," the British commander said. "My army is destroyed." Joffre, a man not given to emotional displays, surprised everyone in the room. He pounded his fist on the table and said, in a voice that cracked with emotion, "Monsieur le Maréchal, the honor of England is at stake. I am going to attack. I ask you to join me. I will take full responsibility if we fail," Sir John French agreed. The British army would advance. The Battle of the Marne began on September 6th. For 5 days, nearly 2 million men fought along a front that stretched 150 miles from Paris to Verdun. The fighting was confused, chaotic, and brutal. Units advanced, retreated, advanced again. Artillery shells fell on friend and foe alike. Cavalry patrols stumbled into infantry ambushes, and the dead piled up in the fields and along the riverbanks. The most famous episode of the battle occurred on September 7th, when General Gallieni, the military governor of Paris, commandeered every available vehicle to transport troops to the front. The Parisian taxi fleet, about 600 Renault taxis, each carrying 5 soldiers, drove through the night, headlamps blazing, to deliver the reserve infantry to the battlefield. The taxis of the Marne became a legend, a symbol of French determination in the face of disaster. In reality, the taxis transported only a single brigade, about 4,000 men, and their impact on the battle was minimal. But the legend outlived the facts. By September 9th, von Kluck realized he was in trouble. His army had been fighting for 5 days without rest. His supply lines were stretched to the breaking point. His casualties, more than 20,000 men, had not been replaced, and the gap between his army and the German Second Army to his east had widened to 30 miles. The French Fifth Army was pouring through that gap, threatening to cut off von Kluck's retreat. On the evening of September 9th, General Moltke, the German commander-in-chief, suffered a nervous breakdown. From his headquarters in Luxembourg, he could see the reports streaming in. The French were attacking everywhere, the British were advancing, the German First Army was in danger of encirclement. Moltke sent a staff officer, Lieutenant Colonel Richard Hench, to the front with orders to authorize a retreat if necessary. Hench, a junior officer with no authority to give orders, nevertheless told von Kluck and von Bülow to retreat immediately. The German armies withdrew. They fell back 40 miles to the north bank of the Eisner River, where they dug in on the high ground. The French and British pursued, but the German rearguard fought a delaying action that gave the main body time to entrench. By September 15th, the German army had stopped retreating. It was now dug in behind a continuous line of field fortifications that stretched from the Belgian coast to the Swiss border. The first battle of the Marne was over. The German plan to win the war in 6 weeks had failed. France had not been knocked out of the war. The German army had not captured Paris. The Schlieffen Plan was dead, but the cost was staggering. The French army had lost 80,000 men killed and 170,000 wounded at the Marne. The British had lost 12,000. The Germans had lost 45,000 killed and 130,000 wounded. The dead lay in the fields for weeks before they could be buried. The Marne River ran red with blood. 7. The race to the sea, digging in. After the Marne, both sides attempted to outflank each other to the north. The German army wanted to turn the French left flank and capture the Channel ports. The French army wanted to turn the German right flank and cut off the German supply lines. The result was a series of outflanking maneuvers, the race to the sea, that produced a new series of battles at the Somme, Arras, La Bassée, and Ypres. The race to the sea was not a race. Neither side was moving quickly. Both armies were exhausted, undersupplied, and suffering from the same problem. They had outrun their artillery ammunition. The French 75mm guns, which had fired an average of 500 rounds per day during the Marne, were down to 50 rounds per day by October. The German artillery was in similar condition. The most important battle of the race to the sea was the First Battle of Ypres, October 19th to November 22nd, 1914. Ypres was a medieval cloth-making town in western Belgium, near the French border. It had no strategic value except for one thing. The roads that passed through it led to the English Channel ports of Calais and Dunkirk. If the Germans captured Ypres, they could roll up the Allied line and seize the ports. The British Expeditionary Force, still battered from Mons and the Marne, was ordered to hold Ypres at all costs. The British army at Ypres was a shadow of the force that had landed in France 2 months earlier. Its original 70,000 men had been reduced to 30,000 effectives. Many of its units had been amalgamated, 2 or 3 depleted battalions combined into one. The soldiers were exhausted, cold, and running low on ammunition. But they had one advantage. They were defending the high ground around the town, and the ground was wet and muddy, slowing the German advance. The Germans attacked on October 19th. They attacked again on October the 20th, 21st, 22nd, every day for the next 5 weeks. The fighting was at close quarters, rifle butts, bayonets, trench knives, and even fists. One British battalion, the 2nd Worcesters, was reduced from 800 men to 70. Another, the 1st Gordon Highlanders, was reduced from 900 to 200. The German attackers suffered even worse. One German regiment lost 1,500 men in a single day. The battle turned on the actions of 2 British cavalry divisions, dismounted and fighting as infantry. At the village of Messines on October 31st, the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Divisions stopped a German breakthrough by charging the German lines with sabers drawn, the last major cavalry charge in Western European history. It was an act of desperation, and it worked, but the cost was horrific. The 2 divisions lost 2,000 men in 30 minutes. By November 22nd, the battle was over. The Germans had not broken through. The British still held Ypres, but the British Expeditionary Force had been destroyed as a fighting force. Of the 70,000 men who had landed in France in August, only 18,000 remained unwounded. The rest were dead, missing, or in hospital. The British Army would not fight another offensive action until 1915. The race to the sea had ended. The front line now stretched from the Belgian coast to the Swiss border, 400 miles of continuous entrenchments. Both sides dug in. The war of movement was over. The war of position had begun. The failure of both plans. What happened and why? The Schlieffen Plan failed for 4 reasons. First, the Belgians fought. The Schlieffen Plan had assumed that Belgium would surrender after a token resistance, allowing German armies to pass through unmolested. Instead, the Belgian army fought for 2 weeks at Liège, then fell back to Antwerp, where it held out for another 2 months. The Belgian resistance cost the Germans precious time that the French used to redeploy their armies. Second, the Russians mobilized faster than expected. The Schlieffen Plan assumed that Russia would take 6 weeks to mobilize its army. In fact, the Russians launched an invasion of East Germany on August 15th, just 11 days after Germany declared war. The German commander, Moltke, panicked and transferred 2 corps from the right wing to the Eastern Front. Those 2 corps might have made the difference at the Marne. Third, Moltke was not Schlieffen. Schlieffen had designed a plan that required a commander of iron nerve and reckless audacity. Moltke was cautious and prone to interference. His decision to weaken the right wing, to cancel the invasion of the Netherlands, and finally to authorize the retreat at the Marne. All of these decisions violated the spirit of the Schlieffen Plan. Fourth, the German army outran its supplies. The German infantry marched 50 miles a week for 5 weeks. They exhausted their boots, their food, and their ammunition. The supply columns, pulled by horses, the German army was not fully motorized, could not keep up. By the time the Germans reached the Marne, their soldiers were half-starved and their artillery was running out of shells. Plan 17 failed for 3 reasons. First, the French underestimated German strength in the west. Plan 17 assumed that the German army would concentrate in the east, leaving only weak forces in Alsace-Lorraine. In fact, the German army deployed 7 armies in the west and only 1 in the east. The French offensive ran into a wall of German steel. Second, French doctrine was suicidal. The cult of Éliane Vital, the belief that offensive spirit could overcome firepower, was a recipe for mass slaughter. French infantry attacked in dense formations, wearing bright red trousers, against German machine guns that had been sighted in for months. The result was predictable: 140,000 casualties in the first 9 days. Third, French intelligence was terrible. The French High Command had no idea where the German armies were. Its cavalry patrols were driven back by German advance guards. Its aerial reconnaissance was primitive. Joffre was fighting blind. By the end of 1914, both sides had learned the same lesson. The machine gun, the quick-firing artillery piece, and the spade for digging trenches had changed the nature of warfare. The offensive was no longer possible without overwhelming superiority in men and material. The defense had become dominant. The war was not going to be over by Christmas. It was not going to be over by the following Christmas. It was going to last for years, and millions of men were going to die in the mud between the trenches. Chapter 5. Tannenberg, the Revenge of the Teutonic Knights, in which 2 Russian armies invade East Germany. One German commander suffers a nervous breakdown, and a retired general returns from obscurity to win the most complete victory of the war. 1. The Eastern Front, the Forgotten War. While the world's attention focused on the Marne, on the taxis of Paris, the British riflemen at Mons, the French poilus holding the line, another war was being fought in the forests and lakes of East Prussia. It was a war of movement, not trenches. It was a war of encirclement, annihilation, and mass surrender. It was the most complete German victory of the entire First World War, and it is largely forgotten today. The Eastern Front was different from the Western Front in almost every respect. The distances were vast, from the Baltic Sea in the north to the Black Sea in the south, a front of 900 miles, compared to 400 miles in the west. The population was sparse. The Russian Empire had huge open spaces with few roads and fewer railroads. The armies were huge. The Russian army alone had 5 million men under arms by 1915, compared to 3 million in the French army and 2 million in the German army. And the technology was primitive. The Russian army had fewer machine guns, fewer artillery pieces, and fewer telegraph lines than its German counterpart. The Eastern Front was also a war of empires against empires, the German Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire against the Russian Empire. Unlike the Western Front, where the combatants were roughly matched, the Eastern Front was a contest between the most advanced military power in the world, Germany, and the most backward, Russia. The result, as we shall see, was not a stalemate, but a series of German victories, so complete that they destroyed the Russian army as a fighting force by 1917. But in August 1914, none of this was yet clear. The Russian army was the steamroller, the supposedly irresistible mass of 5 million men that would roll over Germany and Austria-Hungary and end the war by Christmas. The German army, outnumbered nearly 2-1 on the Eastern Front, was supposed to fall back, delaying the Russian advance until victory in the West could be achieved. Instead, the Germans attacked, and at a place called Tannenberg, they destroyed 2 Russian armies in 4 days. 2. The Russian steamroller Samsonov and Rennenkampf. The Russian invasion of East Prussia was commanded by 2 generals who hated each other. General Alexander Samsonov commanded the Russian Second Army, advancing from the south. He was a cavalry officer of the old school, brave, impulsive, and strategically inept. He had served as a divisional commander in the Russo-Japanese War of 1904 to 1905, where he had performed competently but not brilliantly. He was 54 years old, overweight, and prone to bouts of depression. His greatest weakness was his supply system. The Russian Second Army had only 350 trucks to supply 150,000 men. The rest of its supplies were carried by horse-drawn wagons that could not keep up with the advancing infantry. General Paul von Rennenkampf commanded the Russian First Army, advancing from the east. He was also a cavalry officer, also brave, also impulsive. He had served in the Russo-Japanese War alongside Samsonov and had publicly accused Samsonov of cowardice after the Battle of Mukden. Samsonov had challenged Rennenkampf to a duel. The Tsar had forbidden it. The 2 generals had not spoken since. The Russian plan was simple. Rennenkampf would advance from the east, tying down the German Eighth Army. Samsonov would advance from the south, cutting off the German retreat. The 2 armies would meet at the Masurian Lakes, encircling the Germans and destroying them. The plan was sound in concept, but it required coordination, and the 2 generals, blinded by their personal feud, did not coordinate. The Russian armies advanced slowly. The roads of East Prussia were narrow and muddy. The Russian supply wagons bogged down. The Russian soldiers, many of them illiterate peasants who had never traveled more than 20 miles from their villages, became lost in the unfamiliar countryside. The Russian telegraph system, a single wire strung along the railroad tracks, was constantly breaking. Samsonov and Rennenkampf communicated so poorly that neither knew where the other was. The German Eighth Army, commanded by General Maximilian von Prittwitz, fell back before the Russian advance. Prittwitz was a cautious man, too cautious as it turned out. When he learned on August 20th that the Russian First Army had crossed the border, he ordered a general retreat. When he learned that the Russian Second Army was also advancing, he panicked. He telephoned the German High Command in Berlin and announced that the Eighth Army would retreat behind the Vistula River, abandoning all of East Prussia to the Russians. The German High Command was outraged. The Kaiser's brother, Prince Heinrich of Prussia, telephoned Berlin personally to demand Prittwitz's dismissal. Prittwitz was relieved of command on August 22nd. His replacement was a 66-year-old retired general who had been living in obscurity in Hanover, cultivating his garden and writing military history. His name was Paul von Hindenburg. 3. The duo, Hindenburg and Ludendorff. Paul von Hindenburg was the perfect figurehead for the German war effort. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and dignified, with a white mustache that had been fashionable in the 1890s. He looked like a Prussian field marshal from central casting. But he was not a military genius. He was a competent administrator and an inspiring leader. But the strategic brilliance that would produce Tannenberg belonged not to Hindenburg, but to his chief of staff, General Erich Ludendorff. Ludendorff was Hindenburg's opposite in every way. He was short, intense, and cold, with a shaved head and a face that seemed incapable of smiling. He was a military intellectual, a staff officer of the first rank, who had rewritten the German army's field manuals and modernized its mobilization procedures. He was also paranoid, power-hungry, and prone to nervous breakdowns under stress. The two men formed an odd partnership. Hindenburg, the figurehead, the grandfather of the German nation. Ludendorff, the brain, the machine that never stopped calculating. The pair arrived at Eighth Army headquarters in Marienburg, now Malbork, Poland, on the afternoon of August 23rd. They found a situation that was dire but not hopeless. The Russian First Army, Rennenkampf, had halted its advance. No one knew why. The Russian Second Army, Samsonov, was advancing rapidly but had become separated from its supply columns. The German Eighth Army was still intact, still positioned between the two Russian armies, still capable of attacking. Ludendorff made a decision that would be studied in military academies for a century. He would ignore Rennenkampf and concentrate all available forces against Samsonov. The risk was enormous. If Rennenkampf resumed his advance while the Germans were engaged with Samsonov, the German army would be caught between two fires and destroyed. But Ludendorff had calculated that Rennenkampf, blinded by his hatred of Samsonov, and perhaps hoping that Samsonov would be destroyed before he had to share the glory, would not move. He was right. 4. The battle, August 26th to 30th, 1914. The German attack began on August 26th. The Russian Second Army was spread out over 50 miles of front, its divisions separated by forests and lakes, its supply wagons miles to the rear. Samsonov had no idea where the German army was. His cavalry patrols had been driven back. His radio intercepts were garbled. His staff officers were lost. He was, in the words of one historian, a blind man swinging a club in a dark room. The Germans struck first at the Russian left flank near the town of Seeburg. The Russian division there was commanded by General Blagovoshchensky, who panicked when he heard German artillery. He ordered his division to retreat without notifying his neighboring divisions. The German attack rolled up the Russian flank, encircling two Russian corps before they could react. On August 27th, the Germans struck the Russian center near the village of Allenstein, today Olsztyn, Poland. The fighting was confused. Russian units fired on Russian units, German units advanced into gaps that did not exist, and the forests of East Prussia swallowed formations whole. But by evening, the German army had broken through the Russian center. The Russian Second Army was now split into three isolated pockets, each surrounded by German infantry and artillery. Samsonov, riding back and forth along the front on his horse, tried to coordinate a counterattack, but his orders were delayed, ignored, or delivered to the wrong units. His chief of staff, General Postovsky, later wrote, "The army ceased to exist as a unified force. It became a collection of frightened men running from the sound of gunfire." On August 28th, the Germans tightened the noose. The Russian First Corps, under General Artamonov, was encircled near the village of Ustau. Artamonov abandoned his command and fled on horseback, leaving his 40,000 men to surrender. The Russian Sixth Corps was encircled near the village of Komusin. Its commander, General Blagoveshchensky, the same man who had fled at Seeberg, also abandoned his command. The Russian 13th Corps, under General Kliuev, fought on for another day, but by August 29th it was surrounded and out of ammunition. On August 29th, Samsonov realized that his army was doomed. He rode into a forest south of the village of Willenberg, accompanied by a handful of staff officers. At midnight, he walked away from his companions, drew his pistol, and shot himself in the head. His body was found by a German patrol the next morning. On August 30th, the remaining Russian forces surrendered. The battle was over. 5. The aftermath. 100,000 prisoners. The German victory at Tannenberg was the most complete of the war. The Russian Second Army had been annihilated. 78,000 men were killed or wounded. 92,000 were taken prisoner. Only about 10,000 escaped. The Germans lost just 12,000 men, a ratio of nearly 15 to 1. The Germans captured 500 artillery pieces, 1,000 machine guns, and the entire supply train of the Russian Second Army. They found Russian supply depots filled with food, ammunition, and winter clothing that had never reached the front. They found Russian telegraph equipment that had been used to transmit orders in plain German. The Russians had assumed their codes were unbreakable. They were not. And they found Samsonov's body, which Hindenburg ordered buried with full military honors. The name Tannenberg was not accidental. The Germans deliberately chose it to invoke the site of the 1410 battle in which the combined Polish-Lithuanian army had defeated the Teutonic Knights, the medieval German crusaders who had conquered East Prussia. The 1914 battle was framed as a German revenge, 5 centuries delayed. Hindenburg and Ludendorff became national heroes overnight. But Tannenberg was not the end of the Russian threat. Rennenkampf's First Army was still intact, still advancing from the east. The Germans turned to face it at the First Battle of the Masurian Lakes, September 7th to 14th, 1914. Again, the Germans attacked. Again, the Russians were outmaneuvered and outgunned. The Russian First Army lost 100,000 men, killed, wounded, or captured, and was driven back across the Russian border. Rennenkampf was relieved of command. He would be shot by Bolsheviks in 1918 in 2 weeks of fighting. The German Eighth Army had destroyed 2 Russian armies, a total of nearly 300,000 casualties. The Russian steamroller was broken. The Russian army would never again threaten German territory. Instead, it would spend the rest of the war retreating, suffering defeat after defeat, losing more than 2 million men by the end of 1915. The seeds of the Russian Revolution, the collapse of military discipline, the desertion of soldiers, the starvation of civilians, were planted in the forests of East Prussia in August 1914. Chapter 6. The Eastern Front, 1915, The Great Retreat, in which the German army invades Russia, The Austro-Hungarian army proves itself almost useless, and the Russian army loses 2 million men before retreating 500 miles. 1. The Central Powers Gambit, a new strategy for 1915. By the end of 1914, the war had reached a stalemate on the Western Front. From the Belgian coast to the Swiss border, the armies of France, Britain, and Germany were dug into a continuous line of trenches, protected by belts of barbed wire, machine gun nests, and interlocking fields of artillery fire. Neither side could break through. The few offensives attempted in late 1914 and early 1915, at Neuve-Chapelle, March 1915, at Artois, May 1915, at Champagne, September 1915, had produced nothing but acres of corpses. The German High Command, led by the new team of Hindenburg and Ludendorff, who had been promoted from 8th Army to command the entire Eastern Front, and then to effective control of the German war effort, recognized that the Western Front could not be won quickly. But the Eastern Front was different. Here the distances were vast, the troop densities low, and the Russian army, despite its numbers, was poorly equipped, poorly led, and poorly supplied. The Germans decided to concentrate their 1915 offensive in the east, hoping to knock Russia out of the war entirely. The plan was called the Gorlick-Tarnow Offensive, named for two small towns in southern Poland, near the border with the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The German 11th Army, a new formation, created specifically for the offensive, would be commanded by General August von Mackensen, a flamboyant cavalryman who wore a death's head on his hat and carried a jeweled baton presented to him by the Kaiser. Mackensen was one of the best field commanders of the war, aggressive, innovative, and beloved by his men. The objective was to break through the Russian lines in southern Poland, then turn north and east, rolling up the Russian front and capturing Warsaw, the Russian-held capital of Poland. If successful, the offensive would destroy the Russian army in the field and force the Tsar to sue for peace. The Russians, for their part, were aware that something was coming. Their intelligence services had intercepted German radio traffic. Their spies in Berlin had reported the movement of troops to the south. But the Russian High Command, the Stavka, commanded by the Tsar's cousin, Grand Duke Nicholas Nikolaevich, did not know where the blow would fall. They had stretched their thin lines across a front of 900 miles, leaving no reserves to meet a concentrated attack. The stage was set for the greatest German victory of the war and the greatest Russian defeat. 2. The Gorlick-Tarnow Breakthrough, May 1915. The German artillery opened fire at 6 a.m. on May 2nd, 1915. For 4 hours, 1,500 German guns, including the heaviest howitzers, the same 420mm Big Berthas that had crushed the Belgian forts at Liège, pounded the Russian trenches along a 30-mile front. The Russian positions were primitive, shallow ditches, not deep trenches, no concrete bunkers, no overhead cover. The German shells exploded, collapsed the ditches, and buried the Russian soldiers alive. Those who survived the bombardment emerged deaf, concussed, and unable to fight. At 10 a.m., the German infantry attacked. They advanced behind a creeping artillery barrage, a curtain of exploding shells that moved forward at a prearranged pace, keeping the Russian defenders' heads down. The German soldiers had been trained in new infiltration tactics. Instead of advancing in dense waves, they moved in small groups, bypassing strong points, attacking from the flanks and rear. The Russians, still dazed from the bombardment, broke and ran. The breakthrough was complete. In 3 days, the German 11th Army advanced 20 miles, captured 140,000 Russian prisoners, and seized 200 artillery pieces. The Russian Third Army, which had been holding the line, simply ceased to exist. The Austro-Hungarian Fourth Army, attacking on Mackensen's left flank, performed less well. The Austro-Hungarian army was the weakest of the major powers. A polyglot force of Germans, Hungarians, Czechs, Slovaks, Poles, Ukrainians, Romanians, Croats, Serbs, and Italians, many of whom did not speak the same language as their officers. The Austro-Hungarian soldiers were poorly equipped. Their rifles dated from the 1880s. Poorly fed, the empire's agricultural sector had collapsed, and poorly motivated. Many of them secretly hoped the Russians would win. The Austro-Hungarian attack stalled after 2 days, forcing Mackensen to detach German divisions to shore up the flank. But the overall result was not in doubt. The Russian front in southern Poland had been shattered. The Grand Duke Nicholas ordered a general retreat, not a tactical withdrawal, but a headlong flight, abandoning everything that could not be carried. 3. The Great Retreat, June-September 1915. The Russian retreat of 1915 was one of the great military tragedies of the war. The Russian army fell back not 20 miles, not 50 miles, but 500 miles from the Carpathian Mountains in the south to the Pripyat marshes in the center, from the Vistula River in the west to the Dvina River in the east. By September, the Germans had captured the entire Russian-held territory of Poland, a region the size of France, plus the Baltic provinces of Lithuania and Courland, modern Latvia. The retreat was not an orderly withdrawal. It was a rout. Russian units, cut off from their supply lines, abandoned their artillery. The Russians lost 3,000 guns in 1915. Their machine guns, their ammunition, and their wounded. The retreating soldiers, many of them barefoot, their uniforms in rags, their rifles rusted, marched for weeks without sleep, living on stolen potatoes and raw grain. Behind them, they left a trail of burning villages, the scorched earth policy ordered by the Stavka, which was intended to deny supplies to the advancing Germans, but which instead turned millions of Russian civilians into refugees. The civilians suffered worse than the soldiers. As the Russian army retreated, it forced the entire civilian population of the borderlands to evacuate on foot, without food, without shelter, without medical care. More than 1 million Polish, Lithuanian, and Jewish refugees clogged the roads, fleeing eastward ahead of the German advance. Thousands died of cholera, typhus, starvation, and exposure. The Russian government, overwhelmed by the scale of the disaster, did nothing to help them. The Tsar's wife, Alexandra, wrote to her husband that the refugees were lazy and ungrateful and deserved their fate. By September, the Russian army had lost 2 million men killed, wounded, or captured since the beginning of the war. Another 1 million men had deserted, simply walking away from the front and returning to their villages. The army that remained was a shell, under-strength, under-trained, under-equipped, and under-fed. Its morale was shattered. The soldiers no longer trusted their officers. The officers no longer trusted their soldiers. The seeds of the 1917 revolution had been sown, but the Germans did not achieve their strategic objective. They had hoped to knock Russia out of the war entirely, to force the Tsar to sign a separate peace. The Tsar, stubborn and fatalistic, refused. Instead, he did something that shocked his generals and delighted his enemies. He dismissed his cousin, Grand Duke Nicholas, and took personal command of the army. 4. The Tsar takes command, September 1915. Tsar Nicholas II was not a military man. He had never commanded anything larger than a regiment. He had no experience of strategy, no understanding of logistics, and no talent for leadership. His own generals warned him that taking command was a disaster waiting to happen. The Minister of War, General Polivanov, told the Tsar, "Your Majesty, if you take command, you will be personally responsible for every defeat, and there will be many defeats." The Tsar did not listen. On September 5, 1915, he left St. Petersburg for the Stavka headquarters at Mogilev, 500 miles to the southwest. He would spend most of the next 18 months at the front, leaving his wife, Alexandra, in charge of the government in the capital. Alexandra was German-born, and the Russian people never trusted her. She was also under the influence of Grigory Rasputin, a Siberian peasant and mystic who claimed to have healing powers. Rasputin had gained the Tsarina's confidence by stopping the bleeding of her hemophiliac son, the Tsarevich Alexei. The royal physicians had been powerless. Rasputin, through a combination of suggestion, prayer, and possibly hypnosis, succeeded where they had failed. The Tsarina came to believe that Rasputin was a holy man sent by God to save her son and the dynasty. With the Tsar at the front, Rasputin's influence over the Tsarina, and therefore over the government, became absolute. He appointed and dismissed ministers, interfered with military logistics, and undermined the war effort at every turn. The Russian economy, already strained by the war, began to collapse. Food shortages in the cities led to bread riots. Fuel shortages left factories idle. The government's authority evaporated. The Germans, meanwhile, were content to hold their gains. They had captured Poland and the Baltic provinces. They had destroyed the Russian army as an offensive force. They had inflicted millions of casualties at the cost of only a few 100,000 of their own. The Eastern Front in 1916 would be relatively quiet, not because the Germans had lost interest, but because they had turned their attention west to Verdun. 5. The cost of the Eastern Front, 1915. The Eastern Front in 1915 was a war of annihilation. The numbers are almost too large to comprehend. Russian casualties, 1915 only. 1,800,000 killed and wounded. 1,200,000 captured. Total 3 million. German casualties, 300,000 killed and wounded. Austro-Hungarian casualties, 500,000 killed and wounded. 400,000 captured, mostly by the Russians in the early months of the year, before the Gorli-Tarnow offensive. Territory lost by Russia, 500,000 square miles, an area larger than France and Germany combined. Population lost by Russia, 15 million civilians now under German occupation. The Austro-Hungarian Empire, despite being on the winning side, was also fatally weakened. Its army had performed so poorly that the Germans had to take over command of the Eastern Front entirely. The Austro-Hungarian Emperor, Franz Joseph, died in November 1916 after 68 years on the throne. His successor, the young and inexperienced Karl I, would spend the rest of the war trying to negotiate a separate peace with the Allies, a fact that the Germans would discover only after the war and never forgive. The Russian Empire, too, was fatally weakened. The army had lost its best officers, its most experienced soldiers, and its confidence in victory. The government had lost the trust of the people. The Tsar had lost the respect of his generals. The only question remaining was how long the empire could survive. The answer was 18 months. Chapter 7. Gallipoli, the Dardanelles disaster, in which Winston Churchill dreams of a quick victory. The British Navy tries to force a strait, and an amphibious invasion turns into an 8-month siege. 1. The Man Who Loved War. Winston Churchill, 1915. Winston Churchill was, in 1915, the First Lord of the Admiralty, the civilian head of the British Royal Navy. He was 39 years old, brilliant, energetic, and utterly convinced of his own genius. He had already lived several lives: cavalry officer in India, war correspondent in Cuba, novelist, painter, politician, home secretary, and now naval minister. He wrote speeches in the bathtub, painted watercolors in the garden, and dictated memos to his secretaries until 3 in the morning. Churchill loved war, not the suffering of war. He was not a cruel man, but the romance of war, the clash of empires, the movement of fleets, the drama of decision. He believed that the war in Europe had reached a deadlock that could be broken only by a bold, imaginative stroke. He proposed to attack Germany's weakest ally, the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire, the sick man of Europe, had entered the war on the side of the Central Powers in November 1914. The Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed V, had little real power. The government was run by a triumvirate of young army officers known as the Three Pashas: Enver Pasha, Minister of War; Talat Pasha, Minister of the Interior; and Jamal Pasha, Minister of the Navy. They had been impressed by Germany's early victories and hoped that a German alliance would allow them to regain lost territories in the Balkans and the Caucasus. The Ottoman entry into the war had immediate consequences. The British and French had been using the Dardanelles, the narrow strait that connects the Mediterranean Sea to the Sea of Marmara, and beyond it, the Black Sea as a supply route to Russia. Most of Russia's imports, weapons, ammunition, industrial equipment, and exports, grain, oil, timber, passed through the Dardanelles. When the Ottomans closed the strait, Russia was cut off from its allies. The Russian army, already short of ammunition, would receive no more from Britain and France. The Russian economy, already strained, would no longer earn foreign currency from grain exports. Churchill saw an opportunity. If the British Navy could force the Dardanelles, capture Constantinople, Istanbul, and knock the Ottoman Empire out of the war, the strait would be reopened to Russia. The Balkan neutrals, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, would join the Allies, and the Central Powers would be outflanked from the south. It was a grand vision and, Churchill believed, perfectly achievable. The Dardanelles were narrow, only a mile wide at their narrowest point. But the Ottoman defenses were old, the Ottoman guns were obsolete, and the Ottoman soldiers were demoralized. A naval bombardment, followed by a landing of troops, would end the campaign in a matter of weeks. Churchill was wrong. The Dardanelles were not a soft underbelly, they were a fortress. The Ottoman defenses had been modernized by a German military mission, commanded by General Otto Lehmann von Sanders. The strait was lined with fortifications, more than 100 heavy guns, many of them modern German pieces, plus minefields, searchlights, and underwater nets. The Ottoman soldiers, far from demoralized, were fighting for their homeland under the banner of jihad. The Ottoman Sultan had declared a holy war against the Allies. They would fight to the death. But Churchill did not know this. Neither did his political masters in London, who approved the plan with only a cursory examination. The result would be one of the worst military disasters in British history. 2. The naval attack, February-March 1915. The naval attack on the Dardanelles began on February 19, 1915. A fleet of British and French battleships, including the newest dreadnoughts with their 12-inch guns, steamed into the strait and opened fire on the Ottoman fortifications. The guns were silenced, but only temporarily. The Ottoman gunners retreated to their bunkers during the bombardment, then emerged afterward to repair the damage. The battleships could not get close enough to destroy the forts permanently because the strait was mined. The mines were the key. The Ottomans had laid 5 rows of mines across the narrowest part of the strait, each row containing 20 to 30 mines. The mines were old, some of them dated from the Russo-Turkish War of 1877 to 1878, but they were still deadly. A single mine, detonated against a battleship's hull, could punch a hole large enough to sink the ship in minutes. The British and French sent minesweepers, small unarmed trawlers manned by civilian fishermen, to clear the mines. The minesweepers were met by Ottoman artillery fire from both sides of the strait. The fishermen, who had not signed up to be shot at, refused to work under fire. The mines remained. On March 18th, the Allies made a final desperate attempt to force the strait. 18 battleships, the largest concentration of naval power ever assembled, steamed into the Dardanelles. The Ottoman forts opened fire. The battleships replied. The sea turned white with shell splashes. For 2 hours the battle raged without a clear result. Then the mines took their toll. The French battleship Bouvet struck a mine, capsized, and sank in 2 minutes. 660 men died. The British battlecruiser Inflexible struck a mine and was badly damaged. The British battleship Irresistible struck a mine, was abandoned, and sank. The British battleship Ocean struck a mine, was abandoned, and sank. In less than an hour, the Allies had lost 3 battleships and damaged 3 more. The fleet withdrew. The naval attack had failed. The Dardanelles remained closed. Churchill in London refused to accept defeat. He argued that the naval attack had come close to success, that one more push would break through. He was wrong. The Ottoman forts had barely been scratched. The minefields remained intact, and the Ottoman army was moving reinforcements to the strait. The only way to force the Dardanelles now was by land, an amphibious invasion of the Gallipoli Peninsula, the finger of land that forms the northern shore of the strait. Troops would have to land on the beaches, fight their way up the cliffs, capture the Ottoman forts, and clear the mines. It was a daunting task, and the Allies had never attempted anything like it before. 3. The landings, April 25th, 1915. The amphibious landings at Gallipoli were planned in haste and executed in chaos. The commander of the Mediterranean Expeditionary Force, General Sir Ian Hamilton, had been given only 3 weeks to prepare, not nearly enough time for a complex operation involving 75,000 troops, dozens of ships, and hundreds of landing craft. Hamilton had no detailed maps of the Gallipoli Peninsula, no intelligence on Ottoman troop dispositions, and no specialized landing craft. The troops would be rowed ashore in open boats towed by steam pinnaces. He did, however, have a confident smile and a gift for writing optimistic dispatches to London. The main landings took place before dawn on April 25th, 1915, at 5 separate beaches along the western coast of the peninsula. The main force, the British 29th Division, landed at Cape Helles, the southern tip of the peninsula. A second force, the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, ANZAC, 20,000 men, landed 2 miles north, at a place that would become known simply as Anzac Cove. A third force, the French Corps Expeditionnaire d'Orient, made a diversionary landing on the Asian shore of the Dardanelles, then re-embarked and landed at Helles as reinforcements. The landing at Helles was a disaster. The beaches were narrow, no more than 50 yards wide, and overlooked by steep cliffs. The Ottomans, expecting the landing, had placed machine gun nests and artillery batteries on the cliffs with interlocking fields of fire. The British troops landed in the dark, wading ashore through water up to their chests, their rifles held above their heads. The Ottoman machine guns opened fire. The bullets shredded the landing boats, turned the water pink with blood, and pinned the survivors to the beach. By noon, the British had established a beachhead just a few hundred yards deep, at a cost of 2,000 casualties. The landing at Anzac Cove was even worse. The Anzac troops, most of them volunteers from the farms and cities of Australia and New Zealand, none of them combat veterans, were supposed to land on a broad beach south of their objective. Instead, the current carried them north to a narrow cove backed by precipitous cliffs and dense scrub. The first wave climbed the cliffs, following their officers into the darkness. The Ottoman defenders, a single company of infantry, led by a Turkish officer named Mustafa Kemal, later known as Ataturk, the founder of modern Turkey, counterattacked. Kemal ordered his men to fix bayonets and charge. "I do not order you to attack," Kemal said. "I order you to die." The Anzac troops held. They dug in on the slopes above the cove, using their entrenching tools, their helmets, even their mess tins to scrape shallow trenches out of the rocky soil. By nightfall, they had a foothold, but it was a precarious one, less than a mile deep and exposed to Ottoman artillery on three sides. The beach was so crowded with men, equipment, and dead that the wounded had to be placed in the water. The amphibious landings had succeeded in the sense that Allied troops were on the peninsula, but they had not achieved their objectives. The Ottoman forts, still intact, still controlled the strait. The Allied beachheads were shallow, exposed, and mutually unsupporting. And the Ottoman army, under the command of Liman von Sanders and his brilliant subordinate Mustafa Kemal, was bringing up reinforcements. The Gallipoli campaign would last another 8 months. It would claim 250,000 casualties, and it would end in a humiliating Allied evacuation, conducted under cover of darkness, leaving behind thousands of dead. Gallipoli, the Dardanelles disaster. 4. The stalemate. May-August 1915. The Gallipoli Peninsula, after the first week of fighting, resembled the Western Front in miniature. The Allies held a series of shallow beachheads, Helles at the southern tip, Anzac on the western coast, while the Ottomans held the high ground, looking down on them from the ridges. Between the two lines lay a no-man's land of scrub, rock, and rotting corpses. The summer sun baked the dead, and the flies multiplied. The stench of decay was everywhere. The conditions were appalling. The Allied soldiers, most of whom had never been under fire before, lived in shallow trenches scraped out of the rocky soil. They had no overhead cover. The Ottoman artillery, firing from the heights, could drop shells directly into the trenches at any time. The water supply was inadequate. The wells on the peninsula were few and brackish, and the supply ships were frequently shelled. Dysentery, typhoid, and diarrheal diseases swept through the Allied lines. By June, more than half of the Allied soldiers at Gallipoli were too sick to fight. The Ottoman soldiers defending their homeland endured even worse conditions. Their trenches were even shallower, their food even scarcer, their medical care almost non-existent. But they had one advantage. They could see everything. From the heights of Chunuk Bear and Sari Bear, the Ottoman observers could watch every movement in the Allied beachheads. They could count the ships in the bay, track the supply convoys, and direct artillery fire onto any target. The Allies at the bottom of the slopes could see nothing. The fighting degenerated into a series of small-scale assaults, each costing hundreds of lives for a few yards of ground. The British at Helles tried to advance toward the village of Kritia, 4 miles inland. The first attack on April 28th gained 500 yards. The second, on May 6th, gained 600 yards. The third, on June 4th, gained 200 yards. The total cost 20,000 casualties. Krithia remained in Ottoman hands. The Anzacs at Anzac tried to capture the heights of Baby 700, the hill that dominated their beachhead. They attacked on April 27th, May 2nd, and May 8th. Each attack was repulsed with heavy losses. The Anzacs began to dig tunnels, sapping forward under the Ottoman lines, planting explosives and blowing craters in the enemy positions. The Ottomans dug counter-tunnels. The fighting went underground in the dark, with bayonets, pistols, and grenades. It was, one Australian soldier wrote, like fighting in a grave. By midsummer, the Gallipoli campaign had become a stalemate, but not a quiet one. The heat was unbearable. 110 degrees Fahrenheit, in the shade, and there was no shade. The soldiers stripped to their shorts and fought half naked. The flies covered every surface, every piece of food, every wound. A man who was wounded and left lying in no man's land for more than an hour would have his wounds filled with maggots. The medical orderlies working around the clock could not keep up. The soldiers began to ask a question that their officers could not answer. Why are we here? The strategic objective, forcing the Dardanelles, capturing Constantinople, knocking the Ottoman Empire out of the war, had been forgotten. The soldiers fought not for victory but for survival. They fought because the alternative was to be shot, or to surrender, or to die of disease in a trench. They fought because they could not leave. In London, the mood was shifting. The newspapers had initially celebrated the Gallipoli landings as a bold stroke. Now they demanded to know why the bold stroke had failed. The opposition in Parliament called for Churchill's resignation. The Prime Minister, H. Asquith, a cautious man who hated conflict, tried to paper over the cracks, but the cracks were widening. 5. The August Offensive, the Last Chance. By July 1915, the British High Command had decided that the Gallipoli campaign needed a new direction, literally. The existing beachheads at Helles and Anzac had proven impossible to expand. The Ottomans held all the high ground. The answer, the generals decided, was to open a third front. A new landing at Suvla Bay, 5 miles north of Anzac, combined with a breakout from the Anzac perimeter toward the heights of Chunuk Bair and Sari Bair. If the August offensive succeeded, the Allies would control the central spine of the peninsula, cutting the Ottoman defenses in two. The plan was audacious. It required 20,000 fresh troops, the British Ninth Corps, newly arrived from England, to land at Suvla Bay on the night of August 6th, then advance inland to capture the high ground before the Ottomans could react. At the same time, the Anzacs at Anzac would launch a night assault on Chunuk Bair, marching through a maze of ravines and gullies that the Ottoman defenders believed impassable. The landings at Suvla Bay began at 10 p.m. on August 6th. The moon was bright, illuminating the bay and the beaches. The first wave of British troops waded ashore unopposed. The Ottoman defenders, taken by surprise, had not manned their trenches. The British soldiers, instead of pushing inland immediately, stopped on the beach to reorganize, to boil water for tea, to wait for daylight. By the time they began to advance, at 8 a.m. on August 7th, the Ottomans had recovered. Machine gun fire from the surrounding hills pinned the British to the beach. The Suvla Bay landing, like the landings at Helles and Anzac, became a stalemate. The Anzac assault on Chunuk Bair was more successful, briefly. The New Zealand Infantry Brigade, led by a British officer named Colonel William Malone, climbed the steep slopes of Rhododendron Ridge in the dark, bypassing Ottoman outposts, and reached the summit of Chunuk Bair at dawn on August 8th. Malone's men, exhausted and thirsty, looked down on the straits of the Dardanelles, sparkling in the morning sun. They had achieved the objective, but they had no reinforcements, no water, and no artillery support. The Ottomans counterattacked. Mustafa Kemal, commanding the Ottoman 19th Division, personally led the assault. His soldiers, inspired by his example, charged the New Zealand positions with bayonets fixed. The fighting on Chunuk Bair lasted 3 days. The New Zealanders held, then the British reinforcements held, then the Ottomans overran the position. Colonel Malone was killed by an artillery shell. Of the 760 New Zealanders who reached the summit, only 70 walked off the hill. The August offensive, like every previous offensive at Gallipoli, failed. The Allies had gained a few hundred yards of ground, lost 20,000 men, and achieved nothing. The Ottoman defenses remained intact. The Dardanelles remained closed. 6. The evacuation, the only successful part of the campaign. By October 1915, the Gallipoli campaign was clearly a failure. The British government, now led by a new coalition, Asquith had been replaced by David Lloyd George in December 1916, but the decision to evacuate was made earlier, faced a stark choice: reinforce Gallipoli with another 100,000 men or abandon the peninsula. The generals in the field, including Sir Ian Hamilton's successor, General Sir Charles Munro, recommended evacuation. The politicians in London, fearful of the political consequences, hesitated. The decisive voice was Lord Kitchener, the Secretary of State for War, the man whose face appeared on the "Your country needs you" recruiting posters. Kitchener visited Gallipoli in November 1915. He walked the beaches, inspected the trenches, and talked to the soldiers. He saw the flies, smelled the corpses, and felt the heat. He concluded reluctantly that evacuation was the only option. The evacuation of Gallipoli was planned with a meticulous attention to detail that had been conspicuously absent from the landings. The commander of the evacuation, General William Birdwood, understood that the Ottomans would attack if they realized the Allies were leaving. The evacuation had to be conducted in secret, at night, with every man and every piece of equipment removed without alerting the enemy. The first evacuation from Suvla Bay and Anzac Cove took place on the nights of December 18th to 20th, 1915. The troops withdrew in silence, their boots wrapped in rags, their rifles carried at the shoulder. The field guns were fired at irregular intervals, then withdrawn. The trenches were booby-trapped with improvised explosives, tin cans filled with gunpowder, rigged to tripwires to discourage pursuit. By dawn on December 20th, 20,000 men had been evacuated. The Ottomans, hearing the occasional rifle shot, believed the trenches were still manned. They did not attack. The second evacuation from Cape Helles took place on the nights of January 7th to 9th, 1916. It was more difficult. The beaches at Helles were narrower, the Ottoman lines closer, but the same techniques worked. The last British soldier left Gallipoli at 4 a.m. on January 9, 1916. Behind him, he left 60,000 British and French graves, 20,000 Anzac graves, and the wreckage of a campaign that had promised so much and delivered so little. 7. The aftermath: Churchill's fall and Kemal's rise. The failure at Gallipoli destroyed careers. Winston Churchill, the man who had conceived the campaign, was forced to resign as First Lord of the Admiralty in November 1915. He went to the Western Front, where he commanded a battalion of the Royal Scots Fusiliers in the trenches. He would return to power in 1917, but the stain of Gallipoli would follow him for the rest of his career. Even during the Second World War, his enemies whispered, "Remember Gallipoli." General Sir Ian Hamilton, the commander of the Mediterranean Expeditionary Force, never held a field command again. He spent the rest of the war on various bureaucratic commissions, writing his memoirs and defending his decisions. He died in 1947, aged 94, still convinced that Gallipoli could have succeeded. The Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, the Anzacs, suffered a different fate. Gallipoli became the founding legend of Australian and New Zealand nationhood. April 25th, the anniversary of the landings, is celebrated as Anzac Day, a national holiday in both countries. The spirit of the Anzac, courage, endurance, mateship, is invoked at every military ceremony, every sporting event, every political speech. The failure at Gallipoli, paradoxically, became the foundation of national identity. The Ottoman Empire, for the first time in the war, had won a major victory. The victor was Mustafa Kemal, the Ottoman officer who had counterattacked at Anzac Cove and held the heights of Chunuk Bair. Kemal became a national hero, the savior of the Dardanelles. He would go on to command Ottoman forces in the Caucasus, Palestine, and Syria, fighting the British and the Russians to a standstill. After the war, when the Ottoman Empire collapsed and the Allies occupied Constantinople, Kemal led the Turkish War of Independence, driving out the Greeks, the French, and the British. In 1923, he founded the Republic of Turkey, becoming its first president. He took the name Ataturk, father of the Turks. Ataturk never forgot Gallipoli. In 1934, he wrote a message to the Australian and New Zealand mothers whose sons had died on the peninsula. It is engraved on a monument at Anzac Cove. Those heroes that shed their blood and lost their lives, you are now lying in the soil of a friendly country. Therefore, rest in peace. There is no difference between the Johnnies and the Mahmets to us where they lie, side by side here in this country of ours. After having lost their lives on this land, they have become our sons as well. Gallipoli was a defeat, but it was also in a strange way a reconciliation. Chapter 8. The War at Sea, Jutland and the U-boat, in which the British Grand Fleet and the German High Seas Fleet finally meet. The battle is inconclusive, and both sides claim victory. 1. The Admirals, Jellicoe versus Scheer. The British Grand Fleet, based at Scapa Flow in the Orkney Islands, was the largest and most powerful naval force ever assembled. In 1916, it consisted of 37 dreadnought battleships, 9 battle cruisers, 58 cruisers, and 150 destroyers. Its commander was Admiral Sir John Jellicoe, a cautious, methodical, deeply competent officer who understood that he could lose the war in a single afternoon. "If the Grand Fleet is lost," Jellicoe once said, "the war is lost." His job was not to win a glorious victory. His job was to make sure the fleet survived. The German High Seas Fleet, based at Wilhelmshaven on the North Sea coast, was much smaller. 21 dreadnoughts, 5 battle cruisers, 23 cruisers, and 93 destroyers. But what the Germans lacked in numbers, they made up in technology and morale. German ships had better armor, better internal compartmentalization, making them harder to sink, and better gunnery. Their commander was Admiral Reinhard Scheer, aggressive, intelligent, and desperate to break the British blockade that was slowly starving Germany. The British blockade was the silent weapon of the war. The Royal Navy had sealed off the North Sea, preventing merchant ships from reaching German ports. Germany, which imported 1/3 of its food and most of its raw materials, was slowly being strangled. By 1916, the German civilian population was surviving on turnips. The turnip winter of 1916 to 1917 would see an estimated 300,000 Germans starve to death. The German Navy's strategy was to lure the British Grand Fleet into a trap, a U-boat ambush, or a minefield, or a battle in which superior German gunnery could even the odds. The battle, when it came, would be the largest naval engagement of the First World War, and one of the most controversial. Both sides claimed victory. Both sides were wrong. 2. The Run to the South, May 31st, 1916, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. The Battle of Jutland, called the Battle of the Skagerrak by the Germans, began in the afternoon of May 31st, 1916, when the scouting forces of the two fleets stumbled into each other. The British battlecruiser squadron, commanded by Admiral Sir David Beatty, who famously remarked, "There seems to be something wrong with our bloody ships today," was steaming north searching for the German High Seas Fleet. The German battlecruiser squadron, commanded by Admiral Franz von Hipper, was steaming south, trying to lure the British into a trap. At 2:28 p.m., the lookout on Beatty's flagship, HMS Lion, spotted German smoke on the horizon. Beatty ordered his ships into battle formation. The two squadrons closed at a combined speed of 40 knots. At 3:48 p.m., the guns opened fire. The battlecruiser action was brief, violent, and catastrophic for the British. Battlecruisers were a flawed design. They carried battleship-sized guns, but had battleship-sized speed, achieved by sacrificing armor. They were, in the words of one naval historian, eggs armed with sledgehammers. The German battlecruisers, in contrast, carried almost as much armor as battleships. They could take hits that would sink a British battlecruiser. At 4 p.m., a German shell struck the British battlecruiser HMS Indefatigable. The shell penetrated the thinly armored turret, ignited the cordite propellant charges stored below, and detonated the ship's main magazine. Indefatigable exploded, broke in half, and sank in 90 seconds. Of her crew of 1,019 men, only 2 survived. At 4:26 p.m., the same thing happened to HMS Queen Mary. A German shell penetrated her turret, ignited the cordite, and blew the ship apart. Of her crew of 1,275, only 9 survived. Beatty, watching from the Lion, turned to his flag captain and said, "There seems to be something wrong with our bloody ships today." Then he ordered the rest of his squadron to continue the attack. The British battlecruisers closed with the German squadron, exchanging fire at ranges as short as 8,000 yards. The German ships were hit, but they did not explode. The British ships were hit, and they did. At 4:40 p.m., Beatty spotted the German high seas fleet emerging from the haze to the south. He had found the main German fleet, but he was badly outnumbered. He turned north, signaling the Grand Fleet, "Enemy battle fleet in sight." Jellicoe, 40 miles to the north, received the message and ordered the Grand Fleet to deploy for battle. 3. The deployment, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Admiral Jellicoe faced a decision that every naval commander dreads, deploying his fleet from cruising formation into battle formation in the presence of the enemy, with visibility poor and the light fading. The Grand Fleet was steaming south in 6 parallel columns, each column containing 6 or 7 dreadnoughts. To bring his guns to bear, Jellicoe needed to deploy his ships into a single line, a line of battle stretching more than 5 miles from end to end. The deployment had to be done quickly because the German high seas fleet was approaching. It had to be done accurately because any mistake would throw the formation into chaos. And it had to be done in a way that crossed the German T, that is, positioned the British line so that it could fire with all its guns while the German line could fire only with its forward guns. Jellicoe made the decision at 6:15 p.m. He ordered his fleet to deploy to port, turning left toward the German fleet. The deployment took 15 minutes. The British dreadnoughts, steaming at 18 knots, swung into line with a precision that naval exercises had never achieved. By 6:30 p.m., the Grand Fleet was in battle formation, heading southeast, crossing the German T. The German Admiral, Scheer, realized what had happened. His fleet was steaming into a trap. The British line was positioned to his northeast, blocking his retreat to port. His only options were to fight or to turn away. He ordered a battle turn, each German ship turning 180 degrees simultaneously, reversing course. The maneuver was executed perfectly. By 6:45 p.m., the German fleet was steaming north, away from the British line, but Scheer had blundered. In his haste to escape, he had turned his fleet toward the center of the British line, not away from it. He was now steaming directly toward the British dreadnoughts. At 7 p.m., the German fleet appeared again on the British horizon. The Grand Fleet opened fire. 4. The night action, 8 p.m. to 2. The main gun action of Jutland lasted only 20 minutes. The British dreadnoughts, firing from a stable platform with excellent gunnery direction, hit the German fleet repeatedly. The German battleships, tough as they were, could not withstand the punishment. The German battlecruiser Lützow was hit so many times that she sank. The German battleship König was hit 30 times, her superstructure shredded, her decks awash. Scheer ordered another battle turn, this time a desperate maneuver, leading his destroyers in a torpedo attack to cover the fleet's escape. The British dreadnoughts turned away from the torpedoes, losing contact with the German fleet in the smoke and haze. By 8 p.m., the sun was setting over the North Sea. The visibility was down to 3 miles. The German fleet had vanished. The night action that followed was chaotic. British and German destroyers clashed in a series of running battles, the German dreadnoughts attempting to slip past the British line under cover of darkness, were detected by British searchlights. They turned away, then tried again. The British cruisers and destroyers, operating independently, failed to coordinate their movements. In the confusion, the German fleet crossed the British line, passing astern of the Grand Fleet through a gap that should have been covered, and escaped toward the German coast. By dawn on June 1st, the German High Seas Fleet was safely in port. The British Grand Fleet, after searching the North Sea for the remainder of the day, returned to Scapa Flow. The Battle of Jutland was over. 5. The aftermath. Who won? The casualty figures tell one story. British losses: 3 battle cruisers, 3 armored cruisers, 8 destroyers sunk, 6,094 men killed, 674 wounded, 177 captured. German losses: 1 battle cruiser, 1 pre-dreadnought battleship, 4 light cruisers, 5 destroyers sunk. 2,551 men killed, 507 wounded. By any tactical measure, the Germans had won. They had sunk more ships and inflicted more casualties while losing fewer of their own. But the strategic result was different. After Jutland, the German High Seas Fleet never again attempted to challenge the British Grand Fleet in a major battle. The German Navy returned to port and stayed there for the remainder of the war, except for the U-boats, which continued to attack British shipping. The British blockade remained in place. The German civilian population continued to starve. By the end of the war, an estimated 800,000 German civilians had died of malnutrition or starvation-related diseases. Admiral Jellicoe was criticized for being too cautious, for not pursuing the German fleet during the night, for not risking his dreadnoughts to finish the enemy. But Jellicoe understood something that his critics did not. The British Grand Fleet did not need to destroy the German fleet. It only needed to survive. As long as the Grand Fleet existed, the German fleet could not leave port. As long as the German fleet was trapped in port, the British blockade continued. As long as the blockade continued, Germany would eventually starve. The German Admiral Scheer knew this too. After Jutland, he wrote in his report to the Kaiser, "The German High Seas Fleet has inflicted great damage on the British fleet, but the strategic situation remains unchanged. The British fleet still blocks our access to the oceans. The blockade continues." Jutland was a battle without a victor and without a purpose. The war at sea would be decided not by dreadnoughts and battle cruisers, but by submarines, and the submarines would bring the war to the shores of North America. Chapter 9. Verdun, they shall not pass, in which the German army tries to bleed France white. The French army replies with a single phrase, and a single road becomes the lifeline of a nation. 1. The German plan: bleed France white. By December 1915, the German High Command had reached a grim conclusion. The war could not be won by breakthrough. The Western Front was a wall of steel and concrete, guarded by machine guns and barbed wire, defended by armies that could rush reserves to any threatened point by rail. The German army had tried to break through in 1914 and 1915. It had failed. The French army had tried to break through in 1915. It had failed. The British army had not yet tried in earnest, but its new volunteer armies, still training in England, would soon be ready. The German Chief of Staff, Erich von Falkenhayn, proposed a different strategy. Instead of trying to capture territory, he would try to capture something more valuable: French soldiers. He would attack a place that the French could not afford to lose, a place of such strategic and symbolic importance that the French army would be forced to defend it at any cost. Then the German army, using its superior artillery, would kill the French soldiers as they came. The goal was not to take ground. The goal was to inflict casualties at a rate that the French could not sustain. Falkenhayn called it Bleeding France White. The place Falkenhayn chose was Verdun. Verdun was a small city in northeastern France, surrounded by a ring of 19 massive forts. The forts were old. Most had been built in the 1880s and 1890s. But they were formidable. Concrete walls up to 12 feet thick, underground barracks, retractable steel gun turrets. The French High Command, believing that forts were obsolete, the Belgian forts at Liège and Namur had been crushed by German heavy artillery in 1914, had stripped many of the Verdun forts of their guns and garrisons. The forts that remained were undermanned, undersupplied, and poorly maintained. But Verdun was not just a military position. It was a symbol. The French had held Verdun against invasions before, most famously in 1792, during the French Revolutionary Wars, when the French army had stopped the Prussian advance at the cannonade of Valmy. The road from Verdun to Paris was a straight line, 150 miles long. If Verdun fell, the road to Paris was open. The French government could not allow Verdun to fall, not militarily, not politically, not psychologically. Falkenhayn understood this. He wrote in his memoirs after the war, "The French army would be compelled to throw in every man it possesses. If it does so, the forces of France will bleed to death." The German attack was scheduled for February 12, 1916. It was delayed by bad weather, snow, fog, freezing rain that grounded German observation aircraft and made artillery spotting impossible. The attack was rescheduled for February 21st. The German army spent the intervening days moving 1,400 artillery pieces into position: 500 heavy howitzers, 300 field guns, 600 trench mortars, and 14 of the massive 420mm Big Bertha guns that had crushed the Belgian forts. The Germans stockpiled 2.5 million artillery shells. They trained their guns on a front of just 8 miles. The French defenders, on the eve of the battle, had only 270 artillery pieces, most of them old, most of them short of ammunition. The French forts had been stripped of their guns. The French trenches were shallow, unreinforced, and exposed. The French soldiers, the poilus, hairy ones, the nickname for French infantrymen, were exhausted from the failed offensives of 1915. They were cold, hungry, and demoralized. They had no idea what was coming. 2. The bombardment, February 21st, 1916. At 7:15 a.m. on February 21st, the German artillery opened fire. The sound was like nothing the French soldiers had ever heard. A single German shell, a 420mm high-explosive round, weighing 2,200 pounds, landed in a French trench and detonated. The explosion created a crater 60 feet wide and 30 feet deep. The men in that trench did not die. They simply ceased to exist. The shock wave, the heat, the overpressure, all of it combined to vaporize flesh and bone. For 10 hours, the German guns did not stop. They fired 100,000 shells on the first day alone, more than 2,000 tons of high explosive. They targeted the French trenches, the French artillery positions, the French supply depots, the French villages behind the lines. The village of Fleury, which had stood for 800 years, was obliterated in 40 minutes. The village of Douaumont, home to 200 people, was reduced to rubble. The forest of Cors, a dense woodland of oak and beech, was turned into a moonscape of splintered trunks, craters, and mud. The French soldiers in the front line, those who survived the bombardment, emerged from their trenches deaf, concussed, and shell-shocked. Their officers were dead. Their communications were cut. Their artillery, what remained of it, could not reply because the German shells had cut the telephone wires connecting the forward observers to the gunners. At 4 p.m., the German infantry advanced. They moved forward in dense waves, shoulder to shoulder, as they had been trained to do. They expected to find no resistance. They were wrong. The French soldiers, stunned as they were, still had their rifles. They fired from the craters, from the ruins, from the splintered tree trunks. They fired until their ammunition ran out. Then they fought with bayonets, with trench knives, with their bare hands. The German infantry, expecting a walkover, were met by men who had nothing left to lose. The advance slowed. The casualties mounted. But the Germans had numbers. By nightfall on February 21st, they had captured the first French trench line, a belt of positions that the French had spent 2 years building. The French had lost 2,000 men killed, 6,000 wounded, and 1,000 captured. The Germans had lost 1,200 killed and 4,000 wounded. The ratio was in Germany's favor, but not yet at the bleeding white level that Falkenhayn had promised. The next day, the Germans attacked again, and the next, and the next. 3. The Fall of Douaumont, February 25, 1916. Fort Douaumont was the largest and strongest of the Verdun forts. It sat on the highest ground in the sector, 1,200 feet above sea level, commanding a view of the entire battlefield. Its walls were 12 feet thick. Its underground galleries could shelter 1,000 soldiers. Its retractable gun turrets could fire 155mm shells at a rate of 1 per minute. In theory, Fort Douaumont was impregnable. In practice, it was empty. The French High Command, believing that forts were obsolete, had stripped Douaumont of its garrison. On February 25, 1916, the fort was defended by a single detachment of elderly reservists, the Territorials, men in their 40s and 50s, who had been assigned to rear area duties. The Territorials, hearing the German bombardment, had retreated into the underground galleries, closing the heavy steel doors behind them. The guns on the surface were unmanned. The observation posts were empty. A small German patrol, led by Sergeant Kuno von Zastrow of the 24th Brandenburg Infantry Regiment, approached the fort at 10 a.m. Zastrow and his men had been separated from their unit during the morning advance. They were lost, tired, and expecting to be killed at any moment. They climbed the outer wall of the fort, looking for a place to hide. The main entrance to the fort, a massive steel door designed to withstand direct hits from heavy artillery, was slightly ajar. Zastrow pushed it open. He and his men walked into the fort. They walked through the underground galleries, past the empty barracks, past the silent gun turrets, past the terrified Territorials who did not resist. At 11 a.m., Zastrow reached the central command post. He found a telephone, picked it up, and called German headquarters. "Fort Douaumont is in our hands," he said. The fall of Fort Douaumont was a catastrophe for the French and a triumph for the Germans, but it was a triumph that neither side fully understood. The Germans had captured the fort without firing a shot, but they had not captured the high ground around it. The French, humiliated by the loss, determined to retake it. The fighting for Douaumont would continue for 8 months. The fort would change hands twice more before the battle ended. For now, however, the Germans celebrated. The Kaiser himself visited the fort on March 8th, pinning medals on Sergeant Zastrow and his men. The German newspapers declared that Verdun was as good as taken. They were premature. 4. Pétain takes command. Ils ne passeront pas. On February 25th, the same day that Douaumont fell, General Philippe Pétain arrived at Verdun. Pétain was 60 years old, a career infantry officer who had spent most of his life in obscurity. He was not a handsome man. He had a long face, a drooping mustache, and a perpetual expression of melancholy. He was not a charismatic leader. He spoke in a monotone, avoided crowds, and preferred the company of his dog to the company of his staff. But Pétain understood something that few other French generals understood, that the machine gun and the quick-firing artillery piece had made the infantry assault obsolete. Pétain believed in defense, not offense. He believed in artillery, not bayonets. He believed in saving the lives of his men, not sacrificing them for a few yards of ground. The French army at Verdun was in shambles. The front line had been breached. The forts were falling. The roads were clogged with refugees, soldiers retreating, civilians fleeing, supply wagons going the wrong way. The soldiers at the front, exhausted and demoralized, were beginning to ask the question that no army can afford to ask: why are we fighting? Pétain did not give speeches. He gave orders. His first order was to establish a supply line to Verdun. The rail lines leading into the city had been cut by German artillery. The only remaining route was a single two-lane road, the Route Nationale 35, running from the railhead at Bar-le-Duc to Verdun, 45 miles to the east. Pétain ordered every available truck in the French army to be assigned to the road. He organized the trucks into convoys, spaced at 50-yard intervals, moving in both directions. He stationed military police at every intersection to prevent delays. He built repair depots along the route to fix broken trucks. He requisitioned civilian mechanics, civilian fuel, civilian spare parts. The Voie Sacrée, Sacred Way, was born. For the next 10 months, 3,000 trucks per day, one every 14 seconds, rolled along the Sacred Way, carrying ammunition, food, medical supplies, and reinforcements to Verdun. By the end of the battle, 90,000 French soldiers and 50,000 tons of supplies had been delivered. The Sacred Way was the lifeline of the French army. Without it, Verdun would have fallen. Pétain's second order was to establish a defensive doctrine. He abandoned the old French doctrine of offensive spirit. He ordered his soldiers to stop attacking. Instead, they would defend. He organized the front into a series of mutually supporting strongpoints, each protected by machine guns and mortars, each covered by artillery from the rear. He instructed his artillery officers to fire counter-battery missions, shelling German artillery positions, not German infantry. He rotated his infantry divisions in and out of the line every 2 weeks so that no unit was destroyed by exhaustion. And Pétain issued a single phrase that would become the motto of the battle. When a staff officer asked him what message he wanted to send to the troops, Pétain replied, "Ils ne passeront pas." They shall not pass. The phrase was printed on posters, distributed to every soldier, painted on the sides of the trucks on the Sacred Way. It was not a promise. It was an order. And the French soldiers, exhausted as they were, hungry as they were, terrified as they were, obeyed. 5. The Battle of Attrition, March-June 1916. For 4 months, from March to June 1916, the Battle of Verdun was a grinding machine of death. The Germans attacked, the French defended. The Germans captured a trench. The French counterattacked and recaptured it. The Germans shelled a hill. The French shelled it back. The front line moved 100 yards one way, then 100 yards the other. The dead piled up in the craters, in the trenches, in the ruins of the villages. The living, exhausted beyond reason, fought on because they could not imagine doing anything else. The most famous engagement of this period was the struggle for Fort Vaux. Fort Vaux was smaller than Douaumont, but it was fully garrisoned, 600 French soldiers commanded by a 41-year-old infantry major named Sylvain Eugene Raynal. The Germans surrounded the fort on June 2nd. Raynal and his men retreated into the underground galleries, closing the steel doors behind them. For the next 6 days, the Germans tried to break in. They blew the outer doors with satchel charges. They pumped smoke and tear gas into the galleries. They sent flamethrower teams to burn the defenders out. The French held. On June 7th, the last day of the siege, the defenders ran out of water. The underground cisterns had been cracked by German shells. The water had drained away. The wounded, dying of thirst, begged for water that did not exist. Raynal, his voice reduced to a whisper by thirst and smoke inhalation, sent a carrier pigeon to French headquarters with a final message. "We are still holding, but we must be relieved. There is no water." The relief never came. Raynal surrendered on the evening of June 7th, his men too weak to fight. The Germans, impressed by their courage, allowed Raynal to keep his sword. He spent the rest of the war in a German prison camp. The fall of Fort Vaux was a German victory, but it was a Pyrrhic one. The Germans had lost 2,700 men killed and wounded to capture a fort that had been defended by 600. The French, meanwhile, were preparing a counterattack. The objective, Fort Douaumont. 6. The counteroffensive, October-December 1916. By the summer of 1916, the German offensive at Verdun had lost its momentum. The German army had suffered 200,000 casualties. The French army had suffered 250,000. The ratio was not in Germany's favor, not nearly enough to bleed France white. Worse, the British army had launched its own offensive on the Somme River, 70 miles to the northwest. The German army, forced to divert troops from Verdun to the Somme, could no longer sustain its attack. Falkenhayn was dismissed as Chief of Staff in August 1916, replaced by the team of Hindenburg and Ludendorff. The new commanders ordered the German army at Verdun to go over to the defensive. The French, sensing weakness, prepared to retake the ground they had lost. The French counter-offensive was led by General Charles Mangin, a man known as the Butcher for his willingness to sacrifice his own soldiers. Mangin did not believe in Pétain's defensive doctrine. He believed in offensive spirit, in massed infantry, in the bayonet. Pétain, who had been promoted to command of all French armies, tried to stop Mangin. He failed. Mangin attacked anyway. The centerpiece of Mangin's offensive was the recapture of Fort Douaumont. The French bombarded the fort for 3 days with 400mm super heavy artillery, the largest guns on the Western Front. The shells, each weighing a ton, cracked the fort's concrete walls, destroyed its observation posts, and buried its defenders in the underground galleries. On October the 24th, the French infantry assaulted. They found the fort's garrison dazed, concussed, and starving. The German commander, who had been ordered to hold the fort to the last man, surrendered after a token resistance. Douaumont was French again. The recapture of Fort Douaumont was the turning point of the battle. The German army, battered and exhausted, retreated to a new defensive line 3 miles to the east. The French pursued, recapturing Fort Vaux on November 2nd and the village of Fleury on December 15th. By mid-December, the front line at Verdun had returned to where it had been in February, plus a few hundred yards of shell-cratered wasteland. The battle was over. Neither side had won. Both sides had lost. 7. The cost, nothing gained, everything spent. The human cost of Verdun is almost impossible to comprehend. The best estimates: French casualties, 163,000 killed, 216,000 wounded, 50,000 captured, total 429,000. German casualties: 143,000 killed, 196,000 wounded, 30,000 captured, total 369,000. Combined casualties: 798,000 men. The French army had held. Verdun had not fallen. The phrase "Ils ne passeront pas" had been proven true, but at a cost that nearly destroyed the French army. The psychological cost was even greater. The French soldiers who survived Verdun would never be the same. They had seen their friends vaporized by shells, buried alive by collapsing trenches, torn apart by machine gun fire. They had fought for months without rest, without sleep, without hope. They had watched the dead rot in the craters, the rats grow fat on human flesh, the trees splinter into matchsticks. The survivors called themselves the prisoners of Verdun. They knew that the battle had been meaningless, that the ground they had fought for, died for, bled for was worthless. They knew that Falkenhayn had not been trying to capture Verdun. He had been trying to kill them, and they knew that their own generals, Pétain excepted, had been willing to sacrifice them by the thousands for a few yards of mud. The French army would mutiny in 1917. The seeds of that mutiny were planted in the shell craters of Verdun. 8. The legend. What Verdun meant. Verdun became a legend in France, a symbol of national endurance, of sacrifice, of the refusal to surrender. Every French town has a Rue de Verdun or a Place de Verdun. The battle is taught in every French school. The phrase "Ils ne passeront pas" is inscribed on war memorials across the country, but the legend obscures the reality. Verdun was not a victory. It was a mutual massacre. The German army failed to bleed France white, but the French army bled itself red. The generation of Frenchmen who fought at Verdun, the class of 1914 to 1918, would never recover. France, which had lost 1.3 million dead in the war, more than any other Allied power except Russia, would enter the interwar period traumatized, demographically devastated, and militarily defensive. The Maginot Line, the massive fortification built along the German border in the 1930s, was a monument to Verdun, a promise that France would never again be forced to fight on its own soil. The Germans, too, remembered Verdun, but differently. For the German army, Verdun was the place where the myth of German invincibility died. The German soldier was supposed to be superior to the French soldier. At Verdun, the French soldier had fought the German soldier to a standstill, inflicting nearly equal casualties while defending a position that should have been indefensible. The German army would never again launch a major offensive on the Western Front, not until 1918, when desperation forced them to gamble everything. Verdun was the longest battle of the First World War. It was also the most senseless. Nothing was gained. Nothing was decided. Only the dead remembered. Chapter 10. The Somme, the bloodiest day, in which the British army goes over the top, the German machine guns do their work, and a generation of young men walks into the fire. 1. The plan, Haig's Great Push. The Battle of the Somme was not supposed to happen. The original Allied plan for 1916 was for the French army to launch a massive offensive against the German line on the Somme River, while the British army launched a supporting attack to the north. The French would break through, the British would exploit. Germany would be defeated in the west, and the war would end by autumn. Then Verdun happened. The German offensive at Verdun, beginning in February 1916, consumed the French army. The French divisions that were supposed to lead the Somme offensive were instead rushed to Verdun, where they were fed into the meat grinder. By June, the French army could no longer mount a major offensive anywhere. The Somme plan had to change. The British commander-in-chief, General Sir Douglas Haig, decided to proceed anyway. Haig was 54 years old, a Scottish cavalry officer who had served in Sudan and South Africa. He was not a military genius, but he was not a fool either. Haig understood that the British Army was the only Allied army on the Western Front that still had offensive capacity. The French were bleeding out at Verdun. The Russians were struggling in the east. The Italians were fighting the Austrians in the Alps. The British had to attack, not because the attack would succeed, but because the Allies could not afford to let the Germans concentrate all their forces against Verdun. The objective was a 20-mile stretch of chalk downland on the Somme River, about 80 miles north of Paris. The German defenses on the Somme were formidable. 3 parallel lines of trenches dug into the chalk, protected by belts of barbed wire up to 50 yards deep. The front line was dotted with concrete machine gun nests, each capable of covering an entire sector with interlocking fire. Behind the lines, the Germans had built deep dugouts, underground bunkers, 40 feet deep, reinforced with concrete and steel, where soldiers could shelter from artillery bombardments. Haig's plan was simple. A week-long artillery bombardment using 1,500 guns firing 1.5 million shells would destroy the German wire, crush the German trenches, and kill the German defenders. Then the British infantry, the new army, the volunteers who had enlisted in 1914 and 1915, the battalions of friends and neighbors who had trained together, enlisted together, and would die together, would walk across no man's land and occupy the German positions. Haig predicted that the initial attack would take the first 3 German trench lines on the first day. The cavalry, still mounted on horses, still carrying lances and sabers, would then advance to exploit the breakthrough, riding through the gap in the German line and into open country beyond. The plan was optimistic. It was also delusional. The British artillery did not have enough heavy guns to destroy the German deep dugouts. The British shells, mostly shrapnel, not high explosive, could not cut the German barbed wire. The British infantry, most of whom had never been under fire before, had been trained to advance in straight lines at a walking pace, with rifles at the port. The German defenders, who had endured the bombardment in their deep dugouts, were waiting. The date was set for July 1st, 1916. The place was the Somme. The Somme, the bloodiest day. 2. The bombardment, June 24th to July 1st, 1916. The British artillery opened fire on June 24th, 1916. For 7 days and 7 nights, the guns did not stop. They fired 1.5 million shells, more than the British Army had fired in the entire first year of the war. The sound could be heard in London, 150 miles away. The vibrations shook the ground in Paris. The German soldiers in their deep dugouts, 40 feet underground, felt the earth move above them, like the shuddering of a dying animal. The bombardment was supposed to do 3 things: cut the German barbed wire, destroy the German machine gun nests, and kill the German defenders. It did none of them effectively. The British shells were mostly shrapnel, thin-walled projectiles filled with lead balls, designed to explode in the air and spray metal downward. Shrapnel was deadly against exposed troops, but it was useless against barbed wire. The wire strands, thin and flexible, simply swayed with the impact. To cut wire, the British needed high-explosive shells, thick-walled projectiles that detonated on contact, throwing up chunks of metal and earth. The British had too few high-explosive shells, and the ones they had were often duds. A post-war survey of the Somme battlefield found 300,000 unexploded British shells lying in the mud. The German machine gun nests were concrete bunkers buried in the chalk, with only the gun slit exposed. Direct hits from heavy artillery could crack the concrete, but the British heavy guns were few and their shells were precious. Most of the British shells fell on the German front-line trenches, which had been abandoned before the bombardment began. The German defenders, safe in their deep dugouts, waited out the storm. The German barbed wire remained uncut. The German machine gun nests remained intact. The German defenders, emerging from their dugouts when the bombardment lifted, found their weapons undamaged and their targets clearly visible. The British infantry, waiting in their own trenches, did not know any of this. They had been told that the bombardment had destroyed the German defenses. They had been told that the attack would be a walkover. They believed what they were told because they had no reason not to. On the evening of June 30th, the last night before the attack, the British soldiers wrote letters home. They wrote to their mothers, their fathers, their sweethearts, their wives. They wrote that they were proud to be doing their duty. They wrote that they were not afraid. They wrote that they would be home soon, that the war would be over by Christmas, that everything would be all right. Most of those letters would never be mailed. 3. The first day, July 1st, 1916, the bloodiest day in British history. At 7:20 a.m. on July 1st, 1916, the British artillery shifted its fire from the German front line to the German rear. The British infantry, waiting in their trenches, heard the whistle of the officers. They climbed the ladders, stepped over the parapet, and began to walk across no man's land. They walked. They did not run. They were carrying too much weight, 66 pounds of equipment per man, rifle, bayonet, 170 rounds of ammunition, 2 grenades, barbed wire cutters, a pick or shovel, a gas mask, a first aid kit, a water bottle, emergency ration, and a small shovel for digging. A man carrying 66 pounds cannot run. He can barely walk. The Germans, emerging from their deep dugouts, saw the British infantry advancing in straight lines, shoulder to shoulder, walking at a slow pace. The German machine gunners had been trained for this. They waited until the British were within 300 yards, then opened fire. The effect was devastating. A single German machine gun firing 600 rounds per minute could cut down a British platoon in 30 seconds. The German machine guns were positioned to fire across the battlefield, not straight ahead. Enfilading fire, it was called, and it turned no man's land into a killing zone. The British soldiers fell in rows, their bodies piling up in front of the uncut wire. The worst slaughter occurred on the northern sector of the battlefield, where the British 29th Division attacked the village of Beaumont-Hamel. The German defenders were from the 119th Reserve Infantry Regiment, a unit of veteran soldiers who had been in France since 1914. They had built their deep dugouts into the side of a hill, protected by a belt of barbed wire 50 yards deep. The British bombardment had not touched them. When the British infantry came, the Germans let them come. They waited until the British reached the wire, then opened fire. The British 29th Division included the 1st Newfoundland Regiment, a unit of volunteer soldiers from the British Dominion of Newfoundland, which was not yet part of Canada. The Newfoundlanders had been held in reserve. They did not go over the top until 9:15 a.m., when the first wave had already been destroyed. They advanced across no man's land, through the smoke and the dust, toward a gap in the wire that did not exist. The German machine guns found them. In 30 minutes, the 1st Newfoundland Regiment lost 684 men out of 801, an 85% casualty rate. Every officer who went over the top was killed or wounded. By the end of the day, the British Army had suffered 57,470 casualties. 19,240 killed, 35,493 wounded, 2,152 missing, 585 captured. The dead lay in no man's land, their bodies already bloating in the summer heat, their faces blackened by flies. The wounded, those who could not crawl back to the British lines, lay where they had fallen, calling for water, calling for help, calling for their mothers. Not a single British soldier reached the German second line. The objectives for the first day, the German front line, the German second line, the German third line remained in German hands. The cavalry, waiting behind the British lines for the breakthrough that never came, sat on their horses and watched the sun set over a battlefield of corpses. July 1st, 1916 remains the bloodiest day in British military history. More British soldiers died on that single day than died in the Crimean War, the Boer War, and the Korean War combined. The memory of that day, the walking, the wire, the machine guns, the dead, would haunt the British nation for generations. 4. The Battle of Attrition, July-November, 1916. The Battle of the Somme continued for another 4 months. After the disaster of July 1st, the British Army changed its tactics, slowly, painfully, at enormous cost. The walking advance was abandoned. The infantry began to move in small groups, crawling, using the craters for cover, advancing from shell hole to shell hole. The artillery began to fire more high-explosive shells, fewer shrapnel shells. The generals began to realize, too late for the men who had died on July 1st, that this was not a war of breakthrough, but a war of attrition. The battle settled into a pattern. Bombard, attack, take a few hundred yards, lose 1,000 men, dig in, wait for the next bombardment. The German army, recognizing that it could not hold the front line indefinitely, built a new defensive line, the Hindenburg Line, 20 miles to the east. The German strategy was to delay the British advance, to inflict maximum casualties, and to fall back to prepared positions before the British could break through. The most famous engagement of the Somme, after July 1st, was the struggle for the village of Pozieres. Pozieres was a small farming village on a ridge overlooking the British lines. The Australian 1st Division, part of the Anzac Corps that had fought at Gallipoli, was ordered to capture it. The Australians attacked on July 23rd. They took the village in 2 days at a cost of 5,000 casualties. Then the Germans shelled it. The Australian 2nd Division, which relieved the 1st, was shelled for 7 days straight, the most intense artillery bombardment of the war. By the time the Australians were relieved, they had lost another 7,000 men. An Australian soldier, writing home after Pozieres, described the battlefield. The dead were everywhere. They lay in the trenches, in the craters, in the ruins of the village. The smell was indescribable. The smell of rotting flesh, of explosives, of mud, of death. We learned to live with it. We had no choice. The Battle of the Somme continued through August, September, October, and into November. The British captured the village of Flers-Courcelette in September. They captured the village of Morval in October. They captured the village of Beaumont-Hamel, the site of the Newfoundland Regiment's destruction, on November 13th. Each capture cost thousands of lives. Each village gained was a ruin, surrounded by craters and corpses. On November 18th, the British called off the offensive. The weather had turned. Rain, sleet, snow, freezing mud that swallowed men and horses and guns. The battlefield was a sea of mud, impossible to cross, impossible to supply, impossible to fight in. The Battle of the Somme was over. 5. The Tanks, September 15th, 1916. The most dramatic moment of the Somme, and the one that pointed toward the future, was the first use of the tank. The tank was a British invention, developed in secret by the Land Ship Committee, chaired by Winston Churchill, back in government after his Gallipoli disgrace, now Minister of Munitions. The idea was simple: an armored vehicle powered by an internal combustion engine, mounted on continuous tracks like a farm tractor, capable of crossing trenches, crushing barbed wire, and surviving machine gun fire. The first prototype, nicknamed Little Willie, was demonstrated to the British High Command in February 1916. Haig, desperate for anything that might break the stalemate, ordered 150 tanks for the Somme offensive. The tanks arrived at the front in August 1916. They were called tanks as a security measure. The factory workers were told they were building mobile water tanks for the army in Egypt. The name stuck. The tank was a crude machine by modern standards. It weighed 30 tons, had a top speed of 3 miles per hour, and carried a crew of 8. Its armor was only 6 to 12 millimeters thick, enough to stop rifle bullets but not artillery shells. Its engine was underpowered and unreliable. The tank often broke down before reaching the battlefield. Its ventilation system was non-existent. The crew, breathing carbon monoxide from the engine, often passed out or died of poisoning. On September 15, 1916, the British deployed 49 tanks in the Battle of Flers-Courcelette. The tanks advanced ahead of the infantry, crushing the German wire, crossing the German trenches, machine-gunning the German defenders. The German soldiers, who had never seen anything like them, fled in panic. The British infantry, following behind, captured the village of Flers in 4 hours, an advance that had taken weeks of costly fighting elsewhere. But the tanks were too few, too slow, and too unreliable. Of the 49 tanks deployed, only 25 actually reached the start line. The rest broke down or got stuck in the mud. Of the 25 that attacked, 10 were knocked out by German artillery. The survivors achieved a local success, but not a breakthrough. The German army, recovering from its initial shock, developed anti-tank tactics, direct-fire artillery, armor-piercing ammunition, and the simple expedient of aiming for the tracks. The tank did not win the Somme, but it pointed toward the future. In 1918, the British would deploy tanks by the hundreds and finally break the German line. 6. The Mud. October-November 1916. By October 1916, the Somme battlefield had become a swamp. The autumn rains turned the chalky soil into a thick, sticky mud that clung to everything: men, horses, guns, wheels, tracks. The mud was not just uncomfortable, it was lethal. Men who fell into shell holes filled with water and mud could not climb out. They drowned slowly, their lungs filling with liquid chalk, their cries unheard. The mud swallowed the wounded. A man shot in the leg, lying in no man's land, would sink into the mud if he could not move. The stretcher-bearer, struggling through the muck, could not reach him. He would die of exposure, of blood loss, of suffocation, his body slowly sinking into the earth that had already swallowed so many. The mud swallowed the dead. The bodies of the soldiers who had fallen in July and August were still lying in no man's land in October. They had been buried by shellfire, uncovered by shellfire, then buried again. Their uniforms had rotted away. Their faces were gone. They were not identifiable as men. They were just shapes in the mud, bones and rags and boots. The mud swallowed the guns. The British artillery, which had fired 1.5 million shells in the preliminary bombardment, had churned the battlefield into a lunar landscape. The guns themselves, trying to move forward to support the advancing infantry, sank to their axles. Horses, straining to pull the guns, sank to their bellies. The soldiers, trying to manhandle the guns out of the mud, sank to their waists. A British officer, writing in his diary on November 15th, described the battlefield. "It is not a battlefield, it is a graveyard. The dead are everywhere, not buried, not honored, just lying where they fell, sinking into the mud, waiting for the next shell to uncover them. The living envy the dead. The dead, at least, are out of the rain. The Battle of the Somme ended on November 18th, 1916, not because either side had achieved its objective, but because the battlefield had become impassable. The British Army had advanced 6 miles at a cost of 420,000 casualties. The French Army, fighting on the British right flank, had advanced 3 miles at a cost of 200,000 casualties. The German Army, defending, had lost 450,000 casualties. 6 miles, 620,000 casualties. 7. The cost, a generation lost. The Battle of the Somme was the worst military disaster in British history, and one of the worst in any history. The numbers are almost too large to comprehend. British casualties, 419,654, including 127,000 killed. French casualties, 204,253, including 50,000 killed. German casualties, 465,000, including 160,000 killed. Total casualties, both sides, 1,089,000. To put these numbers in perspective, the British Army lost more men on the Somme than it lost in the entire Second World War. The German Army lost more men on the Somme than it lost in any battle except Verdun. The French Army, already bleeding out at Verdun, lost another 200,000 men on the Somme. The battle destroyed the British Volunteer Army, the new army of 1914 to 1915, the battalions of friends and neighbors who had enlisted together, trained together, and died together. The PALS battalions had been a noble experiment, a way to encourage enlistment by allowing men to serve with their friends. The experiment ended on the Somme. The survivors were few, the dead were many. Whole towns in England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland lost an entire generation of young men. The memorial at Thiel, which lists the names of 72,000 British soldiers who died on the Somme and have no known grave, is one of the most visited war memorials in the world. The battle also destroyed the German army's confidence. The German soldier, who had been taught that he was superior to the British soldier, had been fought to a standstill. The German army had held, but at a cost that it could not sustain. The German High Command, Hindenburg and Ludendorff, concluded after the Somme that the war could not be won by military means. They began to explore the possibility of a negotiated peace. But no peace came. The war would continue for another 2 years. The Somme, like Verdun, was not a turning point. It was a slaughter, and the slaughter would continue. Chapter 11. The Brusilov Offensive, Russia's last victory, in which a Russian general outthinks his German opponents. The Austro-Hungarian army is destroyed as a fighting force, and the Romanov dynasty marches toward its doom. On the conference at Sarny, April 1916. In April 1916, the generals of the Russian army met at the town of Sarny, deep in the Pripyat marshes, to plan their summer offensive. The mood was grim. The Russian army had spent the winter recovering from the Great Retreat of 1915, when it had lost 2 million men and 500 miles of territory. The soldiers were poorly equipped. 1 rifle for every 3 men in some units, no boots for half the army, no artillery shells for the guns that remained. The morale was low. The soldiers, most of them illiterate peasants, had begun to ask why they were fighting. The Tsar, who had taken personal command of the army in September 1915, was a figure of fun, not fear. The commander of the Russian Southwestern Front, General Alexei Brusilov, was the exception to the gloom. Brusilov was 62 years old, a cavalry officer from the old school but with a modern mind. He had studied the Western Front, had read the reports from Verdun and the Somme, and had drawn his own conclusions. The old method of attack, a week-long artillery bombardment, then massed infantry advancing in waves, did not work. The Germans and French had proven that. A new method was needed. Brusilov's method was radical. Instead of bombarding the entire enemy front, he would bombard only the weak points, the places where reconnaissance had shown that the enemy defenses were thin. Instead of attacking in one place, he would attack in many places simultaneously, confusing the enemy as to where the main blow would fall. Instead of advancing in dense waves, his infantry would advance in small groups, using the terrain for cover, infiltrating the enemy positions from the flanks and rear. Brusilov's plan was approved, reluctantly, by the Russian High Command, the Stavka. The other Russian generals commanding the northern and western fronts were skeptical. They thought Brusilov was a maverick, a gambler, a man who would throw away the lives of his soldiers for a few yards of ground. They were wrong. The objective of Brusilov's offensive was the Austro-Hungarian army, not the German army. The Austro-Hungarians were the weakest of the Central Powers. Their soldiers were demoralized, their officers were incompetent, their artillery was obsolete. If the Russian army could destroy the Austro-Hungarian army, Germany would be forced to divert troops from the Western Front to the east. The French, bleeding out at Verdun, would be relieved. The British, preparing the Somme, would be supported. Russia, which had been losing since 1914, would finally win a victory. The offensive was scheduled for June 4th, 1916. The place was a 300-mile front in Ukraine from the Pripyat marshes in the north to the Romanian border in the south. 2. The Breakthrough, June 4th to 15th, 1916. At 4 a.m. on June 4th, 1916, the Russian artillery opened fire. Brusilov had concentrated 2,000 guns on a 30-mile front, far fewer than the British would use on the Somme, but more than the Russians had ever used before. The bombardment lasted only a few hours, not days, as was customary. Brusilov understood that a long bombardment only warned the enemy where the attack would come. He wanted speed, not wait. At 6 a.m., the Russian infantry attacked. They attacked at 30 different points simultaneously, across a 300-mile front. The Austro-Hungarian defenders, expecting a single main attack, were confused. They shifted their reserves one way, then another, then another. The Russian infantry, using Brusilov's new infiltration tactics, bypassed the Austro-Hungarian strongpoints, cutting their supply lines, surrounding their divisions, destroying them one by one. The breakthrough was immediate. On the first day, the Russian army advanced 5 miles, as far as the British would advance on the Somme in 4 months. On the second day, the Russian army advanced another 5 miles. On the third day, they captured 40,000 prisoners. By the end of the first week, the Austro-Hungarian army on the southwestern front had been shattered. The survivors were retreating in disorder, abandoning their artillery, their supply depots, their wounded. The Russian soldiers, who had been retreating for 2 years, were exultant. They had captured territory, not just a few hundred yards, but miles and miles of it. They had captured enemy soldiers, not a handful, but hundreds of thousands. They had captured enemy flags, enemy guns, enemy trains. For the first time since 1914, the Russian army believed it could win the war. The Austro-Hungarian army never recovered. In the first 2 weeks of the Brusilov offensive, it lost 350,000 men, killed, wounded, or captured. The Austro-Hungarian officer corps, which had been mediocre before the war, was decimated. The Austro-Hungarian army would never again mount a major offensive on its own. From June 1916 onward, it was a German client, dependent on German leadership, German equipment, and German morale. But the Brusilov offensive was not a complete victory. The Russian army, advancing rapidly, outran its supply lines. The roads of Ukraine were dirt tracks, impassable in the summer rains. The Russian soldiers, hungry and tired, began to loot, not German supply depots, there were none left, but Ukrainian villages. They stole food, wine, livestock, and women. The Ukrainian peasants, who had initially welcomed the Russian army as liberators, turned against it. Partisan bands attacked Russian supply columns, Russian stragglers, Russian hospitals, and the Germans, realizing that the Austro-Hungarian army had collapsed, sent reinforcements. The German army had not been engaged in the initial fighting. Now it would be. The Germans transferred 7 divisions from the Western Front to the east, stripping the Somme sector of troops that might have made a difference. The German divisions, commanded by General Max Hoffmann, who had been Ludendorff's chief of staff at Tannenberg, counterattacked the advancing Russians. 3. The German counterattack, July-September 1916. The German counterattack was a masterpiece of defensive warfare. Hoffmann did not try to retake the territory the Russians had captured. He simply stopped them from capturing more. He positioned his divisions on the high ground, behind the rivers, in the forests. He used the Russian supply problems against them. As the Russians advanced, their lines grew longer, their supply wagons slower, their artillery shells fewer. Hoffmann waited until the Russians were exhausted, then counterattacked. The fighting in the summer of 1916 was some of the most brutal of the war. The Russian soldiers, exhausted and hungry, fought with a desperation that the Germans had not seen since Tannenberg. They knew that this was their last chance. If they failed here, the war was lost. The Tsar, from his headquarters at Mogilev, sent telegram after telegram urging Brusilov to press on. The Tsarina, from St. Petersburg, sent letters urging the Tsar to be strong. Rasputin, from his apartment in the capital, sent messages urging everyone to pray. The German counterattack stopped the Russian advance in September. The Russian army had advanced 60 miles, a stunning achievement by the standards of the Western Front, but not enough to knock Austria-Hungary out of the war. The Russians had captured 400,000 prisoners and 1,000 artillery pieces. They had inflicted 600,000 casualties on the Austro-Hungarian army and 200,000 on the German army, but they had lost 500,000 of their own. The Brusilov offensive was over. 4. The cost victory that led to defeat. The Brusilov offensive was the most successful Russian military operation of the war. It was also the most costly. The Russian army had sacrificed 1 million men, killed, wounded, captured, since the beginning of 1916. The army that emerged from the offensive was not the same army that had entered it. The experienced soldiers, the non-commissioned officers, the junior officers, the men who held the army together, were gone, replaced by raw recruits who had never fired a rifle. The morale of the Russian army, which had been high during the offensive, collapsed in its aftermath. The soldiers had been promised that the offensive would end the war. It had not. They had been promised that they would be home by Christmas. They were not. They had been promised that the Tsar cared about them. They no longer believed it. The Brusilov offensive also had unintended consequences. The Romanian government, seeing the Russian success, decided to enter the war on the side of the Allies. Romania declared war on Austria-Hungary on August 27, 1916. The Romanians promised to contribute 500,000 soldiers to the Allied cause. In reality, the Romanian army was poorly trained, poorly equipped, and poorly led. The Germans, under the command of General Mackensen, the hero of Gorlish-Tarnow, invaded Romania in September. By December, the Germans had captured Bucharest, the Romanian capital, and occupied most of the country's oil fields. The Romanian army, which had fought for less than 4 months, surrendered. The Romanians lost 300,000 men, casualties that the Allies could not afford. The Brusilov offensive did not win the war. It did not knock Austria-Hungary out of the war. It did not relieve Verdun. The French had already held at Verdun, with or without Russian help. But it did one thing that was perhaps more important than any of its military achievements. It convinced the German High Command that the war could not be won on the Eastern Front. The Germans, after the Brusilov offensive, began to plan for a final, decisive offensive on the Western Front. The offensive that would become known as the Kaiserschlacht, the Kaiser's Battle, in the spring of 1918. And the Brusilov offensive did one more thing. It destroyed the Russian army. The army that had fought so bravely in 1914, that had retreated so heroically in 1915, that had advanced so brilliantly in 1916, was gone. In its place was a hollow shell, a mob of armed peasants who no longer trusted their officers, no longer believed in the war, and no longer feared their Tsar. The Russian Revolution was less than a year away. Chapter 12. The Russian Revolution, the fall of an empire, in which a Tsar abdicates, a Lenin returns, and the largest army in the world melts away. On. The Tsar's War, Nicholas II at the front. Tsar Nicholas II arrived at the Stavka, the Russian High Command headquarters at Mogilev, 500 miles southwest of St. Petersburg, on September 5, 1915. He had dismissed his cousin, Grand Duke Nicholas, and taken personal command of the Russian army. His generals had warned him not to. "Your Majesty," the Minister of War had said, "if you take command, you will be personally responsible for every defeat. And there will be many defeats." The Tsar had not listened. For the next 18 months, the Tsar lived at Mogilev, sleeping in a modest railway car, eating soldiers' rations, reviewing troops, and reading reports that grew worse by the week. The Brusilov offensive had been a success, but it had cost 1 million casualties. The army was running out of rifles, shells, boots, and food. The soldiers were deserting by the thousands, walking away from the front and returning to their villages. The generals, once loyal to the Tsar, had begun to whisper among themselves, "Could someone else do better?" The Tsar did not hear the whispers. He was not a stupid man. His letters to his wife, the Tsarina Alexandra, are intelligent and thoughtful. But he was stubborn, fatalistic, and profoundly out of touch. He believed that God had chosen him to rule Russia. He believed that the Russian people loved him. He believed that the war, despite its setbacks, would eventually be won. He believed, right up to the moment when his generals forced him to abdicate, that the Romanov dynasty would continue for another 1,000 years. The Tsarina Alexandra, left behind in St. Petersburg, renamed Petrograd in 1914 because St. Petersburg sounded too German, was not out of touch. She was in touch with Rasputin. 2. The Mad Monk, Rasputin's Shadow. Grigory Rasputin was a Siberian peasant who had come to St. Petersburg in 1903, claiming to have healing powers. He was dirty, drunken, and sexually promiscuous. He was also charismatic, intelligent, and, by all accounts, genuinely able to stop the bleeding of the Tsarevich Alexei, the hemophiliac heir to the throne. The royal physicians had been powerless. Rasputin, through a combination of suggestion, prayer, and possibly hypnosis, succeeded where they had failed. The Tsarina Alexandra, desperate to save her son, came to believe that Rasputin was a holy man, sent by God to protect the dynasty. She consulted him on everything: the appointment of ministers, the conduct of the war, the education of her children. When the Tsar was at the front, she ruled in his name, and Rasputin ruled through her. The results were catastrophic. Rasputin appointed corrupt, incompetent, and venal ministers who looted the treasury, sabotaged the war effort, and alienated the Duma, the Russian parliament. He interfered with military logistics, diverting supplies meant for the front to his own pockets. He held orgies in the royal palace, leaving evidence that the Tsarina's political enemies eagerly collected. By 1916, the Russian government had ceased to function. The ministers appointed by Rasputin were so unpopular that the Duma openly called for their dismissal. The Tsar at Mogilev was unaware. The Tsarina wrote him letters that grew more frantic by the week. Our friend Rasputin says you must be firm. Our friend says the generals are traitors. Our friend says God will protect Russia if we have faith. The Tsar read the letters, nodded, and returned to his maps. The nobility, horrified by Rasputin's influence, decided to act. On December 29th, 1916, December 16th on the old Russian calendar, a group of conservative nobles, led by Prince Felix Yusupov, invited Rasputin to Yusupov's palace. They fed him wine and cakes laced with cyanide. The poison had no effect. Rasputin's constitution, hardened by years of drink and debauchery, shrugged off enough cyanide to kill 5 men. Yusupov shot him in the chest. Rasputin collapsed, then rose again, attacking Yusupov. The other conspirators shot him twice more. Rasputin fell, then tried to crawl away. The conspirators beat him with a lead pipe, wrapped his body in a carpet, and threw him into the frozen Neva River. An autopsy later showed that Rasputin had died of drowning, that he was still alive when he hit the water, and that he had struggled to free himself from the carpet for several minutes before finally succumbing. The Tsarina was devastated. The Tsar, finally informed of Rasputin's influence, was shocked, but did nothing. The murder of Rasputin did not save the dynasty. It only removed the last barrier between the Tsar and the reality of his crumbling empire. 3. The February Revolution, Bread and Peace. By February 1917, Petrograd was starving. The city's population had swollen with refugees from the war. The rail lines had been cut by German advances. The food supply had collapsed. The bread ration was down to 200 grams per day, less than half a pound, and even that was often unavailable. The workers in the city's factories, who had been working 12-hour days for 6 days a week, were exhausted, hungry, and angry. On February 23rd, March 8th on the Western calendar, International Women's Day, thousands of female textile workers went on strike. They marched through the streets of Petrograd, chanting bread and peace. The police, overwhelmed, did nothing. The next day, the strike spread to the metal workers, the tram drivers, the printers. By February 25th, 300,000 workers were on strike. The protesters began chanting political slogans, "Down with the Tsar, down with the war." The Tsar at Mogilev ordered the commander of the Petrograd garrison to suppress the demonstrations by force. The commander ordered his troops to fire on the crowds. The troops fired, but they aimed high, deliberately missing. On February 27th, the garrison mutinied. The soldiers, most of them peasant conscripts, refused to fire on their own people. They joined the protests instead, marching through the streets with red banners tied to their bayonets. The Duma, which the Tsar had ordered to dissolve, refused to obey. The Duma members declared themselves a provisional committee and took control of the city. On March 2nd, February 15th Old Style, the Tsar boarded his train at Mogilev, intending to return to Petrograd and restore order. His train was stopped by mutinous soldiers at Pskov, 150 miles from the capital. The generals who had traveled to Pskov to meet him told him the truth. The army would not fight for him. The only way to save the dynasty was to abdicate. Nicholas II, Tsar of all the Russias, abdicated on March 2nd, 1917. He abdicated not for himself, but for his son, the hemophiliac Alexei, whom he could not bear to see separated from his family. He wrote in his diary that night, "There is treachery, cowardice, and deceit all around me." The Romanov dynasty, which had ruled Russia for 300 years, was over. 4. The Provisional Government, a dangerous interlude. The Provisional Government, led by a wealthy landowner named Prince Georgy Lvov, faced an impossible task. It had to govern Russia while continuing the war, and the Russian people, exhausted by 3 years of slaughter, wanted only peace. It had to maintain order while the workers and soldiers were forming their own rival government, the Petrograd Soviet, a council of workers and soldiers' deputies. The Soviet issued its own orders, Order Number 1, which stripped officers of disciplinary authority over their men, effectively dissolving the army, and commanded its own militia. The Provisional Government made 2 fatal mistakes. First, it continued the war. The Allies, Britain and France, had loaned Russia billions of rubles. If Russia made a separate peace with Germany, the loans would be defaulted. The Provisional Government, desperate for Allied support, ordered the army to resume the offensive. The Kerensky Offensive, named after the new Minister of War, Alexander Kerensky, was launched in July 1917. It failed catastrophically. The Russian army, which had been demoralized since the Brusilov Offensive, simply refused to fight. Soldiers deserted by the hundreds of thousands, walking away from the front, killing their officers, and returning to their villages to seize land from the nobles. Second, the Provisional Government failed to distribute land. The peasants, who made up 80% of the Russian population, had been demanding land for generations. The Provisional Government promised to address the land question. After the war, the peasants were not willing to wait. They began seizing land on their own, evicting the nobles, burning the manor houses, and dividing the estates. The Russian countryside descended into anarchy. Into this chaos stepped a man who had been waiting in the wings for 30 years, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. 5. The Sealed Train. Lenin's Return. Lenin was a professional revolutionary. He had spent most of his adult life in exile, in Siberia, in Switzerland, in London, in Paris. He had founded a political party, the Bolsheviks, meaning majority, written a library of pamphlets and books, and argued endlessly with his fellow exiles about the correct path to revolution. He was ruthless, brilliant, and absolutely convinced of his own rightness. He believed that capitalism would inevitably collapse, that a proletarian revolution would sweep the world, and that he, Lenin, was the man destined to lead it. In April 1917, Lenin was in Zurich, Switzerland, reading the newspapers and cursing his bad luck. The revolution had happened without him. The Provisional Government was in power. The Bolsheviks, his own party, had agreed to support it. Lenin was irrelevant. The German High Command changed that. The Germans, desperate to knock Russia out of the war, realized that Lenin, who preached revolutionary defeatism, the idea that the workers should oppose the war and turn it into a civil war against their own governments, was the most dangerous enemy of the Provisional Government. The Germans offered Lenin safe passage through Germany in a sealed train, a plague ship, as it was called, that would cross Germany without stopping, allowing Lenin to return to Russia and foment chaos. Lenin accepted. He and 31 other Bolshevik exiles boarded the train in Zurich on April 9, 1917. They crossed Germany in 3 days, traveled by ferry to Sweden, crossed into Finland, then part of Russia, and arrived at Petrograd's Finland station on April 16th. The crowd that met Lenin was small, a few hundred workers, a few soldiers, a few journalists. Lenin climbed onto an armored car and delivered a speech that shocked even his own supporters. He denounced the Provisional Government. He called for an immediate end to the war. He called for the confiscation of all land, without compensation to the nobles. He called for all power to the Soviets. The crowd, bewildered at first, began to cheer. Lenin's message was simple: peace, land, bread. The provisional government could not deliver any of those things. Lenin promised to deliver them all, immediately, unconditionally, without compromise. 6. The October Revolution, 10 days that shook the world. The months between Lenin's return and the October Revolution were months of chaos. The provisional government, led by Kerensky after July, grew weaker by the day. The army disintegrated. The economy collapsed. The peasants seized land. The workers seized factories. The national minorities, Finns, Ukrainians, Georgians, Armenians, Poles, declared independence. The only force capable of restoring order was the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks under Lenin's leadership had gained control of the Petrograd Soviet, the rival government to the provisional government. They had also gained control of the Military Revolutionary Committee, a body of armed workers and soldiers known as the Red Guards. On the night of October the 24th to 25th, November 6th to 7th on the Western calendar, the Red Guards, under the command of Leon Trotsky, Lenin's brilliant, ruthless second-in-command, seized control of Petrograd. They captured the post office, the telegraph offices, the railroad stations, the state bank, and the bridges over the Neva River. The provisional government, meeting in the Winter Palace, was surrounded. The storming of the Winter Palace was less dramatic than Soviet propaganda later made it out to be. The palace was defended by a few hundred female soldiers, the Women's Battalion of Death, a few hundred military cadets, and a few dozen cyclists. Yes, cyclists. The Red Guards, outnumbering the defenders 10 to 1, simply walked in. The defenders surrendered. The ministers of the provisional government were arrested. Kerensky escaped, dressed as a nurse, and fled to Paris. Lenin announced the revolution to the Congress of Soviets that night. We shall now proceed to construct the socialist order. The October Revolution had succeeded in Petrograd, but Russia was a vast country, and the Bolsheviks controlled only a small part of it. The Civil War, the Red Army against the White Army, the Bolsheviks against the monarchists, the nationalists, the anarchists, the foreign interventionists, would last 3 years and cost millions of lives. But for the war against Germany, the October Revolution had one immediate consequence. The Eastern Front ceased to exist. 7. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, peace at any price. The Bolsheviks had promised peace. Now they had to deliver it. The Germans, still fighting in the West, were eager to negotiate, but only on their terms. The German army had advanced hundreds of miles into Russian territory. The German High Command demanded that the Bolsheviks surrender all of Poland, the Baltic provinces, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and Finland. These territories contained 1/3 of Russia's population, 1/2 of its industry, and 90% of its coal mines. Lenin, desperate to preserve the revolution, was willing to accept. The other Bolshevik leaders, including Trotsky and Bukharin, were not. They argued that the German Revolution was imminent. If the Bolsheviks refused the German terms, the German workers would rise up and overthrow the Kaiser. Lenin, the realist, knew this was fantasy. The German Revolution is not yet ripe, he said. It will take time. We do not have time. The negotiations dragged on for months. The Germans, growing impatient, resumed their advance. In February 1918, the German army captured Ukraine and threatened Petrograd. Lenin finally forced his comrades to accept the German terms. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was signed on March 3, 1918. The terms were brutal. Russia lost 1 million square miles of territory, 50 million people, 90% of its coal mines, 50% of its industry, and 30% of its agricultural land. The empire that had taken 3 centuries to build was reduced overnight to its pre-Petrine borders. The treaty was, in the words of one Russian historian, the greatest humiliation in the history of the Russian state. But Lenin did not care. The revolution had survived. The Bolsheviks were in power. The war with Germany was over. And the German army, now freed from the Eastern Front, could concentrate all its forces in the West. The spring of 1918 would be the last, best chance for Germany to win the war. The Kaiserschlacht, the Kaiser's battle, was coming. Chapter 13. America enters the war, the turn of the tide, in which a German telegram proposes an alliance with Mexico. A president who campaigned on "He kept us out of war" asks Congress for a declaration, and the fresh troops of the American Expeditionary Force begin to arrive in France. On, the neutral giant, America's long abstention. When war broke out in Europe in August 1914, the United States of America was a sleeping giant. Its population of 100 million was larger than that of any European power except Russia. Its industrial output, steel, coal, oil, automobiles, grain, was greater than that of Germany, France, and Britain combined. Its army was tiny, just 130,000 regulars, smaller than Serbia's. But its potential army was limitless. Its navy, though second to Britain's, was modern and well-trained. President Woodrow Wilson, a former professor of political science and the only academic ever to occupy the White House, was determined to keep the United States out of the war. On August 4, 1914, the day Britain declared war on Germany, Wilson issued a proclamation of neutrality. He urged Americans to be neutral in fact as well as in name, to avoid taking sides, to avoid inflammatory rhetoric, to avoid any action that might drag the United States into the European slaughter. The American people, by and large, agreed. The United States had a long tradition of avoiding European entanglements, a tradition that dated back to George Washington's farewell address, which had warned against foreign alliances. The war in Europe seemed remote, incomprehensible, and none of America's business. The Irish Americans hated Britain. The German Americans admired Germany. The Jewish Americans sympathized with Russia's persecuted Jews, but no significant constituency wanted war. But neutrality was harder to maintain than Wilson had anticipated. The British Navy, which controlled the Atlantic, established a blockade of Germany. The blockade prevented American goods from reaching German ports, but did not prevent American goods from reaching British and French ports. The American economy, which had been in recession in 1914, boomed as Britain and France placed enormous orders for weapons, ammunition, uniforms, and food. American banks loaned the Allies billions of dollars to finance these purchases. By 1916, the American economy was inextricably tied to an Allied victory. If Germany won, the loans would be defaulted. The American financial system would collapse. The German Navy, unable to challenge the British blockade directly, responded with submarines. In February 1915, Germany declared the waters around Britain a war zone. Any ship, neutral or belligerent, entering those waters would be sunk without warning. The U-boats operating under the rules of cruiser warfare, which required them to stop and search merchant ships before sinking them, were vulnerable to British anti-submarine patrols. The German Admiralty ordered unrestricted submarine warfare, sink on sight, no warnings, no survivors. The policy was effective and catastrophic for American neutrality. On May 7, 1915, the German submarine U-20 torpedoed the British passenger liner Lusitania off the coast of Ireland. The ship sank in 18 minutes. Of the 1,959 passengers and crew, 1,195 died, including 128 Americans. The Lusitania was carrying ammunition for the British Army, a fact the German embassy had advertised before the sailing, warning Americans not to book passage. But the American public did not know this. They knew only that German submarines were sinking unarmed passenger ships and drowning American citizens. Wilson protested. The Germans, fearing American entry into the war, suspended unrestricted submarine warfare. The Lusitania crisis passed, but the issue did not go away. The U-boats would return, and when they returned, they would bring the United States into the war. 2. The Zimmermann Telegram, Germany's fatal mistake. By January 1917, Germany's military situation was desperate. The British blockade was starving the German people. The turnip winter of 1916 to 1917 had seen an estimated 300,000 German civilians die of malnutrition. The German army had bled itself white at Verdun and the Somme. The French and British armies had bled themselves white as well, but the Allies had the industrial might of the United States behind them. The German High Command, now led by Hindenburg and Ludendorff, made a fateful decision: resume unrestricted submarine warfare, sink every ship, neutral or belligerent, passenger or cargo, medical or military, entering the war zone around Britain. Starve Britain into submission before the United States could enter the war. The German admirals promised that unrestricted submarine warfare would force Britain to surrender in 6 months. They also warned that it would almost certainly bring the United States into the war. Ludendorff, the cold calculator, made the calculation: the U-boats would win the war before the Americans could arrive. It was a gamble, but Germany had no other cards to play. On January 31, 1917, Germany announced the resumption of unrestricted submarine warfare, effective the next day. Wilson broke diplomatic relations with Germany, but stopped short of asking for war. He hoped that Germany would back down. Germany did not. Then the British intervened. British naval intelligence had intercepted a secret telegram from the German Foreign Secretary, Arthur Zimmermann, to the German ambassador in Mexico. The telegram proposed an alliance between Germany and Mexico. If the United States entered the war, Mexico would attack the United States with German financial and military support. In return, Mexico would receive the lost territories of Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona, lands Mexico had ceded to the United States in 1848. The British kept the telegram secret for weeks, waiting for the right moment to release it. On February 28th, they gave it to the American embassy in London. The American ambassador, Walter Hines Page, was incredulous. "The damnedest cheek I have ever seen," he wrote. He forwarded it to Wilson. Wilson, reading the telegram in the White House, was finally convinced. Germany was not merely sinking American ships. Germany was plotting to incite a Mexican invasion of the United States. The Zimmermann telegram, published in American newspapers on March 1st, caused a firestorm of public outrage. The Western states, which had been the most isolationist, now demanded war. The Japanese, who had been neutral, now leaned toward the Allies. Japan was already fighting Germany in the Pacific. The telegram had also proposed a Japanese-German alliance, which Japan's leaders found insulting. On April 2, 1917, Wilson went before a joint session of Congress and asked for a declaration of war. "The world must be made safe for democracy," he said. "We have no selfish ends to serve. We seek no conquest, no dominion. We are but one of the champions of the rights of mankind." 1917. Congress declared war on Germany. The vote in the Senate was 82 to 6, in the House 373 to 50. The United States of America was at war. 3. The American Expeditionary Force, Pershing's Doughboys. The United States Army in April 1917 was not prepared for a European war. It had 130,000 regular soldiers, most of them deployed along the Mexican border, chasing Pancho Villa. It had 112,000 National Guardsmen, poorly trained, poorly equipped, poorly led. It had no tanks, no poison gas, no heavy artillery, no combat aircraft, no anti-submarine vessels. Its machine guns were obsolete. Its rifles were World War I-era Springfields, but there were not enough of them. Its soldiers wore wool uniforms designed for the American West, not the mud and rain of France. The commander of the American Expeditionary Force, AEF, was General John J. Blackjack Pershing, a 56-year-old cavalry officer who had served in Cuba, the Philippines, and Mexico. Pershing was a professional, stern, demanding, and absolutely convinced that American soldiers were superior to European soldiers. He refused to allow American troops to be integrated into British or French units. The AEF would fight as an American army under American command, using American tactics. Those tactics were the problem. Pershing believed in the same offensive spirit that had destroyed the French army in 1914 and the British army in 1916. He believed that the rifle and the bayonet were the decisive weapons, that artillery and machine guns were merely supporting arms, that the enemy could be defeated by open warfare, by maneuver, by flanking attacks, by the superior marksmanship of the American soldier. He had not learned the lessons of the Somme. He had not learned the lessons of Verdun. He would learn them in the spring of 1918, at terrible cost. The first American troops, the 1st Division, known as the Big Red One, arrived in France on June 26, 1917. They landed at the port of Saint-Nazaire on the Atlantic coast and marched through the streets to their camps. The French civilians, who had not seen fresh troops in 3 years, wept with joy. The French soldiers, exhausted and demoralized, looked at the Americans with a mixture of hope and envy. The Americans were clean, healthy, well-fed, and eager to fight. They had no idea what they were about to experience. The AEF grew slowly at first, then rapidly. By the end of 1917, 150,000 American soldiers had arrived in France. By the spring of 1918, 500,000. By the summer of 1918, 1 million. By the end of the war, 2 million. The American soldiers, doughboys they were called, for reasons no one can definitively explain, were the freshest troops on the Western Front. They were not the best troops. They lacked experience, training, and equipment. But they were fresh. And in a war of attrition, freshness was the ultimate strategic asset. 4. The silent partner, American naval and economic power. The American contribution to the war was not limited to soldiers. The United States Navy, which had been protecting Atlantic shipping since 1916, when German U-boats first threatened American merchant vessels, was essential to the defeat of the U-boat campaign. The British had developed a countermeasure to the U-boats, the convoy system in which merchant ships sailed together, protected by destroyers and other warships. The system worked, but the British did not have enough destroyers to escort every convoy. The Americans did. American destroyers began operating from Queenstown, now Cove, Ireland, in May 1917. By the end of the war, the United States Navy had deployed 200 destroyers to the Atlantic, plus dozens of submarine chasers, patrol boats, and minesweepers. The convoy system, combined with American naval power, reduced Allied shipping losses from 900,000 tons per month in April 1917 to less than 200,000 tons per month by October 1918. The U-boat campaign, which had nearly starved Britain into submission, had failed. The American economic contribution was even greater. The United States lent the Allies $10 billion, a staggering sum in 1917 dollars, equivalent to more than $200 billion today. The loans financed the purchase of American food, American steel, American oil, and American ammunition. Without American loans, the French and British economies would have collapsed. Without American food, the French and British populations would have starved. The American industrial mobilization was equally impressive. The United States built 1,000 aircraft per month by the end of the war, though most of them were training aircraft, not combat aircraft. It built 100,000 trucks, 50,000 ambulances, and 10,000 tractors. It built 10 million gas masks, enough for every soldier, every sailor, every civilian. It built 20 million rounds of artillery ammunition per month, more than the British and French combined. But the American military contribution, the doughboys themselves, would not be felt until 1918, and 1918 would be the most desperate year of the war. 5. The strategic impact. What America changed. America's entry into the war did not immediately change the balance of power on the Western Front. The American army was too small, too inexperienced, and too poorly equipped to fight in 1917. The French army, exhausted by the Nivelle offensive, which we will cover in the next chapter, was on the verge of mutiny. The British army, battered by Passchendaele, was running out of replacements. The Allies needed American troops, but the American troops were not yet ready. What America changed was the strategic calculus of the war. Before April 1917, Germany could hope to win by attrition, by killing more Allied soldiers than the Allies could replace. After April 1917, that was no longer possible. The United States had a population of 100 million, a virtually limitless supply of young men, and an industrial base that dwarfed Germany's. Every month the war continued, brought more American troops to France. Every month Germany's position grew weaker. The German High Command, Hindenburg and Ludendorff, understood this. They knew that they had one chance, one last chance, to win the war before the American army became decisive. They would attack in the spring of 1918, before the Americans could arrive in force. They would attack on the Western Front with every soldier they could muster. They would attack using new tactics, infiltration tactics, stormtrooper tactics, that had been developed during the war and perfected in the East. They would attack, they believed, and finally break the deadlock. The Kaiserschlacht, the Kaiser's battle, was coming. It would be the largest offensive of the war. It would come within 50 miles of Paris, and it would fail because of the Americans. Chapter 14. The Nivelle Offensive and the French Mutinies, in which a general promises to end the war in 48 hours, the German army captures his plans, and the French soldiers, the poilus who had endured Verdun and the Somme, finally refuse to attack. Chapter 1. The man who would be savior, Robert Nivelle. General Robert Nivelle was the most charismatic commander the French army had produced since Napoleon. He was 59 years old, tall, handsome, and impeccably dressed, with a mane of silver hair and a voice that could charm anyone. Politicians, journalists, soldiers, even his fellow generals. He spoke fluent English, which helped him with the British, and he exuded confidence, which helped him with the French. Nivelle had made his reputation at Verdun. In October 1916, he had commanded the French counteroffensive that recaptured Fort Douaumont. The operation had been brilliantly planned and ruthlessly executed. A massive artillery preparation, followed by infantry advancing behind a creeping barrage, followed by the systematic reduction of German strongpoints. Nivelle's methods worked at Douaumont. He believed they would work anywhere. In December 1916, Nivelle was promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the French Army, replacing General Joseph Joffre, the hero of the Marne, who had become exhausted and ineffective. The French government, desperate for victory, gave Nivelle everything he asked for: more troops, more artillery, more aircraft, more tanks. Nivelle promised victory in return. "The German army will be broken," he told the French cabinet. "The war will be over in 48 hours." Nivelle's plan was audacious. He would attack on the Chemin des Dames, a ridge 40 miles northeast of Paris, named for the royal daughters, the dames, who had traveled the road in the 18th century. The ridge was held by the German army, which had fortified it with 3 lines of trenches, concrete bunkers, and machine gun nests. The French had attacked the Chemin des Dames twice before, in 1914 and 1915, and had been repulsed both times with heavy losses. Nivelle believed that his new tactics, the creeping barrage, the massed tanks, the surprise attack, would succeed where previous offensives had failed. The British Army under General Haig would support the French offensive by attacking at Arras, 50 miles to the north. The British attack was scheduled for April 9, 1917, the French attack for April 16th. The Germans, however, knew Nivelle's plan. A French raiding party had captured a German trench on April 4th, and among the prisoners was a French officer who had been carrying a copy of the operational orders. The Germans, realizing that Nivelle intended to attack on the Chemin des Dames, withdrew their front-line troops to their third defensive line, the Hindenburg Line behind the ridge. The ground in front of the Hindenburg Line was stripped of trees, houses, and cover. It was a killing zone. Nivelle knew that the Germans knew his plan. He should have cancelled the offensive. He did not. He believed he had convinced himself that his tactics would overcome any German defense. He was wrong. 2. The offensive, April 16, 1917. At 6 a.m. on April 16, 1917, the French artillery opened fire. The bombardment was massive, 5,000 guns firing 10 million shells, but it was ineffective. The German Hindenburg Line was too deep, too well built, too far from the French guns. The German defenders, safe in their concrete bunkers, waited out the storm. At 7 a.m., the French infantry attacked. They advanced behind a creeping barrage, a curtain of exploding shells that moved forward at 50 yards per minute, theoretically keeping the German defenders' heads down. The creeping barrage was supposed to protect the infantry. In practice, it moved too fast. The French soldiers, weighed down with equipment, could not keep up. The barrage outran the infantry, leaving them exposed to German machine gun fire. The German machine gunners, veterans of Verdun and the Somme, had been waiting for this. They opened fire at 500 yards, then 400, then 300. The French infantry fell in waves. The survivors, pinned down by machine gun fire, could not advance. They could not retreat. They lay in the mud, in the shell craters, in the barbed wire, waiting for nightfall. The French tanks, the new Schneider and Saint-Chamond models, were supposed to break the deadlock. They were slow, 3 miles per hour, under-armored, 10 millimeters of steel, easily penetrated by German machine gun fire, and mechanically unreliable. Of the 128 tanks committed to the offensive, 52 broke down before reaching the start line, 34 were knocked out by German artillery, and the rest got stuck in the mud. The French infantry, expecting tank support, received none. By the end of the first day, the French army had advanced 500 yards, nowhere near the Hindenburg Line. It had lost 40,000 men, killed, wounded, or captured. The German army had lost 8,000. Nivelle, watching from his headquarters, refused to believe the reports. He ordered the offensive to continue. On April 17th, the French attacked again. They gained another 300 yards, lost another 20,000 men. On April 18th, they attacked again, another 200 yards, another 15,000 men. On April 19th, Nivelle finally admitted defeat. The offensive was called off. The Nivelle offensive had lasted 4 days. It had cost the French army 120,000 casualties, 40,000 of them dead. It had gained no territory, destroyed no German divisions, captured no strategic objectives. It was, by any measure, a catastrophic failure, and worse was to come. 3. The mutinies. We will defend the trenches, but we will not attack. The French soldiers who survived the Nivelle offensive did not return to their units. They returned to their camps and refused to go back to the front. The mutinies began on April 17th, the second day of the offensive, when a regiment of colonial troops, Senegalese tirailleurs, refused to leave their billets. The officers, shocked by this breach of discipline, threatened to shoot the ringleaders. The soldiers replied that they would rather be shot than sent back to the Chemin des Dames. By April 20th, the mutiny had spread to a dozen regiments. By April 25th, to 50 regiments. By May 1st, to 150 regiments, nearly half the French army. The mutineers were not revolutionaries. They did not demand the overthrow of the government. They did not fraternize with the Germans. They simply refused to attack. We will defend the trenches, they said. We will defend French soil. But we will not attack. We have attacked too many times. We have lost too many men. No more attacks. The mutinies took different forms in different units. In some regiments, the soldiers simply sat down in their trenches and refused to move. In others, they marched to the nearest town, singing the Internationale, the socialist anthem, demanding peace. In a few regiments, they arrested their officers and threatened to shoot them. In one notorious incident, the 136th Infantry Regiment murdered its commanding officer, Colonel Raoul de Chabriers, and threw his body into a shell crater. The French High Command was terrified. The mutinies were not confined to a few isolated units. They were widespread, spontaneous, and contagious. If the Germans learned of them, and they would, it was only a matter of time, the German army would attack the weakened French lines and break through. The war would be lost. France would be defeated. The French government, led by Prime Minister Georges Clemenceau, a ruthless old man who had been a journalist during the Franco-Prussian War and had never forgotten the humiliation of French defeat, ordered General Philippe Pétain to restore order. Pétain had been promoted to commander-in-chief after Nivelle's dismissal. He was the man who had saved Verdun. Now he was asked to save France. 4. Pétain's method, carrots and sticks. Pétain understood the mutineers. He had been a soldier for 40 years. He had served in the trenches. He had seen his friends die in useless offensives. He knew that the mutineers were not cowards. They had fought at Verdun, at the Somme, at the Chemin des Dames. They had endured conditions that no human being should be asked to endure. They were not refusing to fight. They were refusing to die for nothing. Pétain's method was twofold: punishment for the ringleaders, reform for the rest. The punishment was brutal but selective. Pétain ordered courts-martial for the leaders of the mutinies. The courts-martial, convened in secret, sentenced 629 men to death. Of those, 554 were reprieved by Pétain himself, but 75 were shot by firing squads in front of their regiments as an example to the others. The executed men were not heroes. They were not martyrs. They were peasants and factory workers, conscripts who had been pushed beyond endurance and who paid for their refusal with their lives. The reform was more important. Pétain visited every regiment in the French army, speaking to the soldiers directly. He listened to their complaints. He heard what they wanted: better food, more leave, an end to useless offensives. He gave them what they wanted. He increased the meat ration. He built bakeries at the front so the soldiers could have fresh bread instead of stale biscuits. He established a system of regular leave. Every soldier would get 2 weeks of leave every 4 months. He built railway cars to transport the soldiers to their homes. He improved the medical care, the postal service, the laundry facilities. He built recreation huts with newspapers, games, and hot coffee. And he made a promise: I will wait for the Americans and the tanks. There would be no more French offensives until the American army arrived in force, until the British had built enough tanks to break the German line, until the conditions were right. The French army would defend and wait. The soldiers believed him. By June 1917, the mutinies had subsided. By July, the French army was ready to fight, but only on the defensive. The French would never again launch a major offensive on their own. The offensive war had passed to the British and eventually to the Americans. The German army, which had detected signs of the mutinies but never understood their scale, did not attack. Ludendorff, the German chief of staff, later wrote that the mutinies were the greatest crisis of the war for the Allies, and that the German High Command had missed the opportunity to exploit them. It was a catastrophic failure of intelligence, and it would cost Germany the war. 5. The aftermath, what the mutinies meant. The French mutinies of 1917 are the least understood major event of the First World War. In English-language histories, they are often mentioned in a paragraph or a footnote, as if the collapse of the French army in the spring of 1917 were a minor incident, a curiosity, something that happened to the French, but not to the British. In French history, the mutinies are a national trauma, a secret that was kept from the public for 50 years. The mutinies revealed the limits of human endurance. The French soldier, the poilu, had been asked to endure more than any soldier in history. He had fought for 3 years without respite. He had watched his friends die by the hundreds of thousands. He had been fed garbage, clothed in rags, housed in mud, and told that he was fighting for the glory of France. He had believed it, until Verdun. He had believed it, until the Chemin des Dames. Then he had stopped believing. The mutinies also revealed the limits of military authority. The French High Command had treated the soldiers as cannon fodder, as expendable resources, as numbers on a balance sheet. The soldiers had rebelled, not against France, not against the war, but against the generals who had wasted their lives. The mutinies were not a revolution. They were a refusal, and that refusal forced the French High Command to change. After the mutinies, the French army was never the same. It was a defensive army, not an offensive army. It would hold the line, but it would not advance, not unless the British and Americans advanced first. The burden of the offensive passed to the British, who would pay for it in blood at Passchendaele, and the French soldiers, the poilus who had survived Verdun, the Somme, and the Chemication designed to ensure that France would never have to attack again. And when the Germans attacked in 1940, the French army would collapse, not because it was weak, but because its soldiers had learned in 1917 that the men who commanded them were not worth dying for. Chapter 15. The German Spring Offensive, the Kaiser's last gamble, in which the German army unleashes 1 million men, the British Fifth Army is destroyed, the French government flees Paris, and the Americans finally arrive, just in time. 1. The strategic calculus, now or never. By January 1918, the German High Command, Hindenburg and Ludendorff, had reached a grim conclusion. Germany had one last chance to win the war. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, signed in March 1918, had ended the war in the East. The German army could now transfer 1 million men, 50 divisions from the Eastern Front to the Western Front. For the first time since 1914, Germany had numerical superiority in the West. 191 German divisions, 3.5 million men, against 178 Allied divisions, 2.7 million men. But the German advantage was temporary. The American army, which had 500,000 men in France in January 1918, would have 1 million by June, 2 million by September. Every month the war continued. The Allied position grew stronger. Germany had to attack now, before the American flood became a tidal wave. Ludendorff, who was now effectively the military dictator of Germany, the Kaiser was a figurehead, the Reichstag was powerless, planned the largest offensive of the war. He would attack on the Western Front on a 50-mile front with every available soldier, every available gun, every available shell. He would use new tactics, infiltration tactics, stormtrooper tactics that had been developed during the war and perfected on the Eastern Front. He would break through the Allied line, drive a wedge between the British and French armies, capture the Channel ports, and force the British to evacuate. Then he would turn on the French, encircle Paris, and force the French to surrender. The war would be over before the Americans could intervene. The plan was audacious. It was also delusional. The German army was exhausted, underfed, and demoralized. The German soldiers who had returned from the Eastern Front had brought revolutionary ideas with them: socialism, communism, mutiny. The German civilian population was starving. The turnip winter of 1916 to 1917 had killed an estimated 300,000 Germans, and the winter of 1917 to 1918 had been even worse. The German Navy, which was supposed to support the offensive, was on the verge of mutiny. The German economy, stripped of raw materials and foreign credit, was collapsing. Ludendorff did not see any of this. He saw only the numbers: 3.5 million German soldiers against 2.7 million Allied soldiers. He believed that one great offensive, one final push, would win the war. He was wrong. 2. The Stormtroopers, a new way of war. The German army of 1918 was not the German army of 1914. The old army, the professional army, the army of Prussian officers and disciplined conscripts, had been destroyed at Verdun and the Somme. The new army was an army of survivors, men who had learned, through years of brutal experience, how to stay alive. These survivors were organized into Stoßtruppen, stormtroopers. They were volunteers selected for their youth, fitness, and aggressiveness. They were given the best equipment: light machine guns, flamethrowers, grenades, and submachine guns. The MP-18, the first practical submachine gun, was issued to stormtrooper units in 1918. They were trained in infiltration tactics. Instead of attacking the enemy front line in massed waves, they would infiltrate through the gaps, bypassing the strong points, attacking the enemy's command posts, artillery batteries, and supply depots. They would create chaos in the enemy's rear, paralyzing his ability to respond. The stormtrooper tactics had been tested in 1917 at Riga, on the Eastern Front, where a German force of 20,000 men had shattered a Russian army of 100,000. They had been tested at Caporetto in Italy, where a German-Austrian force had driven the Italian army back 20 miles in a single day. Ludendorff believed that the same tactics would work on the Western Front. The plan was called Michael, the first and largest of the German offensives. The objective was the British Fifth Army, which was holding a 40-mile front south of the Somme River. The British Fifth Army was the weakest of the British armies. It had been battered at Passchendaele the previous autumn. It had not been properly reinforced, and its trenches were shallow and poorly sighted. Ludendorff planned to overwhelm the Fifth Army with 1.5 million men, break through the British line, and drive northwest toward the Channel ports, separating the British army from the French. The offensive was scheduled for March 21st, 1918. 3. Operation Michael, March 21st to April 5th, 1918. At 4:40 a.m. on March 21st, 1918, the German artillery opened fire. The bombardment was the heaviest of the war, 6,000 guns firing 1 million shells in 5 hours. The Germans used gas shells, mustard gas, phosgene, mixed with high explosive, creating a lethal cocktail that killed the British soldiers in their trenches and forced the survivors to wear gas masks. The rubberized masks made it impossible to see, to breathe, to fight. At 9:40 a.m., the stormtroopers attacked. They advanced behind a creeping barrage, a curtain of exploding shells that moved forward at 100 yards per minute. They bypassed the British strong points, infiltrating through the gaps in the British line. They captured the British artillery batteries before the gunners could fire. They cut the British telephone wires, preventing the British commanders from communicating with their units. The British Fifth Army, which had been holding a 40-mile front with 16 divisions, collapsed. The first day was a catastrophe for the British. The Germans advanced 5 miles, as far as the British had advanced on the Somme in 4 months. They captured 20,000 prisoners and 500 artillery pieces. The British Fifth Army, which had 100,000 men at the beginning of the day, had 50,000 at the end. The survivors were retreating in disorder, abandoning their wounded, their supplies, their equipment. The second day was worse. The Germans advanced another 5 miles. They captured the town of Peronne, which the British had held since 1914. They crossed the Somme River, which the British had used as a defensive barrier. The British Fifth Army, now reduced to 20,000 effectives, retreated another 10 miles. The British Third Army, which had been holding the line to the north, was outflanked and forced to retreat as well. By March 24th, the German army had advanced 20 miles. The British line had been broken. The gap between the British and French armies, the hinge on which the entire Allied line depended, was now 30 miles wide. The German stormtroopers, advancing at a rate of 10 miles per day, were moving faster than the German supply columns could keep up. The German soldiers, hungry and thirsty, began to loot the British supply depots. They found food, white bread, canned meat, chocolate that they had not seen in years. They stopped advancing. They ate. The pause saved the Allies. General Ferdinand Foch, who had been appointed supreme commander of the Allied armies just days before the offensive, the Allies had finally realized that they needed a single commander to coordinate their efforts, ordered the French army to move north, to fill the gap. The French army, which had been mutinous just a year earlier, responded. The French soldiers, many of them in trucks, many more on foot, marched north to the sound of the guns. The American army, which had only 300,000 men in France, sent its first divisions to the front. By March 28th, the German offensive had stalled. The British army, reinforced with fresh divisions from the north, had established a new defensive line. The German stormtroopers, exhausted and undersupplied, could not break through. Ludendorff, frustrated by the failure of the main attack, launched a secondary attack, Operation Mars, on March 28th. It failed. The British, fighting on their home ground, the Channel ports were their lifeline to England, fought with a desperation that the Germans had not anticipated. On April 5th, Ludendorff called off the offensive. Operation Michael had achieved the greatest German victory since 1914. It had advanced 40 miles, captured 75,000 prisoners, 1,000 artillery pieces, and 200 square miles of territory. But it had not achieved its strategic objective. It had not separated the British from the French. It had not captured the Channel ports. It had not knocked Britain out of the war. The German army had suffered 250,000 casualties, including 40,000 stormtroopers, the best soldiers in the German army, the men who could not be replaced. The British army had suffered 180,000 casualties. The French army had suffered 50,000. The Americans, who had fought for the first time at the village of Cantigny, the first American regimental-sized attack of the war, had lost 1,000. The German offensive had failed, but Ludendorff, refusing to accept defeat, planned another. 4. Operation Georgette, April 9th to 29th, 1918. On April 9th, 1918, Ludendorff launched Operation Georgette, an attack on the British First and Second Armies, holding the line south of Ypres, the same ground that had been fought over since 1914. The attack began with another massive artillery bombardment, followed by another stormtrooper infiltration. The German attack this time was aimed at the Portuguese Expeditionary Corps, a division of 20,000 Portuguese soldiers who had been holding a 6-mile front. The Portuguese, who had been in the trenches for months without relief, were exhausted and demoralized. The German stormtroopers overran the Portuguese division in 4 hours, capturing 6,000 prisoners and killing or wounding the rest. The German breakthrough forced the British First and Second Armies to retreat. By April 12th, the Germans were within 6 miles of the Ypres, the same Ypres that the British had held since 1914. The British commander, Field Marshal Sir Douglas Haig, issued a backs-to-the-wall order. There is no other course open to us but to fight it out. Every position must be held to the last man. The safety of our homes and the freedom of mankind alike depend upon the conduct of our troops. With our backs to the wall and believing in the justice of our cause, each one of us must fight on to the end. The British fought. The German advance slowed. By April 29th, the offensive had stalled. The Germans had advanced another 10 miles, captured another 20,000 prisoners, but had not captured Ypres. The British line, battered but unbroken, still held. The German army had suffered another 150,000 casualties. The British had suffered 120,000. The French, who had reinforced the British, had suffered 30,000. The Americans, who had fought at Cantigny, the first American victory of the war, though a small one, had suffered 1,000. Ludendorff, still refusing to accept defeat, planned a third offensive. 5. Operation Blucher York, May 27th to June 4th, 1918. On May 27, 1918, Ludendorff launched Operation Blucher York, an attack on the French Sixth Army, holding the line on the Chemin des Dames, the same ridge where the French army had mutinied in 1917. The French Sixth Army, which was holding a 30-mile front with 11 divisions, was the weakest of the French armies. The French soldiers, many of them survivors of the mutinies, were tired, demoralized, and poorly trained. The French commanders, expecting the next German attack to fall on the British sector, had left the Chemin des Dames undermanned. The German attack was a complete surprise. The artillery bombardment began at 1 a.m., not a 5-hour bombardment, but a 3-hour bombardment, designed to achieve surprise. The stormtroopers attacked at 4 a.m., advancing behind a creeping barrage that moved forward at 150 yards per minute. The French Sixth Army, caught off guard, collapsed. By the end of the first day, the Germans had advanced 10 miles, as far as they had advanced on the Chemin des Dames in 1917 at a cost of 120,000 casualties. This time, the cost was 10,000. The French army, which had been fighting since 1914, retreated in disorder. The Germans captured 20,000 prisoners, 500 artillery pieces, and 500 machine guns. They crossed the Ain River, which the French had used as a defensive barrier. They crossed the Vesle River, which the French had used as a second barrier. They advanced toward the Marne River, which flows through Paris. By May 30th, the Germans were within 50 miles of Paris. The French government, which had fled Paris in 1914 and returned in 1915, fled again, this time to Bordeaux on the Atlantic coast. The German artillery, which had been moved forward, could shell Paris with long-range guns. The Paris gun, a 210mm naval gun, mounted on a railway carriage with a range of 80 miles, fired into the city for weeks, killing 250 civilians and wounding 600 more. The people of Paris, who had not heard artillery since 1914, panicked. The streets emptied, the shops closed. The city was dark at night. But the German advance could not be sustained. The stormtroopers, advancing at a rate of 15 miles per day, outran their supply lines. The German soldiers, exhausted and hungry, began to loot the French supply depots again. They found wine, cheese, bread, comforts they had not seen in years. They stopped advancing. They ate. The French army under Pétain refused to panic. Pétain ordered his soldiers to defend the Marne River line, the last defensive barrier before Paris. The French soldiers, many of them survivors of the mutinies, obeyed. They dug in on the south bank of the Marne, reinforced the bridges, laid new barbed wire, sighted their machine guns. They were not going to retreat again. The American army, which now had 1 million men in France, was ordered to the Marne. The American 2nd and 3rd Divisions, the Marine Brigade, and the regular army marched 60 miles in 3 days, arriving at the Marne on May 31st. The American soldiers, many of them volunteers, were fresh, eager, and utterly inexperienced. They had no idea what they were about to face. 6. The American response. Belleau Wood. The German army, having outrun its supply lines, paused on the Marne. The pause gave the Allies time to reinforce. By June 1st, the French army had established a new defensive line along the Marne. The American 2nd and 3rd Divisions were in position. The British army, still recovering from Operation Michael and Operation Georgette, sent 2 divisions to the Marne as well. The German attack resumed on June 1st at the village of Château-Thierry, 20 miles east of Paris. The German stormtroopers crossed the Marne on pontoon bridges, attacking the American 3rd Division. The American soldiers, fighting for the first time in a major engagement, held. The German stormtroopers, who had never faced American soldiers before, were surprised by their aggressiveness, their marksmanship, and their willingness to fight at close quarters. The Americans, who had been trained in marksmanship since childhood, most of them had grown up hunting, fired with an accuracy that the Germans had not encountered since 1914. The German attack stalled. The decisive battle was fought not at Château-Thierry, but at Belleau Wood, a dense forest north of the Marne. The American 2nd Division, which included the 4th Marine Brigade, the Devil Dogs, was ordered to capture the wood from the German army, which had occupied it the previous week. The Marines attacked on June 6th. The Battle of Belleau Wood was a brutal close-quarters fight, hand-to-hand combat with bayonets, trench knives, and bare hands. The German defenders, veterans of the Eastern Front, were experienced and determined. The Marines, who had never been in combat before, were inexperienced but aggressive. The Marines attacked the wood 6 times. 6 times the German defenders repulsed them. On the 7th attack, the Marines broke through. The Germans retreated, leaving the wood in American hands. The cost was horrific. The 4th Marine Brigade lost 5,000 men, killed, wounded, or missing. The German defenders lost 3,000. The battle was small by the standards of the Somme or Verdun, but its impact was enormous. The Marines, fighting alongside the French army, had stopped the German advance. The German army, which had been advancing since March, had finally been halted. The American commander, General John Blackjack Pershing, wanted to take credit for the victory. He did not. The credit belonged to the Marines and to the French, who had held the line while the Americans learned to fight. The German spring offensive had failed. The last German gamble had failed. 7. The failure. What Ludendorff did wrong. The German spring offensive failed for 5 reasons. First, Ludendorff had no strategic objective. He attacked first the British, then the French, then the British again, then the French again. He shifted his forces from one sector to another, never concentrating his strength for a decisive blow. The German army, which had 1.5 million men in March, had 1 million in July. The German soldiers, who had been fighting for 4 years, were exhausted. The German supply columns, which were still horse-drawn, the German army was not motorized, could not keep up with the advancing infantry. Second, the stormtroopers outran their supplies. The German infantry, advancing at a rate of 10 to 15 miles per day, left their supply columns behind. The German soldiers, hungry and thirsty, looted Allied supply depots. The looting caused delays, which gave the Allies time to reinforce. The looting also demoralized the German soldiers, who realized that their own supply system had failed. Third, the Allies learned to counter the stormtrooper tactics. The stormtroopers infiltrated through the gaps in the Allied line, so the Allies eliminated the gaps. The Allies created a new defensive doctrine, elastic defense. Instead of holding the front line at all costs, the Allies held the front line lightly, drawing the stormtroopers in, then counterattacking with reserves from the rear. The stormtroopers, who expected to bypass the strong points, were instead trapped between the strong points and the reserves. Fourth, the Americans arrived. The American army, which had 500,000 men in France in March, had 1 million in June, 1.5 million in August. The American soldiers were fresh, well-fed, and aggressive. The German soldiers, who had been fighting for 4 years, were tired, hungry, and demoralized. The Americans, who had not learned to be afraid of the German army, fought with a ferocity that the Germans had not seen since 1914. Fifth, the German army had no reserves. The German army, which had 3.5 million men in March, had 2 million in August. The German soldiers who were killed or wounded in the spring offensive could not be replaced. The German army, which had been the finest in Europe in 1914, was a shadow of its former self. The German soldiers, who had been taught that they were superior to the Allies, no longer believed it. They had been stopped at the Marne. They would never advance again. The German spring offensive was the last chance for Germany to win the war. It failed. The Allies, now reinforced by the Americans, would counterattack. The 100 Days, the final Allied offensive of the war, was about to begin. Chapter 16. The 100 Days, the final Allied offensive, in which the Allies finally learn to fight a modern war. The German army collapses and Ludendorff suffers a nervous breakdown. 1. The turning point. Foch takes command. By July 1918, the German spring offensive had exhausted itself. The German army had advanced 50 miles, captured 200,000 prisoners, and inflicted 800,000 casualties on the Allies. But the German army had suffered 1 million casualties of its own. The best soldiers, the stormtroopers, the men who could not be replaced. The German supply system had collapsed. The German soldiers were starving. Their horses were dying. Their ammunition was running low. The German morale, which had been high during the spring, was now lower than it had ever been. The Allies, by contrast, were stronger than ever. The French army, which had mutinied in 1917, had recovered under Petain's leadership. The British army, battered but unbroken, had been reinforced with fresh divisions from England. The American army, which had 1.5 million men in France by August, was eager to fight. And the Allies finally had a unified commander, General Ferdinand Foch, a Frenchman with a bulldog face and a will of iron. Foch was not a military genius. He was a former artillery officer who had commanded the French Ninth Army at the Marne in 1914. He was aggressive, stubborn, and utterly convinced that the Allies could win. His strategy was simple: attack everywhere, all the time, with every available soldier. The German army, exhausted by its spring offensives, could not defend everywhere at once. Foch would find the weak point in the German line, attack it with overwhelming force, and break through. The first target was the village of Amiens, 50 miles north of Paris. Amiens was a railroad hub, the junction of the lines that supplied the British Army in the north and the French Army in the center. The Germans had captured Amiens in March during Operation Michael, but had been unable to hold it. The British had retaken it. Now Foch planned to attack eastward from Amiens into the German line toward the railroad junction at Ham. The attack was scheduled for August 8, 1918. The British Fourth Army, commanded by General Sir Henry Rawlinson, would do the fighting. The Canadian Corps, the Australian Corps, and the British Third Corps would provide the infantry. The tanks, the new Mark V tanks, which were faster, more reliable, and better armored than their predecessors, would provide the breakthrough. The German army, expecting another attack on the Marne, where the Americans had stopped them in June, was not prepared. The German line around Amiens was held by second-rate divisions, older men, wounded men, men who had been returned to the front before they had fully recovered. The German intelligence, which had been excellent earlier in the war, had failed. The German commanders did not know where the Allies would attack. At 4:20 a.m. on August 8th, the Allied artillery opened fire, not a week-long bombardment, but a surprise barrage lasting just a few minutes. The German soldiers, many of them asleep, were caught off guard. The tanks advancing behind the barrage crashed through the German wire. The Canadian and Australian infantry, following the tanks, captured the German trenches. The German defenders, stunned by the suddenness of the attack, surrendered in droves. By the end of the first day, the Allies had advanced 8 miles, the greatest single-day advance since 1914. They had captured 15,000 prisoners and 500 artillery pieces. The German army, which had been retreating in disorder, had lost 30,000 men. Ludendorff, who had been following the battle from his headquarters, called August 8th the Black Day of the German army. He knew that the war was lost. 2. The Black Day, August 8th, 1918. The Battle of Amiens was not the largest battle of the war, nor the bloodiest, but it was the most important. For the first time since 1914, the German army had been decisively defeated in a major engagement. The German soldiers, who had been told that they were winning the war, had surrendered by the thousands, not because they were cowards, but because they were exhausted, hungry, and demoralized. They had lost faith in their officers, in their generals, in their Kaiser. Ludendorff's reaction was telling. He had always been the cold, calculating master of the battlefield, the man who never showed emotion. On August 8th, he broke down. He screamed at his staff, threw papers on the floor, and wept. "We have lost the war," he said. He meant it. The German government, which had been told by Ludendorff that the war was winnable, was shocked. The Kaiser, who had been portrayed by German propaganda as a victorious war leader, was horrified. The German people, who had been fed a steady diet of victory news, were confused. But the war was not over. The German army, though battered, still held the Hindenburg Line, a massive defensive system of trenches, bunkers, and barbed wire that stretched from the Belgian coast to the Swiss border. The German army, though demoralized, still had 2 million men in the field. The Allies would have to break the Hindenburg Line if they wanted to win the war. Foch planned the next attack. He would attack not in one place, but in many places simultaneously, on the Somme, at Arras, at Ypres, at Verdun. The German army, which had been weakened by the spring offensives and the summer retreat, could not defend everywhere at once. The Allies would find the weak point, break through, and destroy the German army. The offensive was scheduled for September 26, 1918. The Americans would attack at Meuse-Argonne, in the center of the line. The French would attack at Champagne, on the American right. The British would attack at Cambrai, on the American left. The Belgians, who had been holding the line in Flanders since 1914, would attack at Ypres. The Hindenburg Line was about to be broken. 3. The Americans at Meuse-Argonne, September 26th to October 15th, 1918. The Meuse-Argonne offensive was the largest battle in American history. The American Expeditionary Force, now commanded by General John "Blackjack" Pershing, had 1.2 million soldiers, 33 divisions arrayed along a 30-mile front. The objective was the German-held railroad hub at Sedan, 60 miles to the east. If the Americans captured Sedan, the German army in France would be cut off from its supply lines in Germany. The war would be over. The German army defending the Meuse-Argonne had 400,000 soldiers, 15 divisions, dug into the Argonne forest, a dense wilderness of trees, ravines, and hills. The Germans had been holding the Argonne since 1914. They knew every path, every ridge, every machine gun nest. The American soldiers, most of whom had never been in combat before, had to attack through the forest, uphill, against German machine guns and artillery. The American attack began at 5:30 a.m. on September 26th. The artillery bombardment, 2,500 guns, firing 500,000 shells, lasted 3 hours. The American infantry advanced behind a creeping barrage, a curtain of exploding shells that moved forward at 50 yards per minute. The Americans, inexperienced and overconfident, advanced too quickly. They outran their barrage, leaving themselves exposed to German machine gun fire. The German machine gunners, veterans of 4 years of war, cut them down. The first day of the Meuse-Argonne offensive was a disaster. The American army advanced 2 miles, not enough to break the German line, at a cost of 10,000 casualties. The Americans, who had never seen anything like the Argonne forest, were shocked by the ferocity of the German resistance. The German soldiers, who had been retreating since August, were desperate. They knew that if the Americans broke through, the war was lost. The battle continued for 3 weeks. The Americans attacked, the Germans counterattacked. The Americans captured a hill, the Germans recaptured it. The Americans advanced a mile, the Germans retreated a mile. The Argonne forest became a killing ground, like Verdun, like the Somme. The dead lay in the leaves, in the mud, in the shell craters. The wounded, left behind by the advancing Americans, died of exposure, of blood loss, of gangrene. The American soldiers, many of them volunteers, fought with a courage that surprised even their own officers. The 1st Division, the Big Red One, captured the village of Montfaucon, a German strong point, after 3 days of brutal fighting. The 2nd Division, which included the Marine Brigade, the Devil Dogs, captured the heights of Blancmont, a German observation post, after a bayonet charge that cost 5,000 casualties. The 77th Division, known as the Lost Battalion, was surrounded by German forces and held out for 5 days without food, without water, without ammunition. The survivors, 200 men out of 600, were rescued by the 1st Division on October 8th. By October 15th, the American army had advanced 10 miles, not enough to capture Sedan, but enough to break the German line. The German army, which had been holding the Argonne since 1914, retreated to a new defensive line 10 miles to the east. The American army, exhausted and bloodied, paused to rest and resupply. The cost of the first phase of the Meuse-Argonne offensive was staggering. 100,000 American casualties, killed, wounded, or missing. The German army had suffered 50,000 casualties. The French army, fighting on the American right flank, had suffered 30,000. The battle was not over. The second phase would begin on November 1st. 4. The British at Cambrai, the tank breakthrough. While the Americans were fighting in the Argonne forest, the British army was preparing a breakthrough in the north. The objective was the Hindenburg Line, the massive defensive system that the Germans had built in 1917, which had never been breached. The Hindenburg Line consisted of 3 parallel lines of trenches, protected by belts of barbed wire, up to 200 yards deep, concrete machine gun bunkers, and deep dugouts that could shelter German soldiers from artillery bombardments. The Allies had attacked the Hindenburg Line at Cambrai in 1917 using tanks for the first time and had failed. The British Fourth Army, now commanded by General Henry Rawlinson, the same man who had commanded at Amiens, planned a different approach. Instead of attacking the Hindenburg Line head-on, they would attack the weak point, the German-held sector between the Sensee River and the Canal du Nord, where the German defenses were less formidable. The British would use 500 tanks, the largest concentration of tanks ever assembled, to break through the German line. The Canadian Corps, the Australian Corps, and the British Third Corps would follow the tanks, exploiting the breakthrough. The attack began on September 27, 1918. The artillery bombardment, 2,000 guns firing 500,000 shells, lasted just 2 hours. The tanks advancing behind the barrage crashed through the German wire. The Canadian and Australian infantry following the tanks captured the German trenches. The German defenders, who had been expecting a week-long bombardment followed by massed infantry attacks, were caught off guard. They surrendered by the thousands. The Hindenburg Line, which had been considered impregnable, was breached in a single day. The British Fourth Army advanced 5 miles, captured 10,000 prisoners, and seized the German-held village of Cambrai. The German army, which had been holding the line since 1917, retreated in disorder. Ludendorff, watching the reports from his headquarters, knew that the war was over. The Hindenburg Line was the last German defensive position in France. If the Allies could break it, they could advance into Germany itself. Ludendorff, who had been having nervous breakdowns since August, lost control. He demanded that the German government seek an armistice immediately. The Kaiser, who had been touring the German army in France, was informed that the war was lost. He refused to believe it. He ordered the German army to fight on. The German generals, who knew that the army was collapsing, ignored him. 5. The collapse. October-November 1918. By October 1918, the German army was disintegrating. The soldiers, exhausted by 4 years of war, were deserting by the thousands. The soldiers who remained were starving. The British blockade had cut off Germany from food imports, and the German harvest of 1918 had failed. The soldiers were mutinying, not against the war, but against their officers, who they blamed for the disaster. The German Navy, which had been sitting in port since Jutland, was ordered to sea on October 29th for a final suicidal attack on the British Grand Fleet. The German sailors, who had no desire to die for the Kaiser, refused. The mutiny spread from the battleships to the cruisers to the destroyers. On November 3rd, the mutineers took control of the port of Kiel. The German government, which had no loyal troops to suppress the mutiny, panicked. The German Revolution, which had been building since 1917, exploded. Workers' councils, modeled on the Russian Soviets, seized control of the factories. Soldiers' councils, composed of mutinous soldiers, seized control of the barracks. The Kaiser, who had fled Berlin for the safety of army headquarters in Spa, Belgium, was informed that the army would no longer fight for him. The generals, who had served him for 30 years, told him that he must abdicate. On November 9, 1918, Kaiser Wilhelm II abdicated. He boarded a train for the Netherlands, where he would spend the rest of his life in exile. The German Republic was proclaimed from the Reichstag building in Berlin. The war, which the Kaiser had helped to start, was over. The German armistice delegation, led by a civilian politician named Matthias Erzberger, crossed the lines on November 8th. The Allies, meeting with the Germans in a railway car in the Compiègne forest, presented their terms. Germany must evacuate all occupied territory, surrender its submarines and its high seas fleet, withdraw its army behind the Rhine River, and accept Allied occupation of the Rhineland. The terms were harsh, but the Germans had no choice. The army was collapsing. The revolution was spreading. The war was lost. The armistice was signed at 5 a.m. on November 11th, 1918. The terms would take effect at 11 a.m., the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. 6. The 11th hour, November 11th, 1918. At 10 a.m. on November 11th, the news of the armistice reached the front. The soldiers, who had been fighting for 4 years, did not know how to react. Some cheered, some wept, some simply sat down in the mud, too exhausted to move. The fighting continued until the last minute. Some generals, wanting to end the war with a victory, ordered their troops to attack. Some soldiers, not wanting to be killed on the last day of the war, refused. The casualties on November 11th, between the signing of the armistice at 5 a.m. and the ceasefire at 11 a.m., were 11,000, killed, wounded, or missing. The last soldier killed in the war was an American, Private Henry Gunther, who was shot at 10:59 a.m., 1 minute before the ceasefire. At 11 a.m., the guns fell silent. The silence, after 4 years of continuous artillery fire, was overwhelming. The soldiers, who had lived with the sound of guns for 4 years, could not believe it. They stood in their trenches, in their dugouts, in the ruins of the villages, listening to nothing. The war was over. Chapter 17. The collapse of 4 empires, in which a Tsar and his family are murdered in a basement. A Kaiser abdicates and flees to Holland. An emperor abdicates and dies in exile. And a sultan is overthrown by a general who will build a new nation from the ashes. 1. The Romanovs, murder in a basement Tsar. Nicholas II abdicated on March 2nd, 1917. February 15th on the old Russian calendar. He abdicated not for himself, but for his son, the hemophiliac Tsarevich Alexei, whom he could not bear to see separated from his family. He wrote in his diary that night, "There is treachery, cowardice, and deceit all around me." The provisional government, which took power after the Tsar's abdication, placed the royal family under house arrest at the Alexander Palace in Tsarskoye Selo, 15 miles south of Petrograd. The family, Nicholas, Alexandra, the 4 daughters, Olga, Tatiana, Maria Anastasia, and the son, Alexei, lived in comfortable captivity for 5 months. They gardened, read books, played cards, and waited. They believed that the British royal family, their cousins, would rescue them. King George V, who looked so much like Nicholas that they could have been twins, refused. He was afraid that the British public, which was angry at the war and suspicious of the Tsar, would riot if the Romanovs were given asylum. In August 1917, the provisional government, fearing that the royal family would be rescued by monarchist forces, moved them to Tobolsk, a remote town in Siberia. The family lived in the governor's mansion, a decaying wooden building that had no electricity and no plumbing. The winters were brutal. Temperatures dropped to -40 degrees Fahrenheit. The family, who had never known cold or hunger, suffered. The children grew thin. The Tsar, who had never lifted a shovel in his life, chopped wood to keep the family warm. In October 1917, the Bolsheviks seized power. Lenin, the new leader of Russia, hated the Romanovs. He considered them symbols of the old regime, symbols that had to be destroyed. In April 1918, the Bolsheviks moved the family to Yekaterinburg, a city in the Ural Mountains, and imprisoned them in the Ipatiev House, a merchant's mansion that had been renamed the House of Special Purpose. The family's captivity in Yekaterinburg was harsh. The windows were painted white so they could not see out. The guards were rude and abusive. The family's priest was forbidden from visiting. The children's health deteriorated. Alexei, who had been suffering from hemophilia for years, was so weak that he could not walk. The Tsarina, who had been suffering from heart disease, grew thinner and paler. On the night of July 16th to 17th, 1918, the family was awakened and told to dress. They were led to the basement of the Ipatiev house, where a firing squad was waiting. The commandant of the house, Yakov Yurovsky, read the death sentence. In view of the fact that your relatives are continuing their attacks on Soviet Russia, the Ural Executive Committee has decided to execute you. The Tsar, confused, said, "What?" Yurovsky shot him in the chest. The firing squad opened fire. The room filled with smoke, screams, and blood. The Tsarina and the 4 daughters who had sewn jewels into their corsets, the jewels deflected the bullets, making them harder to kill, were shot repeatedly. The daughters, who had been sleeping on mattresses stuffed with jewels, were stabbed with bayonets. Alexei, who was too weak to stand, was shot in the head. The bodies were stripped, doused with acid, and buried in a forest outside Yekaterinburg. The grave, which was discovered in 1991, contained the remains of 9 bodies, the Tsar, the Tsarina, 3 of the daughters, and 4 loyal servants. The remains of Alexei and 1 daughter, either Maria or Anastasia, were found in a separate grave in 2007. The Romanov dynasty, which had ruled Russia for 300 years, was dead. 2. The Hohenzollerns, the Kaiser's flight. Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany was not executed. He was not imprisoned. He was not even tried for his crimes, the crimes that had started the war, that had cost 2 million German lives, that had destroyed the German economy, that had brought Germany to ruin. He simply left. On November 9th, 1918, the Kaiser was at German Army headquarters in Spa, Belgium. He had been told that the army would no longer fight for him. He had been told that the workers in Berlin had declared a general strike. He had been told that the sailors in Kiel had mutinied. He had been told that the Reichstag had declared a republic. He did not believe any of it. "The army will restore order," he said. The generals disagreed. Hindenburg, the old field marshal, who had become a national hero at Tannenberg, told the Kaiser that the army would march back to Germany in good order, but it would not fight its own people. Ludendorff, who had been dismissed as chief of staff in October, had already fled to Sweden, disguised in a false beard and blue-tinted glasses. The Kaiser, surrounded by his staff, his general, and his servants, refused to abdicate. "I have no intention of leaving the throne because of a few hundred Jews and workers," he said. The Chancellor, Prince Maximilian of Baden, announced the Kaiser's abdication anyway, without the Kaiser's consent. The Kaiser, left with no choice, signed the abdication on November 10th. The Kaiser's plan was to lead his loyal troops back to Berlin, crush the revolution, and restore the monarchy. The generals refused to support him. The troops refused to follow him. The Kaiser, realizing that he was alone, boarded a train for the Netherlands, the neutral country that had not fought in the war. The Dutch government, which had no desire to anger the Allies by harboring a war criminal, gave the Kaiser asylum. He lived in a small castle in the village of Doorn, where he chopped wood, wrote his memoirs, and blamed everyone but himself for the war. The Kaiser died on June 4, 1941, at the age of 82. The German army, which had occupied the Netherlands the previous year, provided an honor guard. Hitler, who despised the Kaiser had called Hitler a Bohemian corporal, did not attend the funeral. The Hohenzollern dynasty, which had ruled Prussia and Germany for 500 years, was dead. 3. The Habsburgs, the dissolution of Austria-Hungary. Emperor Karl I of Austria-Hungary was not a warmonger. He had inherited the throne in November 1916, after the death of his great-uncle, the 86-year-old Emperor Franz Joseph. Karl was 29 years old, intelligent, idealistic, and desperate to end the war. He had spent the first year of his reign trying to negotiate a separate peace with the Allies, secretly because the Germans would have been furious. The negotiations had failed. By October 1918, the Austro-Hungarian Empire was disintegrating. The Czechs, the Slovaks, the Poles, the Ukrainians, the Romanians, the Serbs, the Croats, and the Slovenes, the peoples who had been ruled by the Habsburgs for centuries, were declaring independence. The Austro-Hungarian army, which had been fighting since 1914, had collapsed. The soldiers, most of whom were not German or Hungarian, had deserted by the hundreds of thousands. The officers, who had been trained to command in German, could not communicate with their own troops. On October 16, 1918, Emperor Karl issued a manifesto promising to transform the Austro-Hungarian Empire into a federal state, a confederation of autonomous nations. It was too little, too late. The Czechs had already declared independence. The Poles had already declared independence. The Yugoslavs, the Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes had already declared independence. The Hungarians, who had been ruled by the Habsburgs since the 16th century, declared independence on October 31st. On November 11, 1918, the same day that the armistice was signed in France, Emperor Karl abdicated. He did not renounce the throne. He simply relinquished participation in the affairs of state. The Austrian parliament, which had been elected only months before, declared the end of the Habsburg monarchy. Karl and his family, the last Habsburgs to rule Austria, went into exile in Switzerland. The empire that had ruled Central Europe for 6 centuries, the empire that had fought the Ottomans, the French, the Prussians, and the Russians, the empire that had produced Mozart, Haydn, and Beethoven, the empire that had built the great cities of Vienna, Budapest, Prague, and Krakow, was gone. In its place were 7 nations: Austria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Poland, Romania, and Italy. The map of Central Europe, which had been stable for centuries, was redrawn in a matter of months. The new nations, most of them artificial creations of the peacemakers at Versailles, contained millions of ethnic minorities: Germans in Czechoslovakia, Hungarians in Romania, Poles in Ukraine, Ukrainians in Poland. The ethnic resentments that would cause the Second World War were sown in the autumn of 1918. 4. The Ottomans, the end of the sick man of Europe. The Ottoman Empire had been dying for a century. The sick man of Europe, as Tsar Nicholas I had called it in 1853, had lost province after province: Greece, 1832, Serbia, 1867, Romania, 1878, yet Bulgaria, 1908, Albania, 1912, and the entire Arab Middle East, 1916 to 1918. The empire that had once stretched from the gates of Vienna to the Indian Ocean was reduced to a rump state comprising Anatolia, modern Turkey, and Constantinople, Istanbul. The Ottoman Empire entered the war in November 1914 on the side of the Central Powers. The Ottomans had fought well, better than anyone had expected. They had stopped the British at Gallipoli, captured the British garrison at Kut, and held the Russians in the Caucasus. But by 1918, the Ottoman army was exhausted. The British, having conquered Palestine and Mesopotamia, were advancing on Constantinople from the south. The British Navy, having broken through the Dardanelles in 1915, the naval attack had failed, but the British eventually forced the strait in 1918, was shelling the Ottoman capital. On October 30th, 1918, the Ottoman government signed the Armistice of Mudros, surrendering to the Allies. The terms were harsh. The Ottomans would demobilize their army, surrender their navy, and allow the Allies to occupy the Dardanelles. The Ottoman Empire was no more. The Allies, led by the British and the French, occupied Constantinople on November 13th, 1918. The Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed VI, remained on the throne, but he had no power. The Allies planned to dismember the Ottoman Empire, dividing its remaining territories among themselves. The Greeks, who had been promised Constantinople and the western coast of Anatolia, landed troops at Smyrna, Izmir, on May 15, 1919. The French occupied Syria and Lebanon. The British occupied Palestine, Transjordan, and Iraq. The Italians occupied the southwestern coast of Anatolia. The Armenians, who had been promised an independent state in eastern Anatolia, began to claim Ottoman territory. But the Turkish people, unlike the Germans, the Austrians, and the Russians, refused to accept defeat. A Turkish general named Mustafa Kemal, the hero of Gallipoli, the man who had counterattacked at Anzac Cove and held the heights of Chunuk Bar, organized a resistance movement. In 1920, Kemal established a rival government in Ankara, 200 miles east of Constantinople. He raised a new army from the remnants of the Ottoman forces and from Turkish volunteers. He attacked the Greeks, who had advanced from Smyrna toward Ankara. He drove them back to the coast. He burned Smyrna to the ground, killing 100,000 Greeks and Armenians. He forced the French and the Italians to withdraw. He threatened to attack Constantinople, and the British, who had occupied the city, withdrew. In 1923, the Allies recognized the new Republic of Turkey, with Kemal as its first president. The Treaty of Lausanne, signed on July 24, 1923, established the borders of modern Turkey. The Ottoman Empire, which had lasted 6 centuries, was replaced by a secular, nationalist republic. Mustafa Kemal, who took the name Ataturk, father of the Turks, ruled Turkey until his death in 1938. He abolished the Sultanate, the Caliphate, and the Islamic courts. He gave women the right to vote. He replaced the Arabic script with the Latin alphabet. He built factories, railroads, and schools. He created a modern nation from the ashes of an empire. 5. The new map of Europe. The collapse of the 4 empires, Romanov, Hohenzollern, Habsburg, and Ottoman, transformed the map of Europe. The map of 1914, which had been dominated by 4 great empires, was replaced by the map of 1923, which was dominated by a dozen new nations. Finland, independent from Russia; Estonia, independent from Russia; Latvia, independent from Russia; Lithuania, independent from Russia; Poland, reconstituted from Russian, German, and Austrian territory; Czechoslovakia, created from Austrian and Hungarian territory; Austria, reduced from empire to a small, landlocked republic; Hungary, reduced from kingdom to a small, landlocked republic; Yugoslavia, created from Serbian, Austrian, Hungarian, and Ottoman territory; Romania, doubled in size by annexing Hungarian and Bulgarian territory; Turkey, reduced from empire to a republic. The new nations were supposed to be based on the principle of national self-determination, the idea that every nation had the right to its own state. The principle was admirable. The practice was impossible. Europe was a patchwork of ethnic groups, intermingled for centuries. Every nation had minorities. Every nation claimed territory that belonged to another nation. The new borders drawn by the peacemakers at Versailles created as many problems as they solved. The Germans, who had been the largest ethnic group in Central Europe, were divided among 5 nations: Germany, Austria, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and France. The Hungarians, who had ruled a multi-ethnic kingdom for centuries, were reduced to a minority in their own homeland. 3 million Hungarians lived in Romania, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia. The Poles, who had been divided among 3 empires for 150 years, finally had their own state, but it contained millions of Germans, Ukrainians, and Jews. The Czechs, who had never ruled themselves, suddenly found themselves ruling 3 million Germans in the Sudetenland. The new map of Europe was a recipe for disaster. The Germans would demand reunification. The Hungarians would demand the return of their lost territories. The Poles, the Czechs, the Romanians, and the Yugoslavs would fight each other over the scraps of the old empires. The Second World War, which would begin 20 years later, was drawn on the maps of the Paris Peace Conference. Chapter 18. The Paris Peace Conference and the Treaty of Versailles, in which four men redraw the map of the world. A German delegation is locked out of the negotiations, and a treaty is signed that will guarantee another war. 1. The Big Four, the men who made peace. The Paris Peace Conference opened on January 18, 1919, exactly 48 years to the day after the German Empire had been proclaimed in the Hall of Mirrors at the Palace of Versailles. The symbolism was intentional. In 1871, the Germans had humiliated the French. In 1919, the French would return the favor. The conference was attended by delegations from 27 allied nations, but the real decisions were made by four men. The Big Four: Woodrow Wilson of the United States, Georges Clemenceau of France, David Lloyd George of Great Britain, and Vittorio Orlando of Italy. They met in secret, without staff, without minutes, without any record of their deliberations. The fate of Europe, the fate of the world, was decided in a series of smoke-filled rooms. Woodrow Wilson was the idealist. He was 62 years old, a former professor of political science, and the only academic ever to occupy the White House. He believed that the war had been fought to make the world safe for democracy. He believed that the peace should be based on his 14 points, a set of principles that included open diplomacy, freedom of the seas, free trade, arms reduction, national self-determination, and a League of Nations to prevent future wars. He was intelligent, eloquent, and utterly convinced of his own moral superiority. He was also stubborn, self-righteous, and politically naive. He had made the mistake of calling for a peace without victory, which the Europeans, who had lost millions of men, interpreted as a demand that they forgive and forget. Georges Clemenceau was the realist. He was 77 years old, a physician by training, a journalist by profession, and a politician by necessity. He had been a young man during the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 1871. He had watched the Germans occupy Paris. He had never forgotten the humiliation. He had served as Prime Minister of France during the darkest days of the war, 1917, when the French army mutinied, when the French government fled Paris, when the French people despaired. He was known as the Tiger, a name he earned for his ferocity, his ruthlessness, and his willingness to sacrifice anything for victory. His goal at the peace conference was simple: weaken Germany so that it could never threaten France again. David Lloyd George was the pragmatist. He was 56 years old, a Welshman who had risen from poverty to become Prime Minister of Great Britain. He was a brilliant politician, charming, manipulative, and utterly flexible. He had no fixed principles. He adapted to circumstances. He wanted to punish Germany, but not too much, because Germany was Britain's largest trading partner before the war. He wanted to preserve the British Empire, but not at the cost of another war. He wanted to please the British public, which demanded that Germany pay for the war, but he also wanted to please the British businessmen, who wanted to resume trading with Germany. He spent the peace conference trying to find a middle ground between Wilson's idealism and Clemenceau's vengeance. Vittorio Orlando was the afterthought. He was 58 years old, a lawyer and a professor of law. He had become Prime Minister of Italy in 1917, after the Italian army's collapse at Caporetto. He wanted Italy to gain the territories it had been promised in the secret Treaty of London, 1915. The South Tyrol, Trentino, Trieste, Istria, Dalmatia, and the Albanian port of Vlorë. Wilson, who believed in national self-determination, refused. The territories that Orlando demanded contained hundreds of thousands of Germans and Slavs. Wilson's refusal forced Orlando to leave the conference in protest. Italy, which had lost 600,000 men in the war, received almost nothing. The Italian people, feeling betrayed, would turn to fascism. The Big Four met for 6 months. They argued, they threatened, they stormed out, they returned. They compromised on some issues, refused to compromise on others. The treaty they produced, the Treaty of Versailles, was a document of 440 articles, 80,000 words, and 15 parts. It was signed on June 28, 1919, exactly 5 years to the day after the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand had started the war. 2. The German question. Punishment or reconciliation? The central question of the peace conference was, what should be done with Germany? The Allies had 4 options: conciliation, impose mild terms, integrate Germany into a new European economic community, and hope that a prosperous and democratic Germany would be a peaceful Germany. Containment, weaken Germany militarily, but leave its economy intact, and rely on the League of Nations to prevent future aggression. Punishment, impose harsh terms, force Germany to pay for the war, and occupy German territory to ensure compliance. Dismemberment, break Germany into its component states, Prussia, Bavaria, Saxony, etc., as France had demanded after the Franco-Prussian War. Clemenceau wanted dismemberment. The German people, he said, are a nation of barbarians. They must be permanently weakened. Wilson refused. You cannot dismember a nation against its will, he said. That would be a violation of the principle of national self-determination. Lloyd George, caught between the two, proposed a compromise. Dismemberment was off the table, but punishment was on. The Treaty of Versailles punished Germany severely. Territorial losses. Germany lost 13% of its territory, 27,000 square miles, 10% of its population, 7 million people, 15% of its arable land, 75% of its iron ore, 26% of its coal, and all of its colonies. Alsace-Lorraine was returned to France. The Saarland, a coal-rich region, was placed under League of Nations administration for 15 years, with its coal mines given to France. Eupen-Malmedy was given to Belgium. North Schleswig was given to Denmark after a plebiscite. West Prussia, Posen, and Upper Silesia were given to Poland, creating the Polish Corridor, a strip of land that separated East Prussia from the rest of Germany. The city of Danzig, Gdansk, which was 95% German, was made a free city under League of Nations administration, with Poland controlling its port facilities. Memel was given to Lithuania. All German colonies in Africa and the Pacific were taken away and distributed among the Allies as mandates, to be administered on behalf of the League of Nations. Military restrictions. The German army was limited to 100,000 men, enough for a police force, not enough for an army. Conscription was forbidden. The German Navy was limited to 15,000 men, 6 battleships, no more than 10,000 tons each, 6 cruisers, and 12 destroyers. Submarines were forbidden. The German Air Force was disbanded. Tanks, armored cars, and poison gas were forbidden. The Rhineland, the German territory west of the Rhine River, was demilitarized. Allied troops would occupy the Rhineland for 15 years. War guilt. Article 231 of the treaty, the War Guilt Clause, stated that Germany accepts the responsibility of Germany and her allies for causing all the loss and damage of the war. The clause was inserted at Clemenceau's insistence to provide a legal basis for reparations. The German delegation, which had been excluded from the negotiations, was forced to sign the treaty, including Article 231, under threat of invasion. The German people never forgave the Allies for the war guilt clause. Reparations. The treaty did not specify the amount of reparations that Germany would pay. It established a reparations commission that would determine the amount by 1921. The commission set the amount at 132 billion gold marks, about $33 billion or $500 billion in today's money, a sum that was deliberately designed to be impossible to pay. The reparations would bankrupt the German economy, destroy the German currency, and create the conditions for the rise of Adolf Hitler. 3. The German reaction, the dictated peace. The German delegation to the Paris Peace Conference was led by Count Ulrich von Brockdorff-Rantzau, a career diplomat who had served as German ambassador to Denmark. The Germans were not allowed to negotiate. They were allowed only to receive the treaty, to submit written comments, and to accept or reject the final document. On May 7, 1919, the treaty was presented to the German delegation at the Trianon Palace Hotel in Versailles. Brockdorff-Rantzau read a prepared statement. "We know the full brunt of the hatred that confronts us. We are asked to acknowledge that we alone are guilty of the war. Such a confession from my lips would be a lie." Clemenceau, furious, interrupted. "Enough of this," he said. "The time for speeches is over. The time for signatures is at hand." The German government, led by Chancellor Philipp Scheidemann, refused to sign the treaty. "What hand would not wither that puts this chain on itself and on us?" Scheidemann asked. The German army, which had been demobilized after the armistice, was in no condition to fight. The German people, who were starving because of the British blockade, which continued after the armistice to force Germany to sign, were in no mood for another war. The German government, faced with a choice between signing and annihilation, resigned. The new Chancellor, Gustav Bauer, accepted the treaty on June 22, 1919. The National Assembly, the German parliament, voted to sign by 237 to 138. The treaty was signed on June 28, 1919, in the Hall of Mirrors at the Palace of Versailles, the same hall where the German Empire had been proclaimed in 1871. The German people called it the Diktat, the dictated peace. They never accepted it. The Weimar Republic, the democratic government that had signed the treaty, was forever stained by the act. The politicians who signed it were called the November criminals, the men who had stabbed Germany in the back. The German army, which had been defeated in the field, was portrayed as undefeated, betrayed by the civilians at home. The war guilt clause, the reparations, the territorial losses, all of it would be exploited by Adolf Hitler, who promised to tear up the Treaty of Versailles and restore German honor. The Treaty of Versailles did not end the war, it postponed it. 4. The Mandate System, carving up the Ottoman Empire. The Treaty of Versailles dealt with Germany. The other Central Powers, Austria, Hungary, Bulgaria, and the Ottoman Empire, were dealt with in separate treaties. The Treaty of Saint-Germain, Austria, September 1919. The Treaty of Trianon, Hungary, June 1920. The Treaty of Neuilly, Bulgaria, November 1919. And the Treaty of Sèvres, Ottoman Empire, August 1920. The Treaty of Sèvres was the most important and the most short-lived. The Treaty of Sèvres dismembered the Ottoman Empire. The Allies, who had promised the Arabs independence in exchange for their rebellion against the Ottomans, the McMahon-Hussein Correspondence, 1915 to 1916, had secretly agreed to divide the Ottoman Empire among themselves, the Sykes-Picot Agreement, 1916. The treaty attempted to reconcile these conflicting promises and failed. The Ottoman Empire's Arab provinces, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Transjordan, Iraq, were placed under the Mandate System. The Mandate System was Wilson's idea. Former colonies of the defeated powers would not be annexed by the victors, but would be administered by the Allies on behalf of the League of Nations until they were ready for independence. In practice, the mandate system was a fig leaf for colonialism. Syria and Lebanon were given to France. Palestine, which included modern-day Israel, the West Bank, Gaza, and Jordan, was given to Britain. Transjordan, modern-day Jordan, was separated from Palestine and given to Britain. Iraq was given to Britain. Arabia, the Arabian Peninsula, including Mecca and Medina, was left independent, but it was ruled by the House of Saud, which had not fought against the Ottomans and was not rewarded for its loyalty. The mandate system created the modern Middle East. The borders drawn by the French and British diplomats, many of whom had never visited the region, were arbitrary lines on a map, ignoring ethnic, religious, and tribal divisions. The French created Lebanon as a Christian-majority state, separating it from Muslim-majority Syria. The British created Iraq as a single state, merging 3 Ottoman provinces, Mosul, Baghdad, Basra, that had nothing in common. The British promised the Jews a national home in Palestine, the Balfour Declaration, 1917, while also promising the Arabs independence. The contradictions were never resolved. The Treaty of Sèvres was never ratified. The Turkish War of Independence, led by Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, overthrew the Ottoman Sultan, drove the Greeks out of Anatolia, and forced the Allies to negotiate a new treaty. The Treaty of Lausanne, 1923, recognized the Republic of Turkey within its modern borders. The mandate system remained in place, but the seeds of the modern Middle East's conflicts, Israel-Palestine, Lebanon's civil war, Iraq's sectarian violence, Syria's civil war, were sown in the maps drawn at Paris. 5. The League of Nations, Wilson's Dream. Woodrow Wilson's greatest achievement at the Peace Conference and his greatest failure was the League of Nations. The League was Wilson's vision of a world order based on collective security. An attack on one member would be considered an attack on all members, and the members would act together to repel the aggressor. The League would provide a forum for resolving disputes peacefully, without war. It would supervise the mandate system. It would promote disarmament. It would prevent future wars. Wilson believed so passionately in the League that he was willing to compromise on every other issue to secure its creation. He accepted Clemenceau's harsh terms on Germany. He accepted Lloyd George's demands for British imperial expansion. He accepted the mandate system, despite its contradiction with the principle of national self-determination. He accepted the dismemberment of Austro-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire, despite the ethnic chaos that followed. He accepted the exclusion of Germany and Russia from the League. Germany was excluded because it had started the war. Russia was excluded because it had made a separate peace and become communist. All of it, Wilson believed, would be fixed by the League. The League of Nations was established by the Treaty of Versailles. Its covenant was the first part of the treaty. Its headquarters were in Geneva, Switzerland. Its first Secretary-General was Sir Eric Drummond, a British diplomat. Its first assembly was held in November 1920. But the League was stillborn. The United States Senate, which had the power to ratify treaties, refused to join. Wilson, who had campaigned for the League across the country, traveling 8,000 miles in 22 days, giving 40 speeches, suffered a stroke on October 2, 1919, that left him partially paralyzed and unable to negotiate. The Senate, led by Henry Cabot Lodge, a Republican who hated Wilson, rejected the Treaty of Versailles, including the League 3 times. The United States never joined the League of Nations. The League, without the United States, was powerless. It had no army, it had no navy, it had no means of enforcing its decisions. It could condemn aggression as it did when Japan invaded Manchuria, 1931, when Italy invaded Ethiopia, 1935, when Germany reoccupied the Rhineland, 1936, when Japan invaded China, 1937, when Germany annexed Austria, 1938, when Germany dismembered Czechoslovakia, 1939. Condemnation did nothing. The League failed. Wilson, who had won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1919 for his work on the League, died on February 3, 1924, a broken man. He had dreamed of a world made safe for democracy. He had helped to create a world made safe for fascism. 6. The peace that guaranteed another war. The Treaty of Versailles was not the cause of the Second World War, but it created the conditions that made the Second World War possible. The treaty's flaws were numerous and fatal. First, the treaty was too harsh to be accepted, but not harsh enough to be enforced. If the Allies had imposed a Carthaginian peace, destroying Germany's industry, partitioning its territory, executing its leaders, Germany would have been powerless to resist. If the Allies had imposed a conciliatory peace, forgiving Germany's debts, integrating Germany into a new European economic community, Germany might have become a peaceful democracy. The Treaty of Versailles did neither. It humiliated Germany without destroying it. It left Germany strong enough to seek revenge. Second, the war guilt clause poisoned German politics for a generation. The German people, who had been told by their leaders that the war was defensive, that Germany had not started the war, that Germany was winning the war, the German people could not accept responsibility. They searched for scapegoats. They found them. The Jews, the socialists, the Democrats, the November criminals. Hitler promised to tear up the Treaty of Versailles. The German people, desperate for someone to blame, elected him. Third, the reparations bankrupted Germany and destabilized Europe. The German economy, already weakened by war, collapsed under the weight of reparations. Germany printed money to pay its debts, causing hyperinflation. In 1923, a loaf of bread cost 200 billion marks. The middle class, the backbone of German democracy, was wiped out. The German people, who had lost their savings, their businesses, their homes, turned to extremism. Fourth, the territorial settlements created new ethnic conflicts. The new nations of Eastern Europe, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Romania were artificial creations containing millions of ethnic Germans, Hungarians, Ukrainian, and Jews. The Germans in Poland, the Hungarians in Romania, the Ukrainians in Poland, all of them, demanded self-determination. The League of Nations, powerless to enforce minority rights, watched as the new nations oppressed their minorities. Fifth, the League of Nations failed to prevent aggression. The League, without the United States, without an army, without any means of enforcing its decisions, was a debating society. It could not stop Japan, Italy, or Germany from rearming. It could not stop Hitler from remilitarizing the Rhineland, annexing Austria, or dismembering Czechoslovakia. It could not stop the Second World War. The Treaty of Versailles was signed on June 28, 1919. 20 years and 64 days later, on September 1, 1939, Germany invaded Poland. The Second World War had begun. Conclusion. The legacies of the Great War, in which we count the dead, survey the ruins, and ask whether anything was gained. 1. The dead. The numbers that do not compute. The human cost of the First World War is almost impossible to comprehend. The numbers are too large, the suffering too vast, the grief too deep. But we must try to understand. Military dead. 9.7 million soldiers were killed in combat or died of wounds. Another 5 million soldiers died of disease, mostly influenza, which swept through the armies in 1918 to 1919. The total military dead, 14.7 million. Military wounded, 21.2 million soldiers were wounded, most of them permanently disabled. The mutilated, the men who lost arms, legs, eyes, faces, filled the hospitals of Europe for a decade. The shell-shocked, the men whose minds had been broken by the endless bombardment, filled the asylums for the rest of their lives. Civilian dead. 7 million civilians were killed by famine, by disease, by massacre, by bombing. The Armenian genocide, in which the Ottoman Empire murdered 1.5 million Armenians, was the largest single atrocity. The influenza pandemic, which killed 50 million people worldwide, more than the war itself, was spread by the movement of soldiers and refugees. Total dead, 21.7 million, roughly the population of Australia, of Romania, of the state of Florida. Total wounded, 21.2 million, another Australia, another Romania, another Florida. Total orphans unknown, total widows unknown, total lives destroyed unknown. 2. The ruins, the physical cost. The First World War destroyed the landscape of Europe. The Western Front, which stretched from the Belgian coast to the Swiss border, was a wasteland of craters, barbed wire, and corpses. The villages that had stood for centuries, Fleury, Beaumont, Hamel, Passchendaele, were obliterated. The forests that had covered the hills, the Argonne, the Hutzwald, the Kors, were reduced to splintered stumps. The economic cost was staggering. The Allies had spent $125 billion on the war, $2 trillion in today's money. The Central Powers had spent $100 billion, $1.6 trillion. The loans that had financed the war, the American loans to the Allies, the Allied loans to each other, would never be repaid. The reparations that Germany was forced to pay, 132 billion gold marks, $500 billion today, would never be collected. The German economy collapsed. The French economy collapsed. The British economy declined. The American economy, which had boomed during the war, collapsed in 1929. 3. The political legacies. The road to 1939. The First World War did not end the age of war. It created the conditions for an even greater war. Germany. The Treaty of Versailles humiliated the German people, bankrupted the German economy, and destroyed the German democratic experiment. The Weimar Republic, born in defeat, was never accepted by the German people. The politicians who signed the treaty were called November criminals. The army, which had been defeated in the field, was portrayed as undefeated, betrayed by the civilians at home. Adolf Hitler, a failed artist who had served as a corporal in the German army, exploited these resentments. He promised to tear up the Treaty of Versailles, to rebuild the German army, to restore German honor. The German people, desperate for a savior, elected him. The Second World War, which killed 70 million people, was the child of the first. France. The First World War killed 1.3 million Frenchmen, 20% of the male population between the ages of 18 and 30. The French people, traumatized by the war, built the Maginot Line, a massive fortification designed to ensure that France would never be invaded again. But the Maginot Line did not extend to the Belgian border. The French did not want to offend their ally. In 1940, the German army invaded through Belgium, bypassing the Maginot Line, and conquered France in 6 weeks. Russia. The First World War destroyed the Russian Empire. The Bolsheviks, who seized power in 1917, established the Soviet Union, the world's first communist state. The Soviet Union, under Lenin, Stalin, and their successors, would kill millions of its own citizens, fight a devastating war against Germany. 1941 to 1945, and dominate Eastern Europe for 50 years. The United States, the First World War, made the United States a world power. The American economy, which had been the largest in the world before the war, was the only economy left standing after the war. The American Navy, which had been the second largest before the war, was the largest after the war. The American Army, which had been a tiny constabulary before the war, was a modern fighting force after the war. But the American people, disillusioned by the war and betrayed by their leaders, the Senate had rejected the Treaty of Versailles, the League of Nations, and Wilson's dream of a new world order, retreated into isolationism. The United States would not fight another European war until 1941, when Hitler declared war on America. The Middle East, the First World War, created the modern Middle East. The British and French mandates, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Transjordan, Iraq, were artificial creations drawn by diplomats who had never visited the region. The borders ignored ethnic, religious, and tribal divisions. The British promise of a Jewish national home in Palestine conflicted with the British promise of Arab independence. The contradictions were never resolved. The conflicts that plague the Middle East today, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the Lebanese civil war, the Syrian civil war, the Iraqi civil war, are the children of the First World War. Japan. The First World War made Japan a great power. Japan, which had entered the war on the side of the Allies, seized German colonies in China and the Pacific. The Japanese economy boomed as Japan supplied the Allies with manufactured goods. The Japanese Navy, which had been a regional force before the war, was a global force after the war. But Japan, like Germany, was humiliated by the peace settlement. The Washington Naval Treaty, 1922, limited the Japanese Navy to 60% of the size of the British and American navies. The Japanese people, who had been promised equality with the Western powers, felt betrayed. The Japanese army, which had been trained in the German style, grew increasingly militaristic. Japan invaded Manchuria in 1931, China in 1937, and the United States in 1941. 4. The lost generation. What was gained? What was gained? Nothing. The First World War settled nothing. The issues that had caused the war, nationalism, imperialism, militarism, the alliance system, were not resolved. The peace settlement created more problems than it solved. The dead were not avenged. The wounded were not healed. The broken were not repaired. The First World War was not a war of good against evil. It was a war of empire against empire, of dynasty against dynasty, of nation against nation. The Allies were not fighting for democracy. The British Empire was the largest empire in history. The French Empire was the second largest. The Russian Empire was an autocracy. The Central Powers were not fighting for tyranny. The German Empire had a parliament, a constitution, and a free press. The soldiers who fought, the millions of men who marched to their deaths, did not fight for a cause. They fought for their comrades, for their families, for their countries. They fought because they were told to fight. The First World War was the greatest catastrophe of the 20th century. It destroyed 4 empires, killed 20 million people, wounded 20 million more, and created the conditions for an even greater catastrophe, the Second World War, the Holocaust, the Cold War. It is the event from which all other events of the 20th century flow. We live still in its shadow. 5. The Silence. November 11, 1918. At 11 a.m. on November 11, 1918, the guns fell silent. The silence, after 4 years of continuous artillery fire, was overwhelming. The soldiers, who had lived with the sound of guns for 4 years, could not believe it. They stood in their trenches, in their dugouts, in the ruins of the villages, listening to nothing. The war was over. Thematic Essay 1. The soldier's experience, life and death in the trenches, in which we descend into the mud, meet the rats and the lice, and ask how men endured the unendurable. 1. The trenches, a world underground. The Western Front, by the end of 1914, was a continuous line of trenches stretching 400 miles from the Belgian coast to the Swiss border. The trenches were not a single line, but a system. Front-line trenches, where the soldiers slept, ate, and fought. Support trenches, where the reserves waited. And reserve trenches, where the soldiers rested when rest was possible. The trenches were connected by communication trenches, narrow passages that allowed soldiers to move between the lines without exposing themselves to enemy fire. The front-line trench was a ditch dug into the chalky soil of northern France and Belgium. It was typically 6 to 8 feet deep and 3 to 4 feet wide, just wide enough for 2 men to pass. The side facing the enemy was called the parapet. The side facing the rear was called the parados. The parapet was reinforced with sandbags, wooden planks, and corrugated iron. The fire step, a wooden platform about 2 feet above the floor of the trench, allowed the soldiers to see over the parapet and fire their rifles. The trenches were not straight. They were dug in a zigzag pattern with traverses, right-angled turns, every 20 to 30 yards. The traverses served 2 purposes. They prevented enemy soldiers who broke through from enfilading, firing down the length of the trench, and they limited the damage from artillery shells which could not turn corners. The floor of the trench was lined with wooden duckboards, slatted planks that kept the soldiers' feet out of the mud. The duckboards were slippery when wet, which was always. The walls of the trench were lined with wire mesh or wooden planks to prevent collapse. The roof of the trench, when there was a roof, was made of corrugated iron covered with sandbags and earth to protect against shrapnel. Between the front-line trenches of the opposing armies lay no man's land. No man's land varied in width from 200 yards to more than a mile, depending on the sector. It was a wasteland of craters, barbed wire, and corpses. The craters, created by artillery shells, were filled with water, mud, and the bodies of the dead. The barbed wire, laid in belts 50 yards deep, was tangled and rusted. The corpses, some of them months old, lay where they had fallen, bloated, blackened, and half-eaten by rats. The smell of no man's land, the smell of rotting flesh, of cordite, of mud, of fear, was unforgettable. The trenches were not a home, they were a grave waiting to be filled. 2. The mud, the enemy that never slept. The mud of the Western Front was unlike any mud in the world. It was a mixture of chalk, clay, water, and the pulverized remains of men, horses, and trees. It was thick and sticky, like wet cement. It could swallow a man to his knees, to his waist, to his neck. Men who fell into shell holes filled with mud did not climb out. They drowned, slowly, silently, their screams muffled by the muck. The mud was worst in Flanders, where the water table was high and the soil was clay. The British sector around Ypres was a swamp. The soldiers called it the salient, and they hated it more than any other place on earth. The trenches in the salient were not dug. They were built up with sandbags and wooden planks, because digging any deeper would hit water. The soldiers stood in water up to their ankles, their knees, their thighs. They slept in water. They ate in water. They fought in water. The water was foul, contaminated by corpses, by sewage, by chemicals. The soldiers who stood in water for weeks developed trench foot, a painful swelling of the feet that led to gangrene and amputation. In the worst cases, the feet turned black and fell off. The mud was not just uncomfortable, it was a tactical weapon. Artillery shells that landed in mud did not explode. They buried themselves. Soldiers who advanced through mud could not run. They waded. Tanks that drove through mud got stuck. Horses that pulled supply wagons through mud sank to their bellies. The mud slowed everything, consumed everything, defeated everything. A British soldier, riding home after the Battle of Passchendaele, 1917, described the mud. It is impossible to describe. You have to see it. You have to walk in it. You have to fall in it. You have to die in it. The mud is not mud. It is a living thing, a hungry thing, a thing that wants to swallow you whole. We have lost more men to the mud than to the Germans. 3. The rats and the lice, the other enemies. The trenches were infested with rats. The rats, brown rats, Norway rats, the same rats that had carried the plague in the Middle Ages, grew fat on the corpses in no man's land. They were fearless. They crawled over sleeping soldiers, gnawed through supply boxes, and ate the food from the soldiers' hands. They nested in the dugouts, in the sandbags, in the bodies of the dead. A single rat could have a litter of 20 pups every month. The rat population of the Western Front was estimated in the billions. The soldiers hated the rats more than they hated the Germans. The Germans, at least, were predictable. The rats were not. The rats would gnaw on the toes of sleeping men, on the ears, on the noses. The rats would eat the dead, not the newly dead, which were buried quickly, but the old dead. The ones that had been lying in no man's land for weeks, the ones that the stretcher-bearers could not reach. The rats would crawl out of the holes in the trench walls, their eyes glowing red in the darkness, and the soldiers would shoot them, stab them, club them with shovels. The rats would not die. They were too many. The soldiers were infested with lice. The lice, body lice, pediculus, humanus, lived in the seams of the soldiers' uniforms, in the folds of their blankets, in the hair on their chests. The lice bit. The bites itched. The itching was maddening. The soldiers scratched until their skin bled, until the scratches became infected, until the infections became boils, abscesses, cellulitis. The lice carried typhus, a disease that had killed millions in the Napoleonic Wars, the Crimean War, the Franco-Prussian War. Typhus caused fever, headache, rash, delirium, and death. The Western Front, despite the lice, had relatively few typhus deaths. The Russians on the Eastern Front lost millions. But the lice were not just a nuisance. They were a psychological weapon. The lice reminded the soldiers that they were not men, but animals, vermin like the rats, like the lice themselves. A German soldier, writing in his diary, described the lice. They are everywhere, in my hair, in my beard, in my armpits, and in my crotch. I have tried to burn them out with matches. I have tried to freeze them out by sleeping naked in the snow. I have tried to wash them out with gasoline. Nothing works. They are part of me now. I am a louse that walks on 2 legs. 4. The food, hunger as a weapon. The soldiers of the First World War were hungry. The French soldiers, the poilus, received a daily ration of bread, about a pound, meat, about half a pound, usually salted beef or pork, wine, about a pint, and coffee. The bread was often stale, the meat was often rotten, and the wine was often vinegar. The French soldiers supplemented their rations by foraging, stealing potatoes from farmers, shooting rabbits in the fields, looting the dead. The British soldiers, the Tommies, received a daily ration of bread, about a pound, meat, about half a pound, usually tinned corned beef, called bully beef, tea, and jam. The bully beef was despised. It was salty, fatty, and often contaminated with bacteria. The tea was brewed in petrol tins, giving it a faint flavor of gasoline. The Tommies, like the poilus, supplemented their rations by foraging, by stealing, by buying from the local French civilians, who charged exorbitant prices. The German soldiers received the worst rations. The British blockade, which had cut off Germany from food imports, caused widespread malnutrition in the German army. The German soldiers' daily ration in 1918 was about 1,000 calories, less than half of what a man needs to survive. The German soldiers ate bread made from sawdust and potato peels, soup made from turnips and water, and ersatz coffee made from acorns and burnt barley. They were starving. Their uniforms hung loose on their frames. Their teeth fell out, their hair fell out, their skin turned gray. The German soldier, writing in a letter home, described his hunger. "I dream of food. I dream of bread, of sausage, of cheese. I wake up hungry. I go to sleep hungry. I am hungry every moment of every day. I would give my left hand for a slice of bread. I would give my right hand for a piece of meat. I would give my life for a full stomach." Hunger was a weapon. The British blockade killed an estimated 800,000 German civilians, more than died in the war. The German U-boat campaign, which tried to starve Britain, killed 15,000 British civilians, a fraction of the German dead. The blockade was the most effective weapon of the war. It was also the most immoral. 5. The boredom, the long wait for death. The First World War was not a continuous battle. It was a continuous wait for a battle. The soldiers spent 90% of their time doing nothing but waiting, watching, worrying. The daily routine was monotonous. Reveille at dawn, stand to, every man at the fire step, ready to repel an attack. For an hour before dawn and an hour after dusk. Breakfast, if there was breakfast. Inspection of rifles, ammunition, gas masks, work details, repairing the trench, filling sandbags, digging latrines, fetching water, carrying supplies. Dinner, if there was dinner. More work details, stand to at dusk, sentry duty, 2 hours on, 4 hours off, through the night. Sleep, if sleep was possible. The boredom was worse than the danger. The soldiers had nothing to do but think, and thinking was dangerous. The soldiers thought about home, about their families, about the women they had left behind. They thought about the war, about why they were fighting, about whether their sacrifice meant anything. They thought about death, their own death, the death of their friends, the death of their dreams. The soldiers wrote letters. Millions of letters, so many letters that the postal service on the Western Front employed 100,000 men. The letters were censored. The soldiers could not write about their location, their unit, their future plans. They wrote about the weather, about the food, about their health. They wrote that they were fine, that they were not afraid, that they would be home soon. They lied. The censors let the lies pass. The soldiers read. The British Army distributed 1 million books per month to the troops. The most popular titles were adventure stories, detective novels, and, surprisingly, poetry. The soldiers read Rupert Brooke, "If I should die, think only this of me," and Wilfred Owen, "The Old Lie, Dulce et decorum est/pro patria mori." They read the Bible, though fewer of them believed. The soldiers gambled. They played cards, dice, cricket, football. They bet on everything, the outcome of the next patrol, the name of the next casualty, the date of the next offensive. The stakes were low. A few francs, a few cigarettes, a few days of leave. But the gambling was compulsive. The soldiers had nothing else to do. The soldiers waited. They waited for the mail. They waited for their turn to go on leave. They waited for the war to end. The waiting was endless. Chapter 6. The Terror, Shell Shock, and the Breaking of Mines. The soldiers of the First World War were not prepared for what they experienced. They had been trained to fight, to shoot, to bayonet, to march. They had not been trained to endure the endless bombardment, the constant fear, the certain knowledge that they would die. The bombardment was the worst. The German artillery at Verdun fired 2.5 million shells, each shell weighing up to 2,200 pounds, each shell capable of killing every man within 50 feet of its impact point. The French artillery at the Somme fired 1.5 million shells, each shell sending thousands of steel fragments spinning through the air. The soldiers, cowering in their trenches, could not move, could not speak, could not think. They could only listen to the whistle of the incoming shells, to the roar of the explosions, to the screams of the wounded. The soldiers who survived the bombardments were not the same men who had gone into them. They were changed. Their eyes were hollow, their hands shook, their voices were flat. They had seen things that no human being should see. Friends blown apart, bodies vaporized, heads detached from necks, limbs scattered across the mud. They had heard things that no human being should hear, the screaming of the wounded, the crying of the dying, the silence of the dead. The British Army called it shell shock. The French Army called it obusite, from obus, shell. The German Army called it Kriegszittern, war tremors. The symptoms were the same: uncontrollable shaking, nightmares, flashbacks, paralysis, blindness, deafness, mutism. The soldiers who suffered from shell shock were not cowards. They were victims of a new kind of wound, a wound to the mind, not the body. The generals who did not understand shell shock accused the victims of malingering. Some were court-martialed, some were shot. The British Army alone treated 80,000 cases of shell shock. The true number was much higher. Most soldiers did not report their symptoms for fear of being labeled cowards. The German Army, which did not keep records of shell shock, lost an estimated 500,000 soldiers to mental breakdown. The French Army lost an estimated 200,000. The soldiers who returned home with shell shock did not recover. They spent the rest of their lives in asylums, in veterans' hospitals, in the care of their families. They woke screaming in the night. They flinched at loud noises. They could not hold a job. They could not maintain a relationship. They were not heroes. They were ghosts. 7. The Brotherhood, the only thing that mattered. The soldiers of the First World War did not fight for their country. They did not fight for their king, for their Kaiser, for their president. They fought for each other. The platoon, a unit of 30 to 50 men, was the soldier's family. The men in the platoon ate together, slept together, fought together, died together. They knew each other's names, their hometowns, their families. They knew who was married, who had children, who was a virgin. They knew who was brave, who was cowardly, who was reliable. They trusted each other with their lives, because their lives depended on that trust. The camaraderie of the trenches was unlike any other human bond. The soldiers shared everything: food, water, blankets, cigarettes. They wrote letters for the illiterate. They carried the wounded to the aid station. They buried the dead. They told jokes, sang songs, recited poetry. They celebrated birthdays, anniversaries, holidays, Christmas, Easter, the 4th of July. They mourned together when one of their own was killed. They swore revenge. They never got it. A British soldier, writing after the war, described his platoon. They were the best men I ever knew. They were not saints. They were not heroes. They were ordinary men, farmers, factory workers, clerks. But they were my brothers. I loved them more than I loved my own family. I would have died for them. Many of them did. The brotherhood of the trenches was the only thing that made the war bearable. The soldiers did not endure the mud, the rats, the lice, the hunger, the boredom, the terror, because they believed in the cause. They endured because they could not let their friends down. They endured because the alternative, desertion, surrender, suicide, was worse than death. The brotherhood of the trenches did not survive the war. The soldiers who returned home could not explain the bond to their families, their friends, their communities. They could not explain why they missed the men they had fought with. They could not explain why they felt more at home in the mud than in their own beds. They were alone. Thematic Essay 2. The Industrialization of Killing, the Weapons of the Great War, in which we examine the machine gun, the quick-firing artillery piece, poison gas, the tank, the submarine, and the aircraft, and ask how technology transformed warfare from a clash of armies into a factory of death. 1. The machine gun, the weapon that changed everything. The machine gun was not invented during the First World War. The first practical machine gun, the Gatling gun, 1862, had been used in the American Civil War. The first truly automatic machine gun, the Maxim gun, 1884, had been used in the colonial wars of the 1890s. The German army had adopted the MG-08, a copy of the Maxim, in 1892. The British Army had adopted the Vickers machine gun, an improved Maxim, in 1912. The French Army had adopted the Hotchkiss machine gun, a gas-operated design, in 1909. But no European general in 1914 understood what the machine gun would do to infantry tactics. The pre-war doctrine treated the machine gun as a specialized weapon, useful for covering flanks, defending bridges, and suppressing enemy artillery, but not decisive in battle. The decisive weapon, according to pre-war doctrine, was the rifle and the bayonet. The infantry would advance in dense formations, overwhelm the enemy with a massed charge, and win the battle with cold steel. The generals learned their mistake in the first month of the war. At the Battle of the Frontiers, August 1914, the French infantry, wearing bright red trousers and blue coats, advanced in dense waves against German machine guns that had been sighted in for months. The French lost 140,000 men in 9 days. At the Battle of Mons, August 1914, the British infantry, firing their Lee Enfield rifles at 15 rounds per minute, convinced the Germans that they were facing machine guns. The Germans, who had been trained to fire only 8 rounds per minute, lost 5,000 men in a single day. By the end of 1914, both sides had learned the same lesson. The machine gun was the dominant weapon on the battlefield. A single machine gun, properly sighted and supplied with ammunition, could kill 200 men per minute. A belt of barbed wire protecting the machine gun from frontal assault made it virtually invincible. The infantry, which had been the queen of battle, was now the servant of the machine gun. The machine guns of the First World War were heavy, water-cooled, and tripod-mounted. The British Vickers machine gun weighed 40 pounds, plus another 50 pounds for the tripod and water. It fired 450 rounds per minute, with a maximum effective range of 2,000 yards. It could fire continuously for hours, as long as the water in the cooling jacket did not boil away. The British developed a system for collecting the steam and condensing it back into water, allowing the gun to fire indefinitely. The German MG-08 was similar. 40 pounds, tripod-mounted, water-cooled, firing 400 rounds per minute. The machine gun forced the infantry to change its tactics. The dense waves of 1914 were abandoned. The infantry learned to advance in small groups, using the terrain for cover, crawling from shell hole to shell hole. The infantry learned to suppress the machine guns with artillery fire, but artillery was not always available. The infantry learned to use smoke screens to hide their movements, but the wind could shift. The infantry learned to attack at night, but the night was dark, and the soldiers were exhausted. The machine gun did not win the war, it stalemated it. 2. The artillery, the king of battle. If the machine gun was the dominant defensive weapon, artillery was the dominant offensive weapon. The First World War was an artillery war. Artillery accounted for 60 to 70% of all combat casualties. More than machine guns, more than rifles, more than bayonets, more than gas. The infantry who did the fighting called themselves cannon fodder. They were not wrong. The artillery pieces of the First World War came in two types: field guns and howitzers. Field guns were long-barreled, flat-trajectory weapons designed to fire at targets in direct line of sight. The most famous field gun of the war was the French Canon de 75 model 1897, the legendary French 75. The French 75 was the first quick-firing artillery piece. It used a hydro-pneumatic recoil mechanism that allowed the gun to fire 15 rounds per minute without re-aiming. The French 75 could fire a 16-pound shell to a range of 8,000 yards. It was accurate, reliable, and deadly. The German field gun, the 7.7-centimeter FK-96 N.A, was less sophisticated but still effective. It fired a 15-pound shell to a range of 8,000 yards at a rate of 10 rounds per minute. Howitzers were short-barreled, high-trajectory weapons designed to fire at targets behind cover: trenches, bunkers, villages, forests. The German 10.5-centimeter Leichte Feldhaubitze light field howitzer was the most common howitzer of the war. It fired a 35-pound shell to a range of 7,000 yards. The British 4.5-inch howitzer fired a 35-pound shell to a range of 6,000 yards. The French 155mm howitzer fired a 95-pound shell to a range of 7,000 yards. The heavy artillery, the siege guns, the railway guns, the super-heavy howitzers was the most terrifying. The German 420mm Big Bertha howitzer, named for the Krupp family matriarch, fired a 2,200-pound shell to a range of 9 miles. It required 200 men to operate and took 6 hours to assemble. It had been used to crush the Belgian forts at Liège in 1914. It was used again at Verdun, at the Somme, at the Chemin des Dames. The sound of a Big Bertha shell, a low, rumbling whistle followed by a deafening roar, was the sound of death. The artillery bombardment was the worst experience of the war. The soldiers in the trenches could not move, could not speak, could not think. They could only listen to the whistle of the incoming shells, to the roar of the explosions, to the screams of the wounded. The bombardment could last for hours, for days, for weeks. The soldiers who survived the bombardment were deaf, concussed, and shell-shocked. The soldiers who did not survive were buried in their trenches. Their bodies never recovered. 3. Poison gas. The devil's weapon. Poison gas was not a decisive weapon. It caused fewer than 3% of combat casualties, far fewer than artillery, machine guns, or rifles. But poison gas was the most feared weapon of the war because it was the most cruel. The soldiers who survived a gas attack did not die quickly. They died slowly, suffocating, their lungs filling with fluid, their skin blistering, their eyes burning. The first gas attack of the war was launched by the German army on April 22, 1915, at the Second Battle of Ypres. The Germans released 168 tons of chlorine gas from 5,700 cylinders, creating a cloud that drifted across no man's land and into the French trenches. The French soldiers, who had never seen gas before, panicked. They abandoned their trenches, fleeing to the rear. The Germans advanced 4 miles, the only breakthrough on the Western Front in 1915. But the Germans, who had not expected the gas to be so effective, had not brought enough reserves to exploit the breakthrough. The attack stalled. The Allies quickly developed their own gas weapons. The British used chlorine gas at the Battle of Loos, September 1915. The wind shifted, blowing the gas back into the British trenches. The British soldiers, who had been issued primitive gas masks, cotton pads soaked in bicarbonate of soda, suffocated by the hundreds. The French used phosgene gas, a colorless, odorless gas that caused delayed symptoms. The soldiers who inhaled phosgene did not realize they had been poisoned until hours later, when their lungs filled with fluid and they drowned. The most effective gas of the war was mustard gas, a blister agent that caused severe burns on the skin, in the eyes, in the lungs. Mustard gas was not immediately lethal. It was designed to incapacitate. The soldiers who were exposed to mustard gas suffered for weeks, for months, for the rest of their lives. Their skin blistered, their eyes swelled shut, their throats burned, they coughed up blood. They died of pneumonia, of respiratory failure, of suicide. The gas mask was the only defense. The early gas masks were primitive, cotton pads soaked in chemicals, held over the mouth and nose. The later gas masks were more sophisticated, rubberized fabric with a canister containing activated charcoal and chemical absorbents. The gas mask was uncomfortable. It fogged up, it restricted breathing, it made it impossible to see, to talk, to fight. But the soldiers wore them anyway, because the alternative was death. Poison gas did not win the war. It did not break the stalemate. It only added another horror to a war that was already unimaginably horrible. 4. The tank, the answer to the machine gun. The tank was the most important military innovation of the First World War, not because it won the war, it did not, but because it pointed toward the future. The tank was the answer to the machine gun and the barbed wire. It could crush the wire, cross the trenches, and survive the machine gun fire. The tank was the weapon that would break the stalemate. In 1918, finally, in the 100 Days. The tank was a British invention, developed in secret by the Landship Committee, chaired by Winston Churchill. The first prototype, Little Willie, was demonstrated in February 1916. The first tanks to see combat were the Mark I tanks, deployed at the Battle of Flers-Courcelette, September 15, 1916, part of the Somme offensive. The Mark I was a rhomboid-shaped vehicle, 26 feet long, 14 feet wide, 8 feet tall, weighing 30 tons. It was powered by a 105-horsepower engine, the same engine used in London buses, and had a top speed of 3 miles per hour. Its armor was 6 to 12 millimeters thick, enough to stop rifle bullets but not artillery shells. Its armament consisted of 2 6-pounder guns, male tanks, or 4 machine guns, female tanks. Its crew of 8 men endured temperatures of 120 degrees Fahrenheit, carbon monoxide poisoning, and the constant risk of explosion. The Mark I tanks were unreliable. Of the 49 tanks deployed at Flers-Courcelette, only 25 actually reached the start line. The rest broke down or got stuck in the mud. Of the 25 that attacked, 10 were knocked out by German artillery. The survivors achieved a local success. The village of Flers was captured in 4 hours, but not a breakthrough. The German army, recovering from its initial shock, developed anti-tank tactics, direct-fire artillery, armor-piercing ammunition, and the simple expedient of aiming for the tracks. The tank improved rapidly. The Mark IV, 1917, had better armor, better ventilation, and a more reliable engine. The Mark V, 1918, was faster, 5 miles per hour, and required only 1 driver instead of 3. The French developed their own tanks, the Schneider, 1916, the Saint-Chamond, 1917, and the Renault FT, 1917. The Renault FT was the most influential tank of the war. It was small, 2 men, light, 7 tons, fast, 7 miles per hour, and mounted its gun in a rotating turret, the prototype for every tank since. The German army, which had neglected tank development, captured Allied tanks and used them against their former owners. The German A-7V tank, 1918, was the only German-designed tank of the war. It was large, 33 tons, slow, 6 miles per hour, and underpowered. Only 20 A-7Vs were built. The German army relied on captured Mark IVs and Renault FTs. The tank came of age in the 100 Days Offensive, August to November 1918. At the Battle of Amiens, August 8, 1918, the Allies deployed 500 tanks, the largest concentration of tanks in history. The tanks broke through the German line, crushed the barbed wire, crossed the trenches, and silenced the machine guns. The German army, which had no answer to the tank, collapsed. The war ended 3 months later. The tank had not won the war by itself. It had won the war in combination with artillery, aircraft, and infantry, with the new tactics of combined arms. But the tank had proven that the machine gun could be defeated. The stalemate had been broken. 5. The submarine. The war beneath the waves. The submarine was the most controversial weapon of the First World War because it was the most indiscriminate. The submarine could not operate under the rules of cruiser warfare, which required warships to stop and search merchant vessels before sinking them. The submarine was too small, too fragile, too vulnerable. It had to sink on sight, or not sink at all. The German U-boat, Unterseeboot, was the most successful submarine of the war. The U-boat was a diesel-electric vessel. It ran on diesel engines on the surface, electric motors submerged. Its range was 5,000 miles on the surface, 100 miles submerged. Its armament consisted of 4 to 6 torpedoes, launched from tubes in the bow, and a deck gun, for sinking merchant ships without wasting torpedoes. Its crew of 35 men lived in cramped, foul conditions. The air was thick with diesel fumes. The bunks were stacked 3 high. The toilet was a bucket. The U-boat campaign began in February 1915, when Germany declared the waters around Britain a war zone. The U-boats sank 1,500 merchant ships in 1915, including the Lusitania, May 7, 1915, which carried 128 American passengers. The American government protested. The Germans, fearing American entry into the war, suspended unrestricted submarine warfare in September 1915. The U-boat campaign resumed in February 1917, the fateful decision that brought the United States into the war. The U-boats sank 800,000 tons of Allied shipping in April 1917 alone, more than the British shipyards could replace. Britain, which imported 2/3 of its food and virtually all of its raw materials, was within 6 months of starvation. The Allies responded with the convoy system, merchant ships sailing together in groups, protected by destroyers and other warships. The convoy system worked. The U-boats, which had been sinking ships at will, now faced escort destroyers armed with depth charges, explosive barrels that could be dropped on submerged submarines. The U-boat losses mounted. 50 U-boats in 1917, 150 in 1918. The U-boat campaign failed. The submarine did not win the war for Germany, but it came close. The U-boat campaign, combined with the British blockade of Germany, made the First World War the first total war, a war in which civilians were targeted as deliberately as soldiers. 6. The aircraft, the war in the sky. The aircraft was the newest weapon of the war, and the most romantic. The pilots of the First World War were the knights of the air, young, brave, and glamorous. They fought duels above the clouds, painted their planes with personal emblems, and kept score of their victories. The aces, Manfred von Richthofen, the Red Baron, 80 kills, René Fonck, 75 kills, Billy Bishop, 72 kills, Eddie Rickenbacker, 26 kills, were the celebrities of the war. But the romantic image obscured the reality. The aircraft of 1914 were fragile, unreliable, and underpowered. The first military aircraft, the British BEE-2, the French Morane Saulnier L, the German Taube, were unarmed. The pilots carried pistols and rifles, shooting at each other from cockpits that were open to the wind. The first aerial dogfight, October 5th, 1914, was fought with pistols. No one was hit. The machine gun changed everything. The Dutch aircraft designer Anthony Fokker invented the interrupter gear, 1915, which allowed a machine gun to fire through the propeller without striking the blades. The Fokker-Eindecker, single-wing fighter, equipped with the interrupter gear, gave the Germans air superiority in 1915, the Fokker Scourge. The Allies, slower to develop their own interrupter gear, suffered heavy losses. The air war became a race for superiority. The British Sopwith Camel, 1917, was a maneuverable, powerful fighter, armed with 2 Vickers machine guns. The German Fokker Doctor 1 triplane, 1917, was the mount of the Red Baron, slow but highly maneuverable. The French SPA-DS-13, 1917, was fast, rugged, and armed with 2 Vickers guns. The pilots who flew these planes were young. The average age of a British pilot was 22, and short-lived. The average lifespan of a pilot at the front in 1917 was 6 weeks. The aircraft was not just a fighter. It was also a bomber, a reconnaissance platform, and an artillery spotter. The German Gotha G-4 bomber, 1917, could carry 1,000 pounds of bombs to a range of 500 miles. The Gothas bombed London in daylight in 1917, killing 162 civilians and wounding 432. The British responded by bombing German cities at night, the beginning of strategic bombing. The aircraft did not win the war. The air war was a sideshow, a romance, a distraction from the slaughter in the trenches. But the aircraft pointed toward the future. The Second World War would be won or lost in the air. Thematic Essay 3. The Home Front. Total war, in which the factories convert to war production, the women go to work, the governments invent propaganda, and the civilians learn to live on turnips and fear. 1. The mobilization of society. Nothing was the same. The First World War was the first total war in history. Total war meant that the entire society, not just the army, not just the navy, but every factory, every farm, every family, every individual, was mobilized for the war effort. There was no distinction between soldier and civilian, between front and home, between combatant and non-combatant. Everyone was at war. The scale of the mobilization was unprecedented. Before 1914, wars had been fought by professional armies, supported by limited industrial production. The Napoleonic Wars, 1803 to 1815, had involved millions of soldiers, but the economies of the belligerents had been largely unaffected. The Franco-Prussian War, 1870 to 1871, had lasted 6 months. The economies of France and Prussia had been disrupted, but not transformed. The First World War lasted 4 years. The economies of the belligerents were not disrupted. They were transformed. The transformation was most dramatic in Germany. The German economy, which had been the most advanced in Europe before the war, was reorganized for war production. The factories that had produced automobiles now produced trucks. The factories that had produced sewing machines now produced machine guns. The factories that had produced agricultural machinery now produced artillery shells. The German government, under the leadership of General Erich Ludendorff, who effectively became a military dictator in 1916, created the Hindenburg Program, a plan to double munitions production and increase the size of the army to 4 million men. The program demanded sacrifices from every German citizen: longer working hours, lower rations, higher taxes, fewer freedoms. The transformation was almost as dramatic in Britain. The British government, which had traditionally favored laissez-faire capitalism, created the Ministry of Munitions in 1915 under the leadership of David Lloyd George, then Minister of Munitions, later Prime Minister. The Ministry of Munitions controlled every aspect of war production: the allocation of raw materials, the setting of wages, the regulation of labor disputes, the construction of new factories. The British economy, which had been the most liberal in Europe before the war, became the most centralized. The transformation in France was slower, because France had been invaded and its industrial heartland, the Northeast, was occupied by the Germans. But the French government, like the British, created a Ministry of Munitions and centralized war production. The French women, who had been employed in agriculture and domestic service before the war, went to work in the factories. The French children, who had been in school before the war, were sent to work in the fields. The transformation in Russia was the least successful because Russia was the least industrialized of the major powers. The Russian factories, which had produced a fraction of the output of their German counterparts, could not keep up with the demand for shells, rifles, and machine guns. The Russian railroads, which had been poorly maintained before the war, could not transport the supplies that did exist. The Russian government, which was corrupt and incompetent, could not manage the economy. The Russian home front collapsed in 1917, bringing down the Tsar and the provisional government and paving the way for the Bolsheviks. The transformation in the United States was the most dramatic and the most successful. The United States, which had been neutral for most of the war, had ample time to prepare. The American economy, which had been the largest in the world before the war, was larger than the German, French, and British economies combined. The American factories, which had produced automobiles, farm machinery, and consumer goods before the war, converted to war production with astonishing speed. The American government under President Woodrow Wilson created the War Industries Board, the Food Administration, the Fuel Administration, and the Railroad Administration, all of which controlled the American economy with a degree of centralization that would have been unthinkable before the war. Total war meant that no one was untouched. The soldier in the trenches was connected to the factory worker in Birmingham, to the farmer in Kansas, to the housewife in Berlin, to the child in Paris. Everyone was part of the machine. Everyone was expendable. 2. The women, the forgotten army. The First World War transformed the role of women in society. Before the war, women in most European countries were second-class citizens. They could not vote. They could not hold public office. They could not serve on juries. They could not attend university in many countries. They could not work in most professions. The war changed that, not because the governments believed in gender equality, but because the governments needed women to replace the men who had gone to war. The women went to work in the factories. They made shells, rifles, machine guns, tanks, aircraft, and ships. They worked 12-hour shifts, 6 days a week, in dangerous conditions. The shells they made exploded. The chemicals they handled poisoned them. The machinery they operated mangled them. The women were paid less than the men they replaced, half as much, often less. But they worked anyway because they had no choice. The women went to work on the farms. The men who had worked the land, the farmers, the laborers, the boys, had been conscripted. The women took their places. They plowed the fields, sowed the seed, harvested the crops. They worked from dawn to dusk in the rain, in the mud, in the cold. They did the work that had been done by men for centuries. They did it well. The women went to work in the offices, the shops, the schools, the hospitals. They became clerks, secretaries, saleswomen, teachers, nurses. They became tram drivers, bus conductors, postal workers, police officers. They did jobs that had been reserved for men before the war. They proved that they could do them. The women also served in the military. The British Army created the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps, WAAC, in 1917. 50,000 women served as clerks, drivers, cooks, and telephone operators. The British Navy created the Women's Royal Naval Service, WRNS. 5,000 women served as clerks, wireless operators, and code breakers. The French Army employed 100,000 women as nurses, drivers, and cooks. The German Army employed 500,000 women as nurses, clerks, and workers in military hospitals. The war did not give women the vote, not immediately, but it changed the conversation. The men who had fought in the war had seen what women could do. The women who had worked in the factories, the farms, the offices, and the hospitals had proved that they were capable of more than the pre-war society had allowed. After the war, women gained the vote in Britain. 1918, limited to women over 30. 1928, full suffrage. Germany, 1919. The United States, 1920. And France, 1944. But the war also took a terrible toll on women. The women who worked in the munitions factories suffered from TNT poisoning. Their skin turned yellow, their hair fell out, their livers failed. The women who worked on the farm suffered from exhaustion, malnutrition, and exposure. The women who lost their husbands, their sons, their fathers, their brothers. The women who became widows, who became orphans, who became alone, suffered a grief that no government could measure. A British munitions worker writing after the war described her experience. "We worked like dogs. We were tired all the time. We were hungry all the time. We were scared all the time. Scared that the shells would explode. Scared that the chemicals would poison us. Scared that the men would not come home. But we did it. We did it because we had to. We did it because the men were fighting for us. We did it because we were fighting for them." 3. The propaganda, the war of words. The First World War was not only a war of bullets and shells, it was also a war of words, a war to shape public opinion, to maintain morale, to demonize the enemy, and to justify the sacrifice. The propaganda machines of the belligerent nations were unprecedented in their scale and sophistication. The British government created the War Propaganda Bureau, known as Wellington House, in September 1914, under the leadership of Charles Masterman, a liberal politician and journalist. The Bureau recruited some of Britain's leading writers, H.G. Wells, Arthur Conan Doyle, Rudyard Kipling, John Masefield, J.M. Barrie, G.K. Chesterton, to produce pamphlets, articles, and books supporting the war effort. The Bureau also produced films, photographs, and posters. The most famous British propaganda poster, "Your Country Needs You," featured the face of Lord Kitchener, the Secretary of State for War, pointing at the viewer. It was reproduced millions of times. The French government created the Maison de la Presse, press house, in 1916, under the leadership of the journalist and politician Philippe Berthelot. The Maison de la Presse produced newspapers, magazines, and posters. It also controlled the French press, censoring any news that might undermine morale. The French people, who had been divided before the war, the Dreyfus affair had split the nation, were united by propaganda. The Germans were portrayed as barbarians, the Boche, who had invaded France, destroyed its villages, and committed atrocities against its civilians. The German government created the Bild und Filmamt, Picture and Film Office, in 1917. The German propaganda focused on the threat of Russian invasion, the injustice of the British blockade, and the heroism of the German soldier. The German people, who had been told that the war was defensive, that Germany had been attacked, that Germany was winning. The German people were shocked when the war ended in defeat. The propaganda had been too effective. The German people did not believe they had lost. They believed they had been betrayed. The American government created the Committee on Public Information, CP1, in April 1917 under the leadership of George Creel, a journalist and progressive activist. The CPI was the most sophisticated propaganda machine of the war. It produced 75 million pamphlets, 6,000 press releases, 200,000 speeches, delivered by 75,000 four-minute men, volunteer speakers who gave four-minute speeches in movie theaters, churches, and community meetings, and 1,000 posters. The CPY also produced films, the most famous of which was The Kaiser, the Beast of Berlin, 1918, which portrayed the German emperor as a bloodthirsty tyrant. The propaganda was effective, too effective. It dehumanized the enemy. The British propaganda about German atrocities in Belgium, the rape of Belgium, was exaggerated, but the British public believed it. The French propaganda about German barbarism was inflammatory, and the French public embraced it. The American propaganda about the Kaiser's tyranny was simplistic, and the American public accepted it. The hatred that the propaganda generated made peace impossible. The soldiers who had been told that the enemy were monsters could not accept that the enemy were human beings. The civilians who had been told that the enemy were evil could not accept that the enemy were not. 4. The rationing, the hunger war. The First World War was a war of hunger as well as a war of bullets. The British blockade of Germany, which had begun in August 1914 and continued until July 1919, cut off Germany from food imports. Germany, which had imported one-third of its food before the war, was forced to feed its 70 million citizens from domestic production. The German harvests were inadequate. The farmers who had been conscripted into the army could not work the land. The horses, which had been requisitioned for the army, could not pull the plows. The fertilizers, which had been imported from Chile, nitrates for explosives, not for crops, were unavailable. The German food supply declined steadily. Meat consumption fell by 80%, fish by 90%, eggs by 80%, milk by 50%. The German people survived on turnips. The turnip winter of 1916 to 1917 was named for the vegetable that replaced bread, meat, potatoes, and everything else. The German government imposed rationing in 1915. Every German citizen was issued ration cards for bread, meat, milk, sugar, and eggs. The rations were inadequate. The daily bread ration was 200 grams, about half a pound. The weekly meat ration was 200 grams, about 4 ounces. The weekly sugar ration was 100 grams, about 2 ounces. The German people, who had been accustomed to a diet rich in meat and bread, starved. The children, who needed protein for growth, suffered the most. The infant mortality rate in Germany doubled during the war. The death rate from tuberculosis, a disease of malnutrition, tripled. The British blockade killed an estimated 800,000 German civilians, more than the number of German soldiers killed in combat during the first 3 years of the war. The German government, which had not anticipated the blockade, did not prepare. The German people, who had not been told that they were starving, did not understand why they were hungry. They blamed the government, and then they blamed the Jews. The Allied nations also imposed rationing, but their populations did not starve. Britain, which had imported 2/3 of its food before the war, was vulnerable to the U-boat campaign. The British government introduced voluntary rationing in 1917 and compulsory rationing in 1918. The rations were modest: 250 grams of bread per day, 200 grams of meat per week, 100 grams of sugar per week. The British people grumbled, but they did not starve. The British farmers, who had been encouraged to plow up their pasture land and plant wheat, increased domestic food production by 50%. France, which had lost its most productive agricultural land to the German invasion, relied on imports from Britain and the United States. The French government imposed rationing in 1917. The French people, who had been accustomed to a diet rich in bread, wine, and cheese, suffered shortages. But the French people, like the British, did not starve. The Hunger War did not end with the armistice. The British blockade of Germany continued until July 1919, 8 months after the fighting stopped. The German people, who had already been starving, continued to starve. The children, who had been weakened by malnutrition, died of influenza, of pneumonia, of tuberculosis. The German government, which had signed the armistice in the expectation that the blockade would be lifted, felt betrayed. The German people, who had been told that the war was over, could not understand why they were still hungry. The bitterness of the Hunger War would poison German politics for a generation. 5. The financing, the war that broke the bank. The First World War was the most expensive war in history. The total cost of the war, including direct military expenditures, interest on loans, and veterans' benefits, was estimated at $200 billion, equivalent to $4 trillion today. The war cost more than all previous wars in history combined. The belligerents paid for the war in 3 ways: taxation, borrowing, and printing money. Taxation was the least important source of revenue. The British government raised taxes, increasing the income tax rate from 6% to 30%, but taxes covered only 25% of the war's cost. The French government raised taxes, but taxes covered only 15% of the war's cost. The German government, which had promised not to raise taxes before the war, raised taxes only slightly. Taxes covered less than 10% of the war's cost. Borrowing was the most important source of revenue. The belligerents issued war bonds, government debt sold to citizens, banks, and other investors. The British government borrowed $20 billion from its citizens. The French government borrowed $15 billion. The German government borrowed $30 billion. The American government, which entered the war late, borrowed $25 billion. The war bonds were patriotic. The governments urged citizens to invest in victory. The citizens who bought war bonds would be repaid after the war if their side won. Printing money was the most dangerous source of revenue. The belligerents printed paper money to pay for the war. The paper money, which was not backed by gold, caused inflation. Inflation was moderate in Britain and France. Prices doubled, and severe in Germany. Prices quintupled. The German government, which had financed the war almost entirely by borrowing and printing money, faced hyperinflation after the war. In 1923, a loaf of bread cost 200 billion marks. The German middle class, the savers, the pensioners, the professionals, was wiped out. The war also created a new financial order. Before the war, the world's financial center was London. The British pound sterling, which was backed by gold, was the world's reserve currency. After the war, London was bankrupt. The British government, which had borrowed $10 billion from the United States, could not repay its debts. The world's financial center shifted to New York. The United States, which had been a debtor nation before the war, it owed money to Europe, became a creditor nation after the war. Europe owed money to it. The American dollar replaced the British pound as the world's reserve currency. The war debts poisoned international relations for a generation. The Allies owed the United States $10 billion. The Central Powers owed the Allies $30 billion in reparations. The debts were impossible to repay. The United States, which had lent money to the Allies, demanded repayment. The Allies, which had lent money to each other, demanded repayment from Germany. Germany, which had no money, printed money, and hyperinflation followed. The debt crisis of the 1920s led to the Great Depression of the 1930s. The Great Depression led to the rise of Adolf Hitler. The war debts of 1914 to 1918 caused the Second World War. 6. The collapse, 1918. The home front collapsed in 1918, first in Russia, then in Germany, then in Austro-Hungary. Then in the Ottoman Empire, the collapse was not inevitable. It was caused by the failure of the governments to feed their people, to maintain morale, to manage the economy. Russia collapsed in February 1917. The Tsar's government, which had been corrupt and incompetent since the beginning of the war, could not feed the cities. The workers in Petrograd, who had been working 12-hour days for 6 days a week, went on strike. The soldiers who had been ordered to fire on the strikers refused. The Tsar abdicated. The provisional government, which took power, continued the war. The people who had been promised peace were disappointed. The Bolsheviks, who promised peace, land, and bread, seized power in October 1917. Germany collapsed in November 1918. The German people, who had been starving since 1916, were exhausted. The German army, which had been defeated in the field, was retreating. The German government, which had been a military dictatorship since 1916, had lost all credibility. The German workers, inspired by the Russian Revolution, went on strike. The German soldiers, who had been fighting for 4 years, mutinied. The Kaiser abdicated. The Republic was proclaimed. Austro-Hungary collapsed in October 1918. The empire, which had been held together by the Habsburg dynasty and the army, disintegrated. The Czechs, the Slovaks, the Poles, the Ukrainians, the Romanians, the Serbs, the Croats, and the Slovenes declared independence. The Emperor, Karl I, abdicated. The empire was no more. The Ottoman Empire collapsed in October 1918. The Turkish people, who had been fighting since 1911, the Italo-Turkish War, the Balkan Wars, the Great War, were exhausted. The British Army, which had conquered Palestine and Mesopotamia, was advancing on Constantinople. The Ottoman government surrendered. The empire was no more. The home front had collapsed because the war had lasted too long. The people had been asked to sacrifice too much. They had been asked to work longer hours for lower pay. They had been asked to eat less food, to wear fewer clothes, to burn less fuel. They had been asked to send their husbands, their sons, their fathers, their brothers, to die in a war that seemed to have no end. They had been asked to believe in victory, even when victory was impossible. They had been asked to believe in their governments, even when their governments were corrupt. They had been asked to believe in the war, even when the war had become meaningless. The people had believed. For 4 years they had believed. In 1918, they stopped. Thematic Essay 4. The War in the Air, the Knights of the Sky. In which the airplane comes of age, the aces become celebrities, and the civilians of London learn that the war can reach them even in their beds. On. The Humble Beginning. Reconnaissance and Artillery. Spotting. On August 3, 1914, the day before Britain declared war on Germany, the Royal Flying Corps, RFC, the British military's air arm, had 84 aircraft. Most of them were unarmed. Most of them were fragile, unreliable, and slow. The average RFC aircraft in 1914 had a top speed of 70 miles per hour, a ceiling of 5,000 feet, and a range of 200 miles. The pilots, who had learned to fly in private flying clubs, were young, brave, and utterly unprepared for what was coming. The primary mission of the aircraft in 1914 was reconnaissance. The cavalry, which had traditionally performed reconnaissance, had been rendered obsolete by machine guns and quick-firing artillery. The generals needed to know where the enemy was going, and what the enemy was doing. The aircraft could provide that information if the pilots could stay alive long enough to bring it back. The first aerial reconnaissance mission of the war was flown by the French on August 5, 1914. The pilot, Captain Charles de Rose, flew his Morane Saulnier over German lines near the town of Saarburg. He reported it was coming through Belgium. The information saved the French army from a catastrophic encirclement. The aircraft were also used for artillery spotting. The artillery, which had been blind before the war, could now see. The observers in the aircraft could watch where the shells landed and radio corrections to the gunners. The combination of aircraft and artillery was deadly. The artillery could now hit targets that had been invisible before the war. The German artillery, which had been the best in Europe, was the first to adopt aerial spotting. The French and British followed. The aircraft were not yet armed. The pilots and observers carried pistols, rifles, and even bricks to drop on enemy aircraft. The first aerial combat of the war occurred on October 5, 1914, when a French pilot, Louis Quinault, shot down a German aircraft with his rifle. The German pilot, who was armed only with a pistol, was captured. The war in the air had begun. 2. The birth of the fighter, the Fokker Scourge. The man who changed the air war was a Dutch aircraft designer named Anthony Fokker. Fokker was a genius and a charlatan. He had designed his first aircraft at the age of 20. He had taught himself to fly in a week. He had built a small aircraft factory in Germany before the war. In 1915, Fokker designed a synchronization gear, a mechanical device that allowed a machine gun to fire through the propeller arc without striking the blades. The synchronization gear was the most important invention in the history of aerial warfare. The German Fokker Eindecker single-wing Ace fighter equipped with the synchronization gear and a single 7.92 mm machine gun was the first purpose-built fighter aircraft in history. It was not fast, 80 miles per hour, not maneuverable, and not well-armed, one machine gun. But it had one advantage that no Allied aircraft possessed. Its pilot could aim the entire aircraft at the enemy and fire through the propeller. The Allied pilots, who were still firing rifles and pistols from open cockpits, were helpless. The period from August 1915 to March 1916 was known as the Fokker Scourge. The German pilots flying Fokker Eindeckers dominated the skies over the Western Front. The most successful of the early German aces was Max Immelmann, 15 kills, who invented the Immelmann turn, a maneuver that allowed the pilot to reverse direction while gaining altitude. Another early ace was Oswald Boelke, 40 kills, who wrote the Dictabolke, a set of tactical rules that became the basis of fighter tactics for the rest of the war. The Allied pilots who were flying unarmed reconnaissance aircraft were shot down in droves. The British Royal Flying Corps lost 1,000 aircraft in 1915, most of them to German fighters. The French, who had neglected fighter development, lost nearly as many. The skies over the Western Front belonged to the Germans. The Allies responded by developing their own fighter aircraft. The British Sopwith Pup, 1916, was a maneuverable, well-armed fighter with a top speed of 110 miles per hour. The French Nieuport 11, 1916, was a tiny, agile fighter nicknamed the Bébé, baby. Both aircraft were equipped with synchronization gears. The British had stolen the German design. A British pilot had force-landed a Fokker Eindecker behind Allied lines. The aircraft was examined, copied, and improved. The Fokker Scourge ended in March 1916, when the Allies introduced their new fighters. The air war became a contest of equals. 3. The Aces, the Knights of the Sky. The fighter pilots of the First World War became celebrities, the only celebrities of a war that produced no heroes, only victims. The Aces, the pilots who had shot down 5 or more enemy aircraft, were idolized by the public, admired by their fellow soldiers, and envied by their comrades. They lived short, glamorous, and terrifying lives. Their average lifespan at the front was 6 weeks. Manfred von Richthofen, Germany, 80 kills, was the most famous ace of the war. He was a Prussian aristocrat, the the son of a cavalry officer and a hunter from childhood. He had begun the war as a cavalry officer, transferred to the air service in 1915, and quickly proved himself a natural fighter. He painted his albatross fighter bright red, the Red Baron, so that his comrades could identify him in the chaos of combat. He was not a brilliant pilot, his flying skills were average, but he was a brilliant marksman and a ruthless tactician. He shot down 80 enemy aircraft between September 1916 and April 1918, when he was killed by a single bullet from an Australian anti-aircraft gun on the ground. He was 25 years old. René Fonck, France, 75 kills, was the most efficient ace of the war. He was a farmer's son, a trained engineer, and a perfectionist. He was not a romantic. He was cold, calculating, and arrogant. He boasted that he had never missed a shot, that he had never been wounded, that he had never lost a wingman. His claims were exaggerated, but his record was undeniable. 75 confirmed kills in less than 2 years of combat. He survived the war, wrote his memoirs, and died in 1953 at the age of 59. Billy Bishop, Canada, 72 kills, was the most controversial ace of the war. He was a young man from Ontario who had joined the British Royal Flying Corps in 1915. He was a natural pilot, aggressive, confident, and lucky. He claimed to have shot down 72 German aircraft, including a solo raid on a German airfield that earned him the Victoria Cross, Britain's highest award for valor. After the war, his claims were questioned. Historians have suggested that Bishop may have exaggerated his kills, that his solo raid may have been a fantasy, that his Victoria Cross may have been awarded based on false information. The controversy continues. Eddie Rickenbacker, United States, 26 kills, was the top American ace of the war. He was a race car driver before the war, the son of German-speaking Swiss immigrants, and a man of immense courage and determination. He joined the United States Army Air Service in 1917, learned to fly in a matter of months, and arrived in France in 1918. He shot down 26 German aircraft in just 8 months of combat, a remarkable achievement for a pilot who had never flown before the war. He survived the war, became a businessman, and died in 1973 at the age of 82. The aces were not typical pilots. Most pilots never shot down a single enemy aircraft. Most pilots flew reconnaissance missions, artillery spotting missions, bombing missions, the unglamorous work that won the war. The aces were the exception, the 1% who had the talent, the luck, and the ruthlessness to kill. But the aces were also victims. They were young, most were in their 20s, some were teenagers. They were exhausted, the stress of combat, the loss of friends, the constant fear of death. They were haunted by the faces of the men they had killed, by the screams of the burning aircraft, by the silence of the empty bunks. Many of the aces died young in combat, in accidents, by suicide. The survivors did not talk about their experiences. They could not. 4. The aircraft, the tools of the trade. The fighter aircraft of the First World War evolved rapidly from the fragile, unarmed reconnaissance planes of 1914 to the powerful, heavily armed interceptors of 1918. The pace of innovation was breathtaking. The aircraft of 1918 were 4 times faster, twice as heavily armed, and 5 times more capable than the aircraft of 1914. The German Albatros D-Phi, 1917, was the most successful German fighter of the war. It was a biplane, 2 wings, powered by a 170-horsepower Mercedes engine with a top speed of 110 miles per hour and a ceiling of 18,000 feet. Its armament consisted of 2 7.92-millimeter machine guns, synchronized to fire through the propeller. The Albatros was fast, well-armed, and maneuverable, but it had a fatal flaw. Its lower wing had a tendency to fail in a steep dive. Many German pilots died when their wings tore off. The British Sopwith Camel, 1917, was the most successful Allied fighter of the war. It was a biplane powered by a 130-horsepower clergy engine with a top speed of 115 miles per hour and a ceiling of 19,000 feet. Its armament consisted of 2.303 Vickers machine guns, synchronized to fire through the propeller. The Camel was notoriously difficult to fly. The engine torque caused the aircraft to spin violently to the right if the pilot was not careful. But the pilots who mastered the Camel loved it. The Camel shot down 1,300 enemy aircraft, more than any other Allied fighter. The French Espiad S.13, 1917, was the fastest fighter of the war. It was a biplane powered by a 220-horsepower Hispano-Suiza engine, with a top speed of 135 miles per hour and a ceiling of 22,000 feet. Its armament consisted of 2.303 Vickers machine guns. The Spad was fast, rugged, and heavily armed, but it was not as maneuverable as the Camel or the Albatros. The French aces, including René Fonck and Georges Guynemer, 54 kills, flew the Espad. The German Fokker D-7, 1918, was the best fighter of the war. It was a biplane powered by a 185-horsepower BMW engine with a top speed of 120 miles per hour and a ceiling of 23,000 feet. Its armament consisted of two 7.92mm machine guns. The D-7 was fast, maneuverable, and easy to fly. Even novice pilots could fly it effectively. The D-7 appeared too late to change the outcome of the war, but it was so impressive that the Allies demanded that all D-7s be surrendered as part of the armistice. 5. The bombers. The war comes home. The aircraft was not just a fighter. It was also a bomber. The strategic bombing campaign, the bombing of enemy cities, factories, and civilians, began in the First World War. The results were limited. The aircraft of 1914 to 1918 could carry only a few hundred pounds of bombs, but the precedent was set. The bombing of civilians, which had been unthinkable before the war, became routine. The German strategic bombing campaign was the most ambitious. The German army had developed a series of giant bombers, the Gotha G4 and the Zeppelin-Staaken R6, that could carry 1,000 pounds of bombs to a range of 500 miles. The Gothas, which were powered by two 260-horsepower engines, had a top speed of 80 miles per hour and a ceiling of 15,000 feet. They were slow, vulnerable, and unreliable, but they could reach London. The first Gotha raid on London occurred on May 25, 1917. 14 Gothas flew across the English Channel, dropped 4,000 pounds of bombs on the city, and killed 95 civilians. The British, who had been told that the war was being won, were shocked. The raids continued for the rest of the war. The Germans launched 52 raids on Britain, dropped 200,000 pounds of bombs, killed 1,500 civilians, and wounded 3,500 more. The British responded with their own strategic bombing campaign. The British Royal Flying Corps, later the Royal Air Force, founded on April 1, 1918, the world's first independent air force, bombed German cities at night. The British Handley Page O/400 bomber could carry 2,000 pounds of bombs to a range of 200 miles. The British bombed Cologne, Frankfurt, and Mannheim, but the results were limited. The British lacked the technology to bomb accurately at night. Most of their bombs fell on farmland, not factories. The strategic bombing campaign of the First World War was a failure. It did not destroy German industry. It did not break German morale. It did not shorten the war, but it pointed toward the future. The generals who planned the bombing of London in 1917 were the same men who planned the bombing of Dresden in 1945. The aircraft that dropped 4,000 pounds of bombs on London in 1917 were the ancestors of the aircraft that dropped 4,000 tons of bombs on Berlin in 1945. The First World War did not invent strategic bombing. It introduced it. 6. The legacy, the birth of air power. The First World War transformed the airplane from a fragile curiosity into a weapon of war. The lessons learned in 1914 to 1918, the importance of air superiority, the value of reconnaissance, the potential of strategic bombing, shaped military aviation for the rest of the century. The Royal Air Force, RAF, founded on April 1st, 1918, was the world's first independent air force. The RAF proved that the airplane was not merely an auxiliary to the Army and Navy, but a separate service with its own mission, its own tactics, and its own culture. The RAF would play a decisive role in the Second World War in the Battle of Britain on 1940, in the strategic bombing of Germany, 1943 to 1945, in the defeat of the Luftwaffe. The German Air Force, the Luftwaffe, was founded in 1935 in violation of the Treaty of Versailles, which had forbidden Germany from having an air force. The Luftwaffe was built by former German pilots who had learned their trade in 1914 to 1918. The most famous of them was Hermann Göring, a fighter ace who had commanded the Richthofen squadron after the Red Baron's death. Göring became Hitler's second-in-command, the commander of the Luftwaffe, and a convicted war criminal. He cheated execution by taking poison on the night before his scheduled hanging. The American Air Force, the United States Army Air Service, was a tiny force in 1918, 2,000 aircraft, 20,000 men. But the American pilots who fought in France in 1918, including Eddie Rickenbacker and Billy Mitchell, would shape American air power for decades. Mitchell, who was court-martialed in 1925 for insubordination, he had argued that the Navy was obsolete, that the Air Force should be independent, that air power would dominate future wars, was proved right by history. The United States Army Air Forces, the successor to the Air Service, would win the war against Japan in 1945, not with battleships but with bombers. The First World War did not decide the war in the air, but it decided that the air would be a battlefield and that no future war could be fought without it. Thematic Essay 5. The Medical War, the Battle Against Disease and Death, in which surgeons learn to operate in mud and blood, nurses learn to comfort the dying, and a pandemic kills more people than the war itself. On the State of Medicine in 1914, The Limits of Knowledge. When the First World War began in August 1914, medicine was still primitive by modern standards. There were no antibiotics. Penicillin would not be discovered until 1928 and not mass-produced until the Second World War. There were no blood banks. Blood transfusions were performed directly from donor to recipient without any testing for compatibility. There was no understanding of the germ theory of disease in the popular imagination. Many doctors still believed that diseases were caused by miasma, bad air. The vaccines that existed, smallpox and typhoid tetanus, were crude and often dangerous. The surgeons of 1914 were skilled. They had learned their trade in peacetime, operating on patients with appendicitis, hernias, and broken bones, but they had no experience with the wounds that the First World War would produce. Wounds from high-velocity rifle bullets that shattered bones into splinters. Wounds from artillery shells that tore off limbs and gouged out organs. Wounds from poison gas that burned the lungs and blistered the skin. Wounds from machine guns that left dozens of holes in a single body. The doctors and nurses who served in the First World War learned on the job. They learned from their mistakes. They learned from the dead. The medical services of belligerent nations were unprepared for the scale of the catastrophe. The French army, which had mobilized 8 million men, had only 1,000 doctors. The British army, which had mobilized 5 million men, had only 500 doctors. The German army, which had mobilized 11 million men, had only 2,000 doctors. The Russian army, which had mobilized 12 million men, had only 1,500 doctors, and most of those were incompetent, corrupt, or both. The hospitals were unprepared. The French army had 50,000 hospital beds. It needed 500,000. The British army had 30,000 beds. It needed 300,000. The German army had 100,000 beds. It needed 1 million. The Russian army had 20,000 beds. It needed 2 million. The supplies were unprepared. The French army had 1 million bandages. It needed 10 million. The British army had 500,000 bandages. It needed 5 million. The German army had 2 million bandages. It needed 20 million. The Russian army had 100,000 bandages. It needed 10 million. The medical services adapted, but adaptation took time that the wounded did not have. 2. The clearing stations, the first stop on the road to death. The wounded soldier's journey began in no man's land. If he could crawl, he crawled back to the front-line trench. If he could not crawl, he lay where he had fallen, waiting for the stretcher-bearers. The stretcher-bearers, the bravest men in the army, worked under fire, carrying the wounded through mud, through shell craters, through barbed wire. They were unarmed. They wore white armbands with a red cross. The Germans shot at them anyway. The first stop was the Regimental Aid Post, RAP, located in the front-line trench, or just behind it. The RAP was a dugout, a hole in the ground, lined with sandbags lit by candles. The doctor at the RAP, a young man, recently qualified, often still in his 20s, could do little. He could apply a tourniquet to stop bleeding. He could administer morphine to dull the pain. He could clean the wound with antiseptic, if he had any. He could not operate. He could not transfuse blood. He could not save the soldier's life. He could only send the soldier to the next stop. The next stop was the Advanced Dressing Station, ADS, located a mile or two behind the front line. The ADS was a tent, a barn, a church, any building that could shelter the wounded. The doctors at the ADS could perform minor operations, removing bullets, amputating fingers and toes, cleaning and dressing wounds. They could not perform major operations. There was no electricity, no sterile equipment, no anesthesia, except chloroform, which was dangerous. The soldiers who arrived at the ADS with abdominal wounds, with chest wounds, with head wounds, those soldiers were marked for death. The doctors could do nothing for them except ease their passing. The final stop before the hospital was the Casualty Clearing Station, CCS, located 5 to 10 miles behind the front line. The CCS was a tent city, a collection of canvas wards, operating theaters, and supply depots. The CCS was the first place where the wounded received proper medical care. The surgeons at the CCS could operate not safely, not cleanly, but effectively. They could amputate limbs, remove bullets, repair damaged organs. They could transfuse blood directly from donor to recipient without any testing. They could administer tetanus antitoxin if they had it. They could save some of the wounded, not most, but some. The CCS was also the place where the wounded died. The soldiers who arrived at the CCS with wounds that were already infected, with wounds that had been left untreated for hours or days, with wounds that had been contaminated by mud and manure. Those soldiers died. The surgeons working around the clock could not save them. The nurses who worked 16-hour shifts could only hold their hands as they died. A British nurse writing from a CCS near Ypres described the scene. The wounded come in waves. After a battle, they come by the hundreds on stretchers, on ambulances, on foot. They fill the wards, the corridors, the operating theaters. They lie on the floor, on the tables, on the ground outside. There is not enough room, not enough bandages, not enough morphine, not enough time. We do what we can. It is never enough. 3. The surgeons, the men who learned in blood. The surgeons of the First World War were the pioneers of modern trauma surgery. They learned techniques that would save millions of lives in the Second World War and beyond. They learned them in blood. Harold Gillies, New Zealand, was the father of plastic surgery. Gillies, a young ear, nose, and throat surgeon, was sent to France in 1915. He was horrified by the wounds he saw, men whose faces had been blown off by artillery shells, men whose jaws had been shattered by machine gun bullets, men whose eyes had been burned out by gas. The standard treatment for facial wounds was to let them heal as best they could, leaving the survivors disfigured, unable to eat, unable to speak, unable to face the world. Gillies developed a new technique, the tubed pedicle graft. He would take a flap of skin from the patient's chest or forehead, shape it into a tube, and attach it to the wound. The blood supply remained intact, keeping the skin alive while it healed. After the wound had healed, Gillies would detach the tube and shape the skin into a nose, a lip, an eyelid. The results were not perfect. The patients still looked disfigured, but they could eat. They could speak. They could look in the mirror without turning away. Gillies performed 11,000 operations on 5,000 patients during the war. He trained a generation of plastic surgeons. He wrote the textbook of plastic surgery. He is remembered as the father of the specialty. Sir Arbuthnot Lane, Britain, was the father of orthopedic surgery. Lane, a surgeon at the London hospital, was sent to France in 1916. He was horrified by the treatment of broken bones. The standard treatment was amputation. Lane developed new techniques for setting broken bones, for fixing them with metal plates and screws, for saving limbs that would have been lost. His techniques were controversial. Many surgeons believed that amputations were safer, but Lane's results proved him right. The soldiers whose limbs Lane saved walked again. Dr. Alexis Carrel, France, was the father of battlefield medicine. Carrel, a French surgeon who had emigrated to the United States before the war, returned to France in 1914. He developed a new technique for cleaning wounds, the Carrel-Dakin method. The wound was irrigated continuously with a solution of sodium hypochlorite, bleach, and boric acid, which killed bacteria without damaging tissue. The method was time-consuming. The wound had to be irrigated every 2 hours, day and night, and labor-intensive. Each patient required a dedicated nurse. But it worked. The mortality rate for infected wounds dropped from 60% to 15%. The surgeons of the First World War learned from their mistakes. They learned that wounds had to be cleaned immediately, that the longer the wound was left untreated, the more likely the patient would die of infection. They learned that amputations had to be performed high above the wound, that leaving any dead tissue behind would cause gangrene. They learned that blood transfusions could save lives if the blood was compatible. They learned that tetanus antitoxin could prevent lockjaw if it was administered early. They learned that morphine could ease the pain of the dying if it was available. The surgeons of the First World War also learned the limits of their profession. They could not save everyone. They could not save most. They could only try. 4. The nurses, the angels of the battlefield. The nurses of the First World War were not angels. They were women, young women mostly in their 20s and 30s, who had volunteered to serve in the most dangerous places on earth. They worked in the casualty clearing stations, in the field hospitals, in the ambulance trains. They worked under fire. They worked without sleep. They worked without thanks. The British nurses served in the Queen Alexandra's Imperial Military Nursing Service, QAIMNS. The QAIMNS had 10,000 nurses in 1914. By 1918, it had 50,000. The nurses served in France, in Belgium, in Italy, in Egypt, in Mesopotamia, in India. They worked in tents, in huts, in abandoned buildings. They worked 12-hour shifts, 16-hour shifts, 20-hour shifts. They slept on cots, on floors, on stretchers. They ate when they could. They cried when no one was watching. The French nurses served in the Infirmières de la Croix-Rouge, Red Cross nurses. The French Red Cross had 20,000 nurses in 1914. By 1918, it had 100,000. The French nurses served at the front, in the trenches, in the clearing stations. They were killed by shells, by gas, by disease. They were awarded the Croix de Guerre, the French Medal for Valor, for their courage under fire. The German nurses served in the Vaterlandische Frauenverein, Patriotic Women's Association. The German Red Cross had 30,000 nurses in 1914. By 1918, it had 150,000. The German nurses served in France, in Belgium, in Russia, in the Balkans. They worked under the same conditions as their Allied counterparts. They suffered the same losses. They showed the same courage. The American nurses served in the United States Army Nurse Corps. The Army Nurse Corps had 1,000 nurses in 1917. By 1918, it had 22,000. The American nurses served in France, in England, in Italy. They worked in base hospitals, in evacuation hospitals, in mobile units. They were the best equipped, the best trained, and the best paid of any nurses in the war. They also lost the most. 200 American nurses died during the war, most of them from influenza. The nurses did not only care for the wounded, they also comforted the dying. They held the hands of men who were alone, who were far from home, who were terrified. They wrote letters to the families of the dead, letters that said that their son, their husband, their father had died without pain, had died peacefully, had died in good company. The letters were often lies. The nurses lied because the truth was unbearable. A British nurse, writing after the war, described her experience. "I cannot forget the faces, the young faces, the old faces, the faces that were no longer faces. I see them in my dreams. I see them in the faces of my children. I see them in the mirror. The war never ends. The war never ends." 5. The influenza pandemic, the forgotten Holocaust. The First World War killed 9.7 million soldiers. The influenza pandemic of 1918 to 1919 killed 50 million civilians, more than the war itself. The pandemic was the deadliest disease outbreak in human history, deadlier than the Black Death, 1347 to 1351, deadlier than the plague of Justinian, 541 to 542, deadlier than the Spanish flu of 1889 to 1890. The influenza pandemic is called the Spanish flu, not because it originated in Spain, but because Spain, which was neutral in the war, did not censor its press. The Spanish newspapers reported the outbreak honestly. The French, British, and German newspapers, which were censored, did not. The pandemic became known as Spanish because the Spanish were the first to report it. The first cases were reported in the United States in March 1918 at Camp Funston, Kansas. The camp, which trained 50,000 soldiers, was overcrowded and unsanitary. The soldiers, who had been vaccinated against typhoid and tetanus, had no immunity to the flu. The virus spread rapidly. Within a week, 1,000 soldiers were sick. Within a month, 10,000. The soldiers who became sick were sent to France, where they spread the virus to the British, the French, and the Germans. The second wave, which began in September 1918, was deadlier. The virus had mutated, becoming more virulent. The victims, young adults, not children or the elderly, died within days of showing symptoms. They died of pneumonia, of respiratory failure, of suffocation. Their skin turned blue from lack of oxygen, their lungs filled with fluid. They drowned in their own secretions. The pandemic spread around the world along the shipping routes, the railway lines, the troop movements. It spread to Europe, to Asia, to Africa, to the Americas, to the Pacific Islands. It spread to the Arctic, to the Antarctic, to every inhabited continent. It killed 500,000 Americans, 200,000 British, 400,000 French, 200,000 Germans, 2 million Indians, 2 million Indonesians, 1 million Russians, 1 million Japanese. It killed the young and the healthy, the rich and the poor, the soldier and the civilian. The pandemic did not discriminate. It killed the soldiers in the trenches. It killed the nurses in the hospitals. It killed the civilians in the cities. It killed the miners in the pits, the farmers in the fields, the workers in the factories. It killed more people in 6 months than the war killed in 4 years. The pandemic did not end the war. The war ended the pandemic not because the war stopped the spread of the virus. The war spread it. But because the war killed so many people that the virus ran out of hosts. The survivors who had been infected and recovered were immune. The virus, which could not find new hosts, died out. The influenza pandemic is the forgotten Holocaust of the First World War. The soldiers who died in the trenches are remembered. The civilians who died of the flu are forgotten. Their graves are unmarked. Their names are unknown. Their sacrifice is unacknowledged. 6. The legacy, what the medical war taught us. The First World War transformed medicine. The lessons learned in 1914 to 1918, the importance of sanitation, the value of antiseptics, the necessity of blood transfusions, the potential of plastic surgery saved millions of lives in the Second World War and beyond. The blood bank was invented during the First World War. Dr. Oswald Robertson, an American physician, established the first blood bank at a casualty clearing station in France in 1917. He collected blood from donors, mixed it with sodium citrate to prevent clotting, stored it in ice, and transfused it to wounded soldiers. The technique saved hundreds of lives. After the war, blood banks were established in civilian hospitals. Today, blood transfusions are routine. The treatment of shock was developed during the First World War. Dr. Walter Cannon, an American physiologist, studied the effects of shock on wounded soldiers. He discovered that shock was caused by a loss of blood volume, not by nervous exhaustion, as had been believed. He developed the technique of intravenous fluid replacement, injecting saline solution directly into the veins. The technique saved thousands of lives. Today, intravenous fluids are standard treatment for shock. The rehabilitation of the disabled was pioneered during the First World War. The soldiers who lost limbs, who lost eyes, who lost faces, those soldiers were not abandoned. They were fitted with prosthetic limbs, with artificial eyes, with facial prosthetics. They were trained for new jobs. They were given pensions. The governments of the belligerent nations spent billions of dollars on veteran care. The systems of veteran care that exist today in the United States, in Britain, in France, in Germany, are the legacy of the First World War. The First World War also taught the limits of medicine. The doctors and nurses of 1914 to 1918 could not save everyone. They could not save most. They could only try. Their trying, their courage, their dedication, their sacrifice is the true legacy of the medical war. The surgeons who operated in the mud, the nurses who comforted the dying, the orderlies who carried the wounded through the shell fire, they were not heroes. They were human beings who did their jobs. Their job was to save lives. They saved as many as they could. Thematic Essay 6. The war in the colonies, the global war in which the fighting spreads to Africa, Asia and the Pacific. A German colonel leads a guerrilla campaign that lasts 4 years, and the men of the British Empire from India, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and South Africa fight and die for a cause they did not fully understand. 1. The Forgotten Front. Africa. When the war began in August 1914, the German colonial empire was the third largest in the world, after the British and French empires. It consisted of 4 major colonies in Africa: Togoland, modern Togo; Cameroon, modern Cameroon and parts of Nigeria; Chad, Gabon, Congo, and Central African Republic; German Southwest Africa, modern Namibia; and German East Africa, modern Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi. It also included several islands in the Pacific: German New Guinea, modern Papua New Guinea; German Samoa, modern Samoa; and the Caroline, Marshall, and Mariana Islands, modern Micronesia and Palau. The German colonies were not defended by large armies. The German colonial forces, the Schutztruppe, protection troops, numbered only 5,000 men in Africa, most of them locally recruited Africans led by German officers. The German settlers, who numbered only 100,000 across all of Africa, were not soldiers. The German Navy, which had a few cruisers stationed in the Pacific and the South Atlantic, was outnumbered by the British and Japanese navies. The Allies, by contrast, had overwhelming force. The British Empire had colonies bordering every German colony in Africa: Nigeria and Gold Coast, Ghana, bordering Togoland and Cameroon; South Africa bordering German Southwest Africa; Uganda, Kenya, and Northern Rhodesia; Zambia, bordering German East Africa. The French Empire had colonies bordering Togoland, Cameroon, and German East Africa. The Belgian Congo bordered German East Africa. The campaign in Africa was not a single war, but 4 separate campaigns, each with its own geography, its own combatants, and its own outcome. Togoland was the first German colony to fall. The British and French, who had surrounded Togoland on 3 sides, invaded on August 7th, 1914, just 3 days after Britain declared war on Germany. The German defenders, who numbered only 1,000 men, retreated to a radio station at Kamina in the interior. The British and French pursued, captured the radio station on August 26th, and accepted the German surrender on August 27th. The campaign lasted 3 weeks. The British and French lost 100 men. The Germans lost 200. Togoland was partitioned between Britain, the western half, and France, the eastern half. The partition would become permanent after the war, when the League of Nations granted mandates to Britain and France. Cameroon was more difficult. The German defenders, who numbered 2,000 men, retreated into the interior, where the terrain was rugged and the climate was deadly. The British and French, who had invaded from the north, south, and east, found themselves fighting a guerrilla campaign in the jungle. The campaign lasted 18 months, from August 1914 to February 1916. The British and French lost 5,000 men, most of them to disease: malaria, dysentery, yellow fever. The Germans lost 2,000 men, also mostly to disease. The German commander, Colonel Karl Zimmermann, surrendered on February 18, 1916. Cameroon was partitioned between Britain, the western half, and France, the eastern half. German Southwest Africa was the only German colony that was not conquered by black African soldiers. The South African government, which had been granted self-rule within the British Empire in 1910, invaded the colony on September 19, 1914. The South African army was led by General Louis Botha, a Boer who had fought against the British in the Boer War, 1899 to 1902. Botha's army of 50,000 men, most of them white South Africans, some of them black Africans, faced a German force of 5,000 men, led by Colonel Joachim von Heidebreck. The terrain was desert, the Namib Desert one of the driest places on Earth. The campaign lasted 9 months, from September 1914 to July 1915. The South Africans lost 2,000 men, most of them to disease. The Germans lost 1,000 men, also mostly to disease. The German commander surrendered on July 9, 1915. German Southwest Africa was renamed Southwest Africa and administered by South Africa, a mandate that would become permanent and would not be relinquished until 1990. German East Africa was different. The German commander, Colonel Paul von Lettow-Vorbeck, was a military genius. He was 44 years old, a veteran of the Boxer Rebellion in China, 1900 to 1901, and the Arero Uprising in German Southwest Africa, 1904 to 1907. He understood that he could not defeat the Allies in a conventional war. His force of 3,000 Germans and 11,000 Africans was outnumbered 10 to 1. Instead, Lettow-Vorbeck would fight a guerrilla war, avoiding decisive battles, attacking Allied supply lines, and retreating into the interior whenever the Allies advanced. Lettow-Vorbeck's campaign was the most successful German operation of the war. For 4 years, from August 1914 to November 1918, he evaded the British, the South Africans, the Portuguese, and the Belgians. He fought dozens of small battles, tying down 200,000 Allied troops who could have been used on the Western Front. He marched his army across German East Africa, through Portuguese East Africa, modern Mozambique, through northern Rhodesia, and into German East Africa again. He never surrendered. On November 25, 1918, 2 weeks after the armistice in Europe, Lettow-Vorbeck received news that the war was over. He marched his army into British captivity. He was the last German commander to lay down his arms. The cost of the African campaigns was staggering. The African soldiers and laborers, the men who did the fighting, the carrying, the dying, are not counted in the official casualty figures. They were not citizens of the empires they served. They were not entitled to veterans' pensions. They were not memorialized. The best estimate is that 1 million Africans served as porters for the Allied armies in East Africa alone. Of those, 100,000 died, of disease, of exhaustion, of starvation. The African soldiers who survived were sent home with nothing. The African soldiers who were wounded were left to die. The African soldiers who were captured by the Germans were shot. The war in Africa did not end in 1918. The Portuguese, who had lost 50,000 soldiers in East Africa, most of them to disease, imposed forced labor on the African population to rebuild the colony. The Belgians, who had lost 30,000 soldiers, did the same. The South Africans, who had conquered German Southwest Africa, imposed apartheid, the system of racial segregation that would last until 1994. The war in Africa was not a war for freedom. It was a war for empire. 2. The Indian Army, the jewel in the crown. The Indian Army was the largest volunteer army in history. Between 1914 and 1918, 1.5 million Indian soldiers served in the British Empire's forces. They fought in France, in Belgium, in East Africa, in Egypt, in Palestine, in Mesopotamia, in Gallipoli. They won 13,000 medals for bravery, including 12 Victoria Crosses, Britain's highest award for valor. They suffered 74,000 dead, more than the Australian, Canadian, New Zealand, and South African forces combined. The Indian soldiers were not volunteers in the sense that the British soldiers were volunteers. The Indian soldiers were peasants, most of them from the Punjab, from the northwest frontier, from the hills of Nepal, the Gurkhas. They had joined the army because it was the only way to escape poverty, to feed their families, to gain a measure of respect. They had been told that they were fighting for the King Emperor, that they were fighting for the empire, that they were fighting for civilization. They did not know what those words meant. The Indian soldiers arrived in France in September 1914, just in time for the first Battle of Ypres. They fought in the mud, in the cold, in the rain. Their uniform, which had been designed for the heat of the Punjab, were inadequate. Their rifles, which were older than the British Lee Enfields, jammed in the mud. Their officers, who were British, spoke no Urdu, no Punjabi, no Gurkha. The Indian soldiers, who had never been outside their villages before, were terrified. But they fought. They fought well. The Indian Corps, the 2 divisions of Indian soldiers serving in France, suffered 20,000 casualties between September 1914 and November 1915. The British High Command, which had hoped that the Indian soldiers would be immune to the cold, was surprised. The Indian soldiers, who had been promised that they would be sent home after 6 months, were bitter. The Indian Corps was withdrawn from France in November 1915 and sent to Mesopotamia, where the British were fighting the Ottoman Empire. Mesopotamia was worse than France. The heat, 120 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade, was unbearable. The mosquitoes, which carried malaria, were everywhere. The food, canned bully beef, hardtack biscuits, was inedible. The water, drawn from the Tigris River, was contaminated. The Indian soldiers, who had been promised that they would be fighting for the empire, wondered what the empire had done for them. The worst battle of the Mesopotamian campaign was the siege of Kut, December 1915 to April 1916. The British and Indian forces, which had been advancing on Baghdad, were surrounded by the Ottoman army at the town of Kut al-Amara. The siege lasted 5 months. The food ran out, the water ran out, the ammunition ran out. The soldiers ate their horses, their mules, their dogs. The Indian soldiers, who were Hindus and Muslims, could not eat the meat that was offered. The Hindus could not eat beef. The Muslims could not eat pork. The only meat available was horse. They starved. On April 29, 1916, the British commander, General Charles Townshend, surrendered. The 13,000 surviving soldiers, including 6,000 Indian soldiers, were marched into captivity. The Ottoman guards, who hated the British, beat them. The Ottoman guards, who had no food to spare, starved them. The Ottoman guards, who had no water to spare, let them die of thirst. By the end of the war, 4,000 of the Indian soldiers taken at Kut had died in captivity. The Indian soldiers who survived the war returned home expecting gratitude. They found none. The British government, which had promised to reward India for its loyalty, offered nothing. The Indian National Congress, which had supported the war effort, was ignored. The Indian people, who had been told that the war was being fought for democracy, were denied democracy. The Indian soldiers who had fought for the empire became the leaders of the movement for Indian independence, including Mohandas Gandhi, who had served as a medic in the British Army during the Boer War, and Jawaharlal Nehru, who would become India's first Prime Minister. The Indian Army did not win the war. It did not break the stalemate. It did not defeat the Central Powers, but it proved that the British Empire was not invincible, that the Indians who had fought for the empire could also fight against it. The Indian independence movement, which had been weak before the war, was strengthened by the war. The British Empire, which had seemed eternal in 1914, was doomed in 1918. 3. The Anzacs, the birth of nations Australia and New Zealand, entered the war as British dominions, self-governing colonies that had no control over their own foreign policy. When Britain declared war on Germany on August 4, 1914, Australia and New Zealand were automatically at war. Their prime ministers, who had not been consulted, did not object. They were loyal to the empire. The Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, ANZAC, was formed in Egypt in December 1914. The Anzacs, 20,000 Australians, 8,000 New Zealanders, were intended to fight in Europe. Instead, they were sent to Gallipoli. The Gallipoli campaign was the making of the Anzac legend. The Anzacs landed at Anzac Cove on April 25, 1915. They were supposed to capture the heights of Chinook Bear. Instead, they landed a mile north of their objective, on a narrow beach backed by steep cliffs. The Turkish defenders, led by Mustafa Kemal, later Ataturk, counterattacked. The Anzacs held. They dug in on the slopes above the cove. For 8 months they fought. Against the Turks, against the heat, against the flies, against the disease. The Anzacs were not professional soldiers. They were volunteers, farmers, laborers, clerks, miners. They had joined the army for adventure, for pay, for patriotism. They had not expected to be shot at. They had not expected to be bombarded. They had not expected to die. But they did not run. They held. The Gallipoli campaign ended in evacuation, a success in that the Anzacs were withdrawn without losing a man, but a failure in that the objective had not been achieved. The Anzacs lost 8,000 dead and 20,000 wounded. The Australian and New Zealand governments, which had expected a quick victory, were shocked. The Australian and New Zealand people, who had expected their boys to come home, mourned. The Gallipoli campaign was a defeat, but it became the foundation of Australian and New Zealand nationhood. April 25th, Anzac Day, is the most sacred day on the Australian and New Zealand calendars. The Anzac legend of courage, endurance, and mateship is invoked at every military ceremony, every sporting event, every political campaign. The Anzacs, who had gone to war as British subjects, returned as Australians and New Zealanders. The Anzacs also fought on the Western Front. From 1916 to 1918, the Australian and New Zealand divisions fought in every major British offensive: the Somme, Bullecourt, Messines, Passchendaele, Amiens, the Hindenburg Line. They suffered 200,000 casualties, nearly half of the 400,000 men who served. The New Zealand division, which had 40,000 men, suffered 18,000 dead, the highest per capita loss of any Dominion force. The Anzacs did not win the war, but they proved that Australia and New Zealand were nations, not colonies, not dependencies, not outposts of the Empire. The Anzacs had fought for the Empire. The Empire had not fought for them. The lesson was learned. 4. The African labor force, the invisible army. The war in Africa was not fought by white soldiers alone. The vast majority of the men who served in Africa, as soldiers, as porters, as laborers, were black Africans. They were not volunteers. They were conscripted, forced to serve by the colonial governments that ruled them. The British conscripted 1 million Africans as porters in East Africa alone. The porters carried the supplies, the food, the ammunition, the water that the British army needed to fight. They carried loads of 60 pounds, walking 50 miles a day, across terrain that was rugged, through climate that was deadly. They were paid nothing, they were fed nothing, they were given no medical care, they were beaten if they complained, they were shot if they tried to escape. The porters died in staggering numbers. Of the 1 million porters conscripted by the British in East Africa, 100,000 died of disease, of exhaustion, of starvation. The British did not keep records of the dead. The porters' names are not recorded. Their graves are not marked. Their sacrifice is not remembered. The French conscripted 500,000 Africans as soldiers. The tirailleurs, Senegalese riflemen. The tirailleurs fought on the Western Front in the trenches against the Germans. They were used as shock troops, sent into the most dangerous attacks where the casualties were highest. They suffered 30,000 dead. The French government, which had promised to pay them the same as white soldiers, paid them less. The French government, which had promised to grant them citizenship, granted it to a few. The tirailleurs who survived returned to Africa with nothing. The Germans conscripted 500,000 Africans as laborers, not as soldiers, because the German colonial government did not trust Africans with guns. The laborers built roads, bridges, and railways for the German army. They were worked to death. The German commander, Leto Vorbeck, wrote in his memoirs that he had no regrets about the treatment of African laborers. They were expendable, he wrote. The war was not fought for them. The African soldiers and laborers who served in the war did not gain independence. They did not gain citizenship. They did not gain respect. They gained nothing. The British, French, and Belgian colonial empires expanded after the war, not contracted. The Germans who had lost their colonies were not allowed to regain them. The Africans who had fought for the Allies were given nothing, not even a thank you. The legacy of the war in Africa was bitterness. The Africans who had been conscripted, who had been beaten, who had been starved, who had been killed, those Africans remembered. Their children remembered. Their grandchildren remembered. The independence movements that swept Africa in the 1950s and 1960s were the legacy of the First World War. 5. The Middle East, the Arab Revolt. The Middle Eastern theater of the war was not a colonial theater, not in the same sense as Africa. The Ottoman Empire, which had ruled the Middle East for 4 centuries, was an independent power, not a colony. The Arabs who had been subjects of the Ottoman Empire were not citizens of any European state. The war in the Middle East was a war of empires, the British Empire against the Ottoman Empire, but it was also a war of national liberation. The Arab Revolt, 1916 to 1918, was the most romantic episode of the war. The British, who wanted to weaken the Ottoman Empire, encouraged the Arabs to rebel. The British promised the Arabs independence if the Arabs helped the British defeat the Ottomans. The Arabs, led by Sharif Hussein of Mecca, believed the British. They rebelled. The military leader of the Arab Revolt was T.E. Lawrence of Arabia. Lawrence was a young British archaeologist who had been working in the Middle East before the war. He spoke Arabic, he understood Arab culture, and he was a military genius. He organized the Arab tribes into guerrilla forces, attacking the Ottoman railway lines, the Ottoman supply depots, the Ottoman garrisons. He avoided conventional battles, preferring to strike and retreat, to wear down the enemy, to make the Ottoman position untenable. Lawrence's campaign was successful, not because it defeated the Ottoman army, the British army did that, but because it kept the Ottoman army occupied. The Ottomans, who had to guard the railway lines, the supply depots, and the garrisons, could not concentrate their forces against the British. The British, who had captured Jerusalem in December 1917, advanced into Syria in 1918. The Ottoman army surrendered on October 30th, 1918. The Arabs who had fought for independence were betrayed. The British, who had promised the Arabs independence, had also promised the French a share of the Middle East, the Sykes-Picot Agreement, 1916. The British had also promised the Jews a homeland in Palestine, the Balfour Declaration, 1917. The British could not keep all of their promises. They kept the promises that benefited them. The Arabs were given Syria, which was taken by the French, Iraq, which was taken by the British, and Transjordan, which was taken by the British. The only Arab state that gained independence was the Kingdom of Hejaz, which was conquered by the Saudis in 1925. The Arab Revolt did not win independence for the Arabs, but it created the conditions for independence. Later, much later. The Arab nationalism that had been kindled by the revolt would not die. The Arabs who had fought alongside Lawrence would remember, and they would fight again in 1948, in 1967, in 1973. The war in the Middle East is not over. It began in 1914. It continues today. Thematic Essay 7. The war at sea, the blockade, the U-boat, and Jutland, in which the British Grand Fleet waits for a battle that never comes. The German High Seas Fleet waits for a breakout that never happens, and the U-boats nearly starve Britain into submission. On the silent service, the British blockade of Germany. When the war began in August 1914, the British Royal Navy was the largest and most powerful fleet in the world. It had 22 dreadnoughts, the most modern battleships, 9 battle cruisers, 40 pre-dreadnought battleships, 50 cruisers, 200 destroyers, and 100 submarines. The British Navy's primary mission was to protect the British Isles from invasion and to keep the sea lanes open for British commerce. Its secondary mission was to blockade Germany, to prevent any goods from entering or leaving German ports. The British blockade was not a closed blockade. The British did not station warships outside German harbors, because the German Navy had submarines and torpedo boats that could sink them. Instead, the British blockade was a distant blockade. The British controlled the entrances to the North Sea, the English Channel, and the Atlantic Ocean. Any ship attempting to reach Germany had to pass through British-controlled waters, where it could be stopped, searched, and turned back. The blockade was legal under international law, but only if the blockading power enforced it impartially. The British did not. They stopped neutral ships carrying goods to Germany, goods that were not contraband, weapons, ammunition, military supplies, but were essential to the German war effort: food, fertilizer, rubber, copper, oil. The British argued that any goods that could be used by the German military, which was to say, any goods at all, were contraband. The Germans argued that the British blockade was illegal. The Americans, who were neutral, protested, but the British ignored them. The blockade was slow to take effect. Germany, which had imported 1/3 of its food and most of its raw materials before the war, had stockpiled supplies. The German harvest of 1914 was good. The harvest of 1915 was adequate. But by 1916, the stockpiles were exhausted. The German people began to starve. The turnip winter of 1916 to 1917 was the worst. The potato crop failed. The Germans survived on turnips, a vegetable that had previously been fed to cattle. The daily food ration in German cities fell to 1,000 calories, less than half of what a man needs to survive. The children, who needed protein to grow, suffered the most. The infant mortality rate doubled. The death rate from tuberculosis, a disease of malnutrition, tripled. An estimated 800,000 German civilians died of starvation or starvation-related diseases during the war, more than the number of German soldiers killed in combat during the first 3 years of the war. The blockade did not break the German army. The German army continued to fight until November 1918. But the blockade broke the German home front. The German people, who had been told that the war was being won, who had been told that the submarines would starve Britain, who had been told that the Kaiser would provide the German people, lost faith. The strikes of 1917, the mutinies of 1918, the revolution of 1918, all of them were caused, in part, by hunger. The blockade continued after the armistice. The British, who wanted to force Germany to sign the Treaty of Versailles, kept the blockade in place until July 1919, 8 months after the fighting stopped. The German people, who had already been starving, continued to starve. The children, who had been weakened by malnutrition, died of influenza, of pneumonia, of tuberculosis. The German government, which had signed the armistice in the expectation that the blockade would be lifted, felt betrayed. The German people, who had been told that the war was over, could not understand why they were still hungry. The blockade was the most effective weapon of the war. It did not win the war by itself. The German army had to be defeated in the field, but the blockade made the defeat possible. The German army, which had been starving at home, could not fight. The German people who had been starving at home could not support the war. The blockade was the silent killer, the weapon that killed more Germans than the British army. 2. The U-boat, the weapon that nearly won the war. The German response to the British blockade was the U-boat, Unterseeboot, undersea boat. The U-boat was a submarine, a vessel that could travel underwater, unseen and unsuspected, and attack enemy ships with torpedoes. The U-boat was the only weapon that could break the British blockade. The German U-boat fleet in 1914 was small, only 28 U-boats, most of them coastal vessels with a range of a few hundred miles. The German Navy, which had concentrated on building dreadnoughts before the war, had neglected submarines. The U-boat fleet grew rapidly after the war began. By 1918, Germany had 150 U-boats, some of them capable of crossing the Atlantic and returning without refueling. The U-boat campaign began in February 1915, when Germany declared the waters around Britain a war zone. Any ship, neutral or belligerent, passenger or cargo, medical or military, entering the war zone would be sunk without warning. The U-boats, which had to operate under the rules of cruiser warfare, which required them to stop and search merchant ships before sinking them, were vulnerable to British anti-submarine patrols. The German Admiralty ordered unrestricted submarine warfare sink on sight. No warnings, no survivors. The U-boat campaign was effective and controversial. The U-boats sank 1,500 merchant ships in 1915, including the Lusitania, May 7, 1915, which carried 128 American passengers. The American government protested. The Germans, fearing American entry into the war, suspended unrestricted submarine warfare in September 1915. The U-boat campaign resumed in February 1917, the fateful decision that brought the United States into the war. The German admirals, who had promised that the U-boats could starve Britain into submission within 6 months, persuaded the Kaiser to approve unrestricted submarine warfare. The U-boats sank 800,000 tons of Allied shipping in April 1917, alone more than the British shipyards could replace. Britain, which imported 2/3 of its food and virtually all of its raw materials, was within 6 months of starvation. The Allies responded with the convoy system, merchant ships sailing together in groups, protected by destroyers and other warships. The convoy system worked. The U-boats, which had been sinking ships at will, now faced escort destroyers armed with depth charges, explosive barrels that could be dropped on submerged submarines. The U-boat losses mounted. 50 U-boats in 1917, 150 in 1918. The U-boat campaign failed, but it came close. The U-boats sank 5,000 merchant ships during the war, totaling 12 million tons. They killed 15,000 British civilians, a fraction of the 800,000 German civilians killed by the British blockade, but enough to terrify the British public. The U-boat campaign did not win the war for Germany, but it nearly did. If the convoy system had not been adopted, if the United States had not entered the war, if the U-boats had continued to sink ships at the rate of 800,000 tons per month, Britain would have surrendered by the end of 1917. The U-boat campaign was the most controversial weapon of the war because it was the most indiscriminate. The U-boats did not stop to search the ships they sank. They did not rescue the survivors. They did not distinguish between soldiers and civilians. The U-boat was the first weapon of total war, the first weapon that made no distinction between combatant and non-combatant, between military and civilian, between guilty and innocent. 3. The sinking of the Lusitania, the ship that changed history. The Lusitania was a British passenger liner, a floating palace, 787 feet long, 88 feet wide, 31,000 tons. It could carry 2,000 passengers and 800 crew. It was the fastest ship on the Atlantic, 25 knots, fast enough to outrun any submarine. The U-boats of 1915 had a top speed of 15 knots on the surface, 8 knots submerged. The Lusitania had been designed with the help of a British Admiralty subsidy. It was built to be convertible into an armed merchant cruiser in time of war. The Lusitania sailed from New York on May 1st, 1915. It carried 1,959 passengers and crew, including 128 Americans. It also carried 4,200 cases of rifle cartridges, 1,250 cases of shrapnel shells, and 18 cases of fuses ammunition for the British Army. The German embassy in Washington had published a warning in American newspapers, reminding passengers that the Lusitania was a British ship, that Britain and Germany were at war, and that the waters around Britain were a war zone. The passengers ignored the warning. On May 7, 1915, the Lusitania was approaching the coast of Ireland. The captain, William Turner, had been warned that U-boats were active in the area. He ignored the warnings. He did not zigzag, which would have made the ship harder to hit. He did not increase speed. The ship was capable of 25 knots. It was cruising at 18. He did not post extra lookouts. At 2:10 p.m., the German submarine U-20, commanded by Kapitänleutnant Walter Schwieger, spotted the Lusitania through its periscope. Schwieger fired one torpedo. The torpedo struck the Lusitania on the starboard side, just below the bridge. There was a second explosion larger than the first, which may have been caused by the ammunition in the cargo hold. The Lusitania listed to starboard. The bow dipped below the waves. The passengers, many of whom had not been told where the lifeboats were, panicked. The lifeboats, which had not been maintained, jammed in their davits. The ship sank in 18 minutes. Of the 1,959 passengers and crew, 1,195 died, including 128 Americans. The bodies of the dead floated in the Irish Sea for weeks. The survivors, many of them injured, many of them orphaned, were taken to the Irish town of Queenstown, now Cove. The American public, which had been told that the Lusitania was a passenger ship, was outraged. The American newspapers, which had not been told that the Lusitania was carrying ammunition, called the sinking a massacre and a crime against humanity. President Woodrow Wilson protested. The Germans, who had warned the passengers before the sailing, who had published warnings in American newspapers, who had followed the rules of cruiser warfare. The Lusitania was carrying ammunition, making it a legitimate military target, offered an explanation. Wilson did not accept it. The Germans, fearing American entry into the war, suspended unrestricted submarine warfare in September 1915. The Lusitania had not caused the United States to enter the war, but it had moved the American public closer to that decision. The Lusitania remains controversial. The British, who had allowed the ship to sail without an escort, who had not warned the passengers of the danger, who had not told the American public that the ship was carrying ammunition, the British share the blame. The Germans, who had sunk a passenger ship without warning, who had not attempted to rescue the survivors, who had celebrated the sinking the Germans, share the blame. The Americans, who had continued to sail on British ships after being warned, who had not demanded that the British stop carrying ammunition on passenger ships, who had assumed that German submarines would obey rules that they had never agreed to, the Americans share the blame. The Lusitania was not the cause of American entry into the war, but it was the symbol of German barbarism, of British victimhood, of American innocence. The Lusitania was the ship that changed history, not because of what it carried, not because of where it sank, but because of what it represented. 4. Jutland, the battle that changed nothing. The Battle of Jutland, May 31st to June 1st, 1916, was the largest naval battle of the war, the only time the British Grand Fleet and the German High Seas Fleet met in full force. It was also the most inconclusive naval battle in history. Both sides claimed victory. Both sides were wrong. The British Grand Fleet, commanded by Admiral Sir John Jellicoe, had 28 dreadnoughts, 9 battle cruisers, 8 armored cruisers, 26 light cruisers, and 78 destroyers. The German High Seas Fleet, commanded by Admiral Reinhard Scheer, had 16 dreadnoughts, 5 battle cruisers, 6 pre-dreadnoughts, 11 light cruisers, and 61 destroyers. The British outnumbered the Germans, but the Germans had better armor, better gunnery, and better tactics. The battle began in the afternoon of May 31st, when the scouting forces of the two fleets, British battle cruisers under Admiral Sir David Beatty, German battle cruisers under Admiral Franz von Hipper, encountered each other off the coast of Denmark. Beatty, who was supposed to lure the German fleet into a trap, lost 2 battle cruisers, HMS Indefatigable and HMS Queen Mary, to German fire. Beatty famously remarked, "There seems to be something wrong with our bloody ships today." He then turned north, leading the German fleet toward the British Grand Fleet. Jellicoe deployed his fleet at 6:30 p.m. The British dreadnoughts, steaming in a line of battle, crossed the German T, a classic naval maneuver that allowed the British to fire with all their guns, while the Germans could fire only with their forward guns. The British opened fire. The German dreadnoughts, outnumbered and outgunned, turned away. Scheer ordered a destroyer attack to cover his retreat. The British, who had been expecting a torpedo attack, turned away as well, losing contact with the German fleet. The night action was chaotic. British and German destroyers clashed in a series of running battles. The German dreadnoughts, attempting to slip past the British line under cover of darkness, were detected by British searchlights. They turned away, then tried again. The British cruisers and destroyers, operating independently, failed to coordinate their movements. In the confusion, the German fleet crossed the British line, passing astern of the Grand Fleet, through a gap that should have been covered, and escaped towards the German coast. By dawn on June 1st, the German High Seas Fleet was safely in port. The British Grand Fleet, after searching the North Sea for the remainder of the day, returned to Scapa Flow. The Battle of Jutland was over. The casualty figures told one story. British losses: 3 battle cruisers, 3 armored cruisers, 8 destroyers sunk, 6,094 men killed. German losses: 1 battle cruiser, 1 pre-dreadnought battleship, 4 light cruisers, 5 destroyers sunk, 2,551 men killed. By any tactical measure, the Germans had won. They had sunk more ships and inflicted more casualties, while losing fewer of their own. But the strategic result was different. After Jutland, the German High Seas Fleet never again attempted to challenge the British Grand Fleet in a major battle. The German Navy returned to port and stayed there for the remainder of the war, except for the U-boats, which continued to attack British shipping. The British blockade remained in place. The German civilian population continued to starve. Jutland was a battle without a victor. Jellicoe, who had won the battle by preventing the German fleet from breaking the blockade, was criticized for being too cautious. Scheer, who had won the battle by sinking more ships, was criticized for not breaking the blockade. The battle settled nothing. The war at sea would be decided not by dreadnoughts and battle cruisers, but by submarines and convoys. Jutland was the last battle of the old naval order, the last time that fleets of dreadnoughts would fight in line of battle. The future belonged to the U-boat, the aircraft carrier, and the destroyer. 5. The scuttling of the German fleet. The final act. The German high seas fleet spent most of the war in port, not because its ships were unseaworthy, but because its admirals were unwilling to risk them. The British blockade was strangling Germany. The German fleet, which had been built to challenge the British, had failed. The sailors who had been trained to fight were bored. The officers who had been trained to command were frustrated. In October 1918, the German Admiralty ordered the high seas fleet to sea for a final, suicidal attack on the British Grand Fleet. The plan was to inflict as much damage as possible before being destroyed, to go down fighting, to restore the honor of the German Navy. The sailors refused. The mutiny that began on the battleships spread to the cruisers, the destroyers, and the shore installations. The mutiny triggered the German Revolution, which forced the Kaiser to abdicate and the government to seek an armistice. Under the terms of the armistice, the German high seas fleet was surrendered to the Allies. The ships, 10 dreadnoughts, 5 battle cruisers, 8 cruisers, and 50 destroyers, sailed to the British naval base at Scapa Flow in the Orkney Islands, where they were interned pending a final peace settlement. The German crews, which had been reduced to skeleton complements, lived on board the ships. The British, who had expected the Germans to cooperate, were surprised by their sullenness. On June 21, 1919, while the German delegation in Versailles was being forced to sign the treaty, the German admiral in charge of the interned fleet, Admiral Ludwig von Reuter, gave the order to scuttle the ships. The German crews opened the seacocks, flooded the engine rooms, and abandoned ship. The British guards, who had been watching the German ships from a distance, realized what was happening too late. They attempted to board the sinking ships, but the German crews had welded shut the watertight doors. The ships sank, 52 of them in total, the largest single loss of naval tonnage in history. The scuttling of the German fleet was an act of defiance, a gesture that the German Navy would not surrender its ships, that the German Navy would not allow its ships to be used against Germany, that the German Navy would rather destroy its own ships than see them in British hands. The Germans celebrated the scuttling as a heroic act. The British denounced it as a violation of the armistice. The Allies demanded that Germany replace the scuttled ships, a demand that Germany could not meet. The scuttling of the German fleet was the final act of the war at sea. The ships that had been built to challenge the British Navy were resting on the bottom of Scapa Flow. The German Navy, which had been the second largest in the world, was no more. The war at sea, which had cost thousands of lives and billions of dollars, had accomplished nothing. The British blockade had starved Germany into defeat. But the blockade had also starved the German people into revolution. The U-boat campaign had nearly starved Britain into surrender, but the U-boat campaign had also brought the United States into the war. The dreadnoughts, which had been the most expensive weapons ever built, had never fought a decisive battle. The submarines, which had been the cheapest weapons ever built, had nearly won the war. The war at sea taught a lesson that the admirals of 1914 had not understood. The battleship was obsolete. The future belonged to the submarine, to the aircraft carrier, to the destroyer. The lesson was learned too late for the men who had died at Jutland, too late for the men who had drowned in the Lusitania, too late for the children who had starved in Germany.